12 teams from 3 regions have battled, and the final score is settled today. We send 2 teams to the Overwatch League knockouts for a chance to prove that they can contend with the best. Hey everyone, welcome to the final day of the Summer Stage Opens. It's leg day in Lemikiwi. 4 matches today, leg day, and I'm stressed.
Yeah, we're going to be alternating between Group A and Group B, and the stress is not just on you, but on all of our players as well, as these are the final chances for all of our teams. No losses today will be accepted, no quarter will be given, but the prizes are worth the risks, as our winners from our 2 groups today will not only be going to Overwatch League Summer Knockouts, but they can go even further than that. If you do well enough, you can go to a playoffs, you can go to the Overwatch League Grand Finals and fulfill the dream of going from Open Division to World Champion if you have the mettle.
Yes, and let's see the regions that are left, because there's all types of beef. You thought that the NA versus EU was bad. Wait till you start watching APAC, or at least the eastern side of things, because we got APAC versus Korea versus Australia versus New Zealand versus China, who's mixed in there. So at least on the Group A side of things, we got 2 Korean teams and 1 APAC team left. So we're only sending 1 team per group to knockouts.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard world out here, Lemon. Each group has been reduced, I think, from 6 teams to only a couple that do remain. I believe there are 3 left in the bracket, as we're going to be getting through our losers finals and our grand finals today as well. So for some teams, this is going to be a bit of an endurance test, even though we do have a match's worth of breaks between when they play in the lower bracket and when they play in the grands. It's a lot to ask from a team, but of course, our teams that have been able to sit in the winners bracket are going to be able to sit back now and just do a little bit of strat watching and to make sure they're prepared.
Yes, we are starting scheduling-wise for the lower bracket final of Group A. Then we jump down and do the lower bracket of Group B. Then we do the big grand final of Group A and the big grand final of Group B. So you'll want to stay tuned for all of that. Got to take a look at the teams that are also left on the Group B side of things. The big storyline there is Australia showing up. Honeypot, the #1 seed coming out of Australia, has made it into the top 3, along with Rhodes, a returning face from the spring stage. I believe, where were they from again? The spring stage knockouts. They were a lower seeded team from that. And FM, which is a new face, is the 3rd seed from Korea. So a lot of Korean teams left.
Yeah, FM coming in as 3rd seed from Korea and making it all the way to the grand finals now in the winners slot is certainly outstripping expectations considerably. Our other Korean teams that we have around, in particular SPGs in Prissa Gaming, who also came from our spring knockout, which didn't place well enough to actually get into the qualifiers. They are dominating at the moment in Group A. They've looked incredibly solid on a variety of different compositions. But if you're wondering, where did the other teams from spring knockouts go? They're actually going to be featured in our qualifiers. So if you like to see teams like O2 Blast and Panthera go up against the Titans, you're going to get to see plenty of that over the next couple of weekends. Here's a quick look at how the bracket shaped up in Group A.
Yeah, the big story is, can anyone topple SPG? They were a big favorite in the spring stage. You guys would recognize them and their roster if you watched that. They were a big favorite then. They're still a favorite now, but they got to impress better and reach higher heights than they did in the spring stage. They are the clear favorite to go to knockouts, but there's only 2 teams that can hope to go up against them. It's Kraken and Zero, who are in the lower bracket final. On the Group B side of things, FM is sitting very pretty in the grand final, although it took a Game 5 against Rhodes to get there, and that's an exciting match, especially for the Australians watching, as Honeypot faces Rhodes for their chance to go to the final.
It was going to be a rematch, of course, of G3, where Rhodes walked away with it previously, but some might have thought that Honeypot underperformed in that series. You can bet that the Australians, New Zealanders, are going to be coming back with a vengeance to try and get themselves that long-awaited matchup with FM. And here's the order of operations for the day. We're going to be starting off with Group A, then Group B, then Group A, then Group B. And of course, we'll be responsible for Group A matches, and our compatriots of ZP and Hex, who have been doing almost all of Group B, with the exception of yesterday's, will be hopping in for Group B matches.
What I like is that not only the players get a break, we get a break. So we're just going to be bringing maximum hype today, okay? You guys don't want to know how much caffeine I have consumed. It could put down a horse. So I hope these matches can provide as much excitement, because these teams not only are advancing, or the #1 team from each group advances to the knockouts, but they gotta represent contenders, am I right? Not only contenders, but their region. Gotta make themselves proud. Let's break down our first lower bracket match of Group A. It's Kraken versus Zero. Kraken dropping down from that upper bracket final once they got slapped around by SPG.
Oh yeah, Kraken got absolutely demolished yesterday by SPG, who played quite a bit of standard fare and didn't really bend to any of the Kraken shenanigans that they decided to bring on out. And Zero, definitely more of a classic team. Zero, a team where they know what's meta, and they're pretty good at that, so they're unlikely to really move away from it too much on your standard fare of maps. Heesung is a fantastic Winston, got the player of the match yesterday for not only some great Winston play, but some great Rhine play as well on Lijiang Tower, which was incredibly important for their victory over MFC, where they went up against the native Rush team with their own Reinhardt Rush and looked absolutely unbeatable. Scarlet's walls on them, sublime, but Heesung just hitting shatter after shatter and knowing exactly when to temper his aggression with some good shield work.
Yeah, Heesung very strong on the Winston, almost one-dimensional how this team revolves around that dive, but a true masterclass. And you thought that, well, maybe the Rush isn't in their hero pool. Well, yes, Reinhardt, but not Ramatra and not Junker Queen. So they are very, very good at Lijiang Tower, but what else? Scarlet, though, you brought up just now, very unique in his way that he loves his Echo and performs extremely well at it.
Yeah, the Echo, a huge part of Scarlet's overall hero pool, will also flex over onto the Tracer, but Scarlet's got an interesting story for Zero coming into the Opens, and that was Scarlet was the bench boy. He was the bench rider. He was benched under a player called Jwoo, a 15-year-old prodigy who couldn't play in this, and Scarlet's proven that he is worth that particular seat at the table. Kraken is our other side, and there is a lot of pride around these guys coming in from APAC. 4 members of this roster are coming in from Thailand, of course. We've had plenty of other players throughout Overwatch League history come in from Thailand and impress. Panapan of most recent memory. But for me, when I'm looking for someone to make this roster go big, it's Ace. Carried so hard in some of their previous games, but yesterday simply could not find the space to work against SPG. Maybe it's going to be a different story today, and Ace can return to being the ace in the hole.
Yeah, Ace played a lot of Genji and Reaper in their first match. He's surprisingly very dependent on Pharah, even outside of control maps, where Pharah is very niche on just taking advantage of control, but you usually don't see it outside of that, so Ace is interesting in kind of the pocket strats he brings out, but he's been a lot more flexible. We've seen Sombra, Echo, Hanzo, Cassidy. He's a true flex for this team, although I criticize how he counter swaps, and he sometimes doesn't have the right answer to all the problems. R3K, though, has been a solution for them, as High Vision has been unable to play due to personal problems, so R3K, as their off-tank, has subbed in, where his unique identity has been around the Torbjorn to counter dive.
Yeah, bringing out the Torbjorn for counter dive certainly is, it's not a new strat, but it's a novel one, and the Overload is, of course, great for rebuffing Winstons, and we've seen some interesting positions of turrets as well that are very difficult for things like Sombra Tracer to deal with because of their massive damage fall-off and the spread on their weapons, making it incredibly difficult to deal with that. Dank is someone that I want to talk about as well, with an incredibly wide hero pool, which is so much more valuable as we've moved into Overwatch 2. We've seen the pressure on tank players rise exponentially, where if you have a gap in your hero pool and a meta lands on a tank where you don't have expertise, then your entire team can be out of luck for upwards of like 2 months.
Yeah.
But Dank is making sure that Kraken are never in a position where they don't have any comps to play.
That's the biggest contrast between these two teams, right? Just how flexible and inflexible both tanks are. Dank, you pointed out that flexibility. We've seen everything from him. It's been primarily the Winston, but he swapped to Diva, Orisa, Hammond, Ramatra, all depending on the map. And what I like is that he counter swaps according to his enemy, his opponent. If it's a Junker Queen, he brings out the Orisa, the Zarya, the Ramatra on certain maps like Esperanza, and he really can play it all. But is he a jack of all trades? Is he truly the most flexible tank that we have in the opens? Sometimes it is just better to be the best at one hero, and Heesung has proved that, he is almost one of the best Winstons that we have in contenders. But as we get our lobby set up, we're going to throw it to a quick break. Let us know in the chat who you're cheering for. Is it Zero? Is it Kraken? We'll find out your answer after this break. Alright, we still got Kraken versus Zero, our first match of the day. Did you guys type who you were cheering for? I was busy getting another pot of coffee going, because it's gonna be a long night. Glad that iBang's internet issues are all solved and our lobby's all ready to go.
Yeah, everyone should be loading in with satisfactory ping and ready for a game. We could talk about our first map here, Lijiang Tower. This was actually the one map Kraken won yesterday after losing out on the first point, and Zero, they also won this map yesterday. So this is a very strong map for both of our teams, but we're expecting Zero to roll out with the classic Reinhardt rushes alongside things like May and Sim, whereas Kraken Esports Club, they're a lot more partial to a little bit of Farah cheese. They love having that pocketed ace to give themselves a hyper carry.
Even on Control Center, because I was kind of hating on the fire. I was like, no shot he plays it. But not only did he play it on Control Center, but he won with it. And R3K was cooking up a Junkrat, so I'm going to let him rock. If they're winning, all I got to do is watch. And surprisingly, that Dank opted for the Winston on both Control Center and a bit of Night Market. He played some Orisa there too. So Kraken are so unique in how they approach the meta.
Yeah, Kraken definitely have their own ways of approaching this. Of course, R3K having to play DPS instead of tank does mean that they lean towards looking for an ace hyper carry as their de facto most let's say appropriate DPS player who's actually playing their own role. And that's what we're going to be seeing here. iBang picking up the Mercy. The question is, how well can Kraken survive outside of a pharmacy if Zero decide to TP onto a very vulnerable member like Pally? There was a huge issue yesterday.
This is different. Zero are going to TP right to the point. Kraken TP to the high ground, so Zero can defend this quite well, but Kraken already have this cooked up. What the Far is going to want to do is put trickle damage on the perimeter of the point. Now, he needs to make sure he doesn't go in first. R3K is actually still swapping heroes, so Kraken are just peppering.
Yeah, R3K looking at multiple different ways to approach this, and at the moment Ace is slowly building up some ultimate charge, but shouldn't be able to get too much in the way of overall damage. Remember that concussive blast is a major fragging tool if someone gets too close to the edge, so it does limit the options for Zero's positioning.
It's like Zero trying to ignore Ace as much as possible. We have to maybe press in to keep him in check, but the double rocket hits minute before he could TP out, but leaves that behind. If Zero wants to maneuver around this, but no. Ace has been left alone, ignored for too long. Heaton tries to go for a pinch to see what he can catch. It's not going to be enough. Ace with the 3K opens up the point for Kraken.
I think just far too passive there from Zero. They are going to be swapping up basically their entire comp now just to try and go fast. And this means that we have to once again play the when will Pally die game. Kraken had major problems peeling for Pally before. Wow. That is brutal.
Oh, Spinelli's caught too.
Cool.
Is Ace just wearing an invisibility cape? Can we get a hit scan up in here? I know, Minich, you got a fabulous Hanzo. And Scarlet says, I got something better. The Echo, one of his signature heroes. And all the stickies hitting Ace. Focusing beam finds the execution. And you keep your ground. You don't want this res to go through. iBang thought about it and left.
That stick well placed. Now it's going to be iBang who's hunted down by Scarlet. It's so easy for the Echo. The entire support line flails about. And this should be an almost flawless fight here. And indeed it is. Kraken can retake though with the huge offensive potential of maybe even a nano boosted barrage, but maybe you want to put that onto Dank so you don't put all of your eggs into one basket that could be shut down so easily by a sleep from someone like Crescent. I'd love to see Dank get aggressive here.
Not again.
That sleep.
Oh, Ace was able to get out and get away from the LOS of the focusing beam. The solo barrage, really so unnecessary, but YOLO, he's got the nano. Kraken go towards the point, concussing in. Scarlet has been his mortal enemy. Now up and above, maybe trying to focus iBang, but Ace protects him well, gives him the backhand of the law, and iBang brings R3K back into the equation. And Kraken, with this fight win, will be taking the lead back.
And if a singular ultimate remaining, that's going to be the Valkyrie. Not great for survivability against either the Sombra or the Echo. But Minute for now, just trying to drag into a 2 versus 1. R3K can't stay in here, but Dank's here to pick up the pieces.
Kraken have the Valkyrie, just for that really AoE healing, or multi-target healing, I should say. Zero are the ones who have big win conditions. EMP, how is this being set up? Zero are drawing the fight towards the point. EMP only hits Dank and Ibang, who uses the Valkyrie to fly away. Skarlet still executes people around him. Ibang making away with the res onto his tank, but somehow flew away, all thanks to the Valkyrie. But do you have enough damage with only R3K? Pause is being called by Zero in the middle of a fight. And I wonder if it's connection issues, but that's a momentum killer, all right.
Why? Same, TBH. Let's talk about how Ibang got away with that res. It was actually down to Dank putting a shield down on the other side of that pillar while he was brawling. He gave a huge amount of cover over to Ibang so that Skarlet couldn't just free fire into the body of the Mercy. So great teamwork there coming from Dank. And this is actually a learning process for Kraken, who had considerable issues yesterday, especially at the beginning of their Lijiang Tower with peeling for Parley and their supports in general. Ibang and Parley were consistently dead and consistently getting picked first, and this change in gameplay style to a little bit more resource being dedicated to keeping those supports alive could be a long-term boon for Kraken.
Kraken are not only undefeated on this map, but on Control in general. They always start their series off well, just like they did against SPG. It's the other game types that we gotta worry about. But Zero will get back on their feet shortly. It was Crescent that called a tech pause, and their coach Casillas was saying it was a mouse issue. But we're back into the game, and Spinell's sound barrier didn't end up really salvaging this fight. Kraken's backline is a bit weak, but Zero just don't have enough in the tank to swoop back up this fight. So Kraken will be heading to flip the coin at 91%, which is very dangerous for Zero.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal. If Crescent dies here and can't get out Banana, this could be curtains for the side of Zero. R3K is going to be responsible for the flip here. Minute can't even come in touch, but Spinell is going to get it from the backhand side.
Good stall from Zero. They prevented the flip, and I think Zero are back at full force. The nano onto Skarlet, and Pally is missing. Able to nano Dank on the other side. 4v4, but only Lucio heals remain for Zero, but Skarlet has been the clear carry, and Dank puts a stop to that. 90% or Zero. Ace up and above, trying to flip the point, but all by yourself, you need that tank presence. And that tank of which we speak of, it's Dank, and he's been on the coach side, not synergizing with Ace on really controlling the space. So Zero at this massive deficit, not only stalled to keep the point, but are starting to win the fight. They're even closing the door and almost not letting Kraken keep the overtime wick burning. But back and forth we go. It's a Primal Rage and ultimates. Important ones coming out of Kraken. But an EMP want to rule them all for a minute. That's unleashed. But it's a 3v5. Can Zero turn it around? And Ace unleashes the barrage and shuts it down. Kraken scoop up the fight win with 5 more seconds to stall.
Heesung unable to remake Scarlet's made it in the same for minute, but it's a one-tap onto the Tracer. Time travel your way out of that one. Easy hits onto Spinell, and this one looks done.
Is done. 100 to 99 though is a very close call, and Kraken had the later fights. I really thought Zero had a beautiful stall, and they're still trying to do so, but no kills are gonna summon some kind of miracle there for Zero. But the way that Kraken were at 99% and almost choked, didn't finish off their kills fast enough, and Zero were able to force up another fight with all 5 members, and this has been the longest stall, and Zero are good at that, but they'll have to think about round 2.
Honestly, flashbacks to yesterday where Kraken were pulled out of some hairy situations by Dank, who just manages to find random kills out of nowhere. This guy's timing is sublime. Kraken must have some incredibly clean comms towards Dank to make sure that he can always find maximum efficacy out of his movements and his dives. Of course, this was all opened up by Ace hitting these 2 double rockets onto very hardy DPS characters who should have been much more difficult to remove. But when the cards are down, Dank is one of the players in this entire tournament, to be honest, that I trust to clutch the most.
Yesterday, I felt like he fell off a bit at kind of the later part of the series. Honestly, the entirety of Kraken had composure issues facing up against a really tough team. You had kind of weird coalescences, weird support ultimates in general. Yes. But you could tell they took that match on the chin and learned so much, and they want to go out swinging, not crying. We go to Control Center, the weird fire pick is out, but if it works, it works. Zero, though, have server control, so they're going to try to avoid as much of this poke as possible using the cover. But Skarlet, on this Mei, who are you going to isolate? So many mobile heroes on Kraken's side.
Yeah, the question is, where is Parley? Because Zero needs to try and get on top of this Ana with a teleport at some point, just to make sure that that free healing isn't available. If Parley's playing on Coast, however, that could be a big boop opportunity for Ace.
Yeah, that sleep on Heesung allowed him to take another rocket by Ace. He tried to just be out in the open to stall the point, not allowing Kraken to capture, but Zero just had no coordination, and how could they? Like I said, this Mei isn't going to be able to isolate anyone, and R3K is looking amazing on the Tracer despite being an off-tank player, as we've mentioned so many times.
Yeah. I mean, he's been playing the DPS for a couple of weeks now. Maybe he's finally settled into this role. We've got to assume that he's at least a good DPS player, maybe not world-class. Scarlet getting an opening here onto Dank. That must have been some bad sightline management.
Ooh. Well, Scarlet says, I'm the better Tracer, and is able to keep R3K in check. That's an amazing call, and he just single-handedly turns the fight for Zero. And that's what we've highlighted about them, is their counter swaps are so intelligent.
What else is new?
Yeah, Zero. So quick when it comes to their mental acuity, figuring out where they're going to be able to really get some exploitation of the Kraken comps. I love that Kraken have swapped over in their own right now. Going up against Vestiva with Farah, not much fun with those low ceilings. So instead, moving over onto Ramatra, this is going to make Crescent one of the main targets for this rush.
That's the only person you really can lock down. A translocate, recall. How does R3K deal with the same issues that Zero had on the other side with the Mei wall? Now the flip is given over. Kraken are this human death blow, but the anti exposes Ibang. Minute hunts it down. Kraken don't have the speed, and now they don't have any healing. The flankers of Zero are just too much, and Kraken, while lacking the speed, just haven't been able to peel, and without those resources, it's just not gonna happen. And the fact that Zero won that fight, now with 5 ultimates to win the next, they can go really far.
Yeah, this is rough. Pally's almost got a coalescence, but those have been miss or miss recently, not even hit or miss. I'd love to see a good one out of Parley. It feels like Kraken aren't overly experienced with that ultimate. EMP ready to go here for a minute. With everyone sticking together, this could be brutal.
Yeah, if you want to go on server side, he has been revealed and identifies Pally close to coalescence. That win condition is removed. Kraken very limited on heals, and they decide to just back away. Kraken supports first to die. That is a problem that Kraken need a quick solution to, or we're going to round 3.
Some of the Ace's attempts here to try and get value out of the Death Blossom can very easily be shut down by the Diva. It's not a matchup that we see often in Overwatch 2. And remember that the Blizzard as well, so much of this could be eaten up by the defense matrix. Heesung needs to have a lot of pressure from him alleviated so he doesn't roll too much with the matrix.
The minute has just translocated out the nano to Heesung, just tank as much damage as possible. See if he can find his way towards Pally and Ibang, but they retaliate with the coalescence, and the brawl of Dank overwhelms Heesung. Never lost the mech, but disengaged smartly to protect the point for Zero for as long as possible. Ideally 90% plus, so you get this to, well, last fight territory, but Zero have a lot of ultimates in the tank. The sound barrier, but in response is a blizzard from R3K and the sound barrier of Ibang. A huge investment from both sides, but all the weight on Kraken's shoulders as they're at 47% with no point control. As the dust settles, you're left with a 2v2 on the point, but Zero's flankers, they're very squishy, and they don't want to brawl against a Ramatra.
This was hugely expensive. Kraken have expended everything that they had. But on the side of Zero, the EMP might be the start and the end of this matchup. Kraken are going to have trouble avoiding that. A wall from R3K could block the sightline. Crescent hasn't been discovered just yet up here, and getting the Symmetra away.
EMP, 4-man Kraken. They can't give this up. It's 99% for Zero. Self-destruct, EMP, and more. Zero annihilate Kraken before the setup off the Symmetra TP could even be used. And after Kraken invested so much in the last fight, one EMP is what decided control center, and it heavily goes in favor of Zero.
Dank has returned, but Crescent's so strong when it comes to the Ana mechanics. We're watching ourselves just a big old showcase of mechanics, and well, that's going to bring us up to 1-1. We're going to head over to Gardens next, and this is where we can expect Kraken to return to that Farah that previously was so good for them. Oh, we're replaying into infinity, boys, and beyond.
Yeah, round 3, Zero swapping to the double flanker dive, but interestingly with the Diva, and I think this is mostly to help the Tracer 1v1 for Scarlet, even though I don't really think he needed help, but just that Diva harassment against, well, matrixing the damage of a Tracer, forcing Ace off the Farah, or just away in any means. This was, again, great adaptations from Zero's side, and the tracers from both sides really stood out.
Yeah, and Vadiva in particular is really good at hunting Mercy, because with Winston you can be duped quite easily by the Guardian Angel. You can change directions in midair with the boosters, which means that Mercy has a lot more of a difficult time getting away from you if you're hunting them on the mech.
Scarlet back on the signature Echo against the Ace. The duel that settled in favor of Scarlet's way, but not this time. The Ana of Pally got involved, and a little bit extra poke decided that in favor of Ace. 5v4, but Ace has slept. Do they have the damage? Minute is the only one alive and tried to shoot him, but all they did was wake Ace up, who flew nearly back in the air. And with that pick on the Crescent, Kraken will be able to cap first.
Maybe Anders have been the game changers in these aerial duels. Remember, Scarlet doesn't have the damage boost here anymore in the air, so it's going to be less equal when going after Ace. Minutes almost already got an EMP though. Look at the damage that they've done.
Not able to have the focusing beam out in time. Scarlet has been able to execute Ace quite quickly. If you remember how Night Market went, because of Blast, there's a lot of flying characters and just mobile characters from Zero, but he's on dangerously low. You need that tank presence to defend the point, or at least try to attack and take this away from Kraken. And the Sky is all in control of Kraken. Hisung is trying to dive in and access these supports that are enabling Ace, but just to no avail.
Where was Minute in that fight? With such a fast EMP, you need to take advantage of that generation. Kraken would have had nothing to answer it if you could have launched your dive at the same time. Minute must have got intercepted on their way towards the backline by R3K, who must just be playing a skirmish. A little bit of an edge guard around the sides. Ace almost has a barrage ready to go here, but I'm more concerned about this Nano, which could make Dank such an issue.
EMP, but all the support ultimates came out. Pally tried to nano Dank to help him survive, but the burst, and especially the focusing beam of Scarlet, finished off Dank before the nano could be delivered. Bang with the Valkyrie will support the team for now, unable to resurrect Dank. He's in the middle of battle, or just in the heat of battle, his dead body is anyway, and Scarlet takes over the skies now that Ace is gone. The 3K, almost the denial on the res, but now just farming up the remnants of Kraken for more ult charge for Zero. And they need it, because it's 80% plus for Kraken, and Zero, that's quite a deficit they gotta deal with.
Yeah, Zero, though, have been able to be fairly conservative with their resources in this fight. Spinel swapping over onto the Mercy. But only the EMP really used. Pally obviously won't be killed here, but it does force a reaction from Kraken, including a couple of R3Ks blinked, which means that setting up for a fight is going to take longer for that Tracer, and that gives Scarlet even longer to poke away with this damage boost. On the other side, Ace has also swapped to the Echo, and so won't be demanding as much of IBANG.
Well, Kraken were free to push White Room, and I feel like Zero didn't really keep them in check. Ace trying to escape from Scarlet, who now directs his attention towards Dank. It shifts his attention again away as Dank was slept, and all the focus fire of Zero was all over the place. So much so that they don't have support, and they're investing DPS ultimates. Zero just didn't know how to maneuver that fight, and it shows. Kraken will be flipping the point at 82%, and Zero, this is their last chance to have a say.
Yeah, Zero didn't even get the chance to use any of their ultimates except for that duplicate, which was in like a 1 versus 4 or something silly. 10% stand between Kraken and winning out this first map. A self-destruct, not amazing, but can at least clear the skies if Ace goes too high. Watch for that flight.
Yeah, Ace is as far up as he can be. Meanwhile, Dank advances, as Hisung was also counter diving, but Hisung has the nano, so does Dank, and they're both trading at the same pace. 4v4. Dank, realizing that Zero's going for the flip, gives his attention back towards Scarlet, maybe realizing he doesn't have flight. Or 3K dashes towards him. Dank back towards the supports. He just needs to live. Kraken are the ones in the driver's seat, and Zero want to derail this train, but it's them that are just completely off track. No supports, no Spinel or Crescent, and EMP from Minute makes this fight winnable for Zero, but only if they coordinate well, and it seems to have worked out. Ace leaves the self-destruct behind after the duplicate. Doesn't seem to have affected much. Kraken can't keep the fight going, but it's Zero that have to make up for a lot of lost time.
One squash into another. Scarlet almost has the duplicate, won't be necessarily here. Instead, the focusing beam's going to be most useful. What a shot from Crescent! A kunai to the side ahead of R3K. And a moment of breathing potentially. They need to keep Hisung healed up. That's a huge amount of ult charge. If Hisung can keep that mech, and indeed they can. Kraken have given Dank the Primal Rage. Combined with an egregious dive backed up with a nano, this could be a very easy way to try and take out Minute, who's consistently been camped
And
near their translocator.
And Scarlet generated another dupe, by the way, who used one last fight. He is farming this match. He's duplicating Ana just to get the antis to sleep, something to stop Dank, but Kraken have broken through the bridge, and they're looking to crack some heads. It's 99% for Kraken, but they still have to flip the point. Zero has Scarlet almost able to generate a nano, but to no avail. EMP hits 3 of Kraken, who are weak, but not dead yet. The Kitsune rush from Zero allows them to speed towards Kraken, of course, along with Spinel that guides the force of Zero to finish off this map in round 3 in their favor. But Kraken, they're not dead yet. Dank leads the charge back towards the point, but jumps into the stickies of Scarlet. The focusing beam shreds them apart, and Kraken are left without a tank. But do they have a plan? It's up to the flankers to find the space behind, but meanwhile, Minute does the same thing. EMP from Ace. It's the entirety of Zero who don't have the sound barrier in time. Scarlet, their carry, is dead, and it's overtime. 4v4 is left. Dank is back into the picture, but he's learned his lesson. He doesn't want to mess with any Echo, but he messes with the rest. The gang of Zero, who heavily are in favor in this fight.
An unbelievable clutch coming through. Heesung can clean everyone up. You dare come into contact with the mech, and you are going to be made to pay. Crescent will throw Pally out of here, and Zero, by the skin of their teeth, will take away Lijiang Tower.
What a final fight. What a map. 3 rounds, all of them almost going to 99 each. Zero, I mean, it was pure panic, but you have to applaud the DPS effort. Minutes, EMPs, guaranteed fight wins. Scarlet, multiple kills and fight turns. Zero are looking incredible, but what do Kraken have up their sleeve? We'll find out after the break. Only 3 teams remain in each group, and you're witnessing the lower bracket final. It's final last life for these teams, battling for their chance to go to the finals, to face SPG, get the rematch, and go to knockouts.
It's the dream, Lemon. The dream that every player has when they start in Open Division, making it all the way to Overwatch League to play against the big boys, and maybe go all the way to a finals. But you have to get through all of your peers to get there. It's anybody's game, but it was Zero's map, almost stolen out from under Kraken with some excellent clutches. I can't believe that Crescent managed to arrive in time on the Kiriko, using that swift step to return to the fight as quickly as possible. What a heads-up play. But now Kraken get to make their own decisions as to where we're going to be moving, and Numbani is the choice that is made. So this one's all about those high ground plays.
Shout out to the fans at the WDG Esports studio. I just wanted to mention that they are having signs out to cheer on the Korean casters, Akros fans out there. And the Ghost, one that had the shock sweater on. I actually have the same one. But my mind is now focused on Numbani. I just had to point that out. We love the support from our fans. Yeah, we go to Numbani. Strong map for honestly either side. They both have similar identities around their comfortability around Winston.
Yeah, the Winston matchup here is going to be incredibly important, but Heesung and Dank are about as proficient as it gets on that hero support structures around them. One of the things that I'm going to be particularly looking at today. Yesterday, I would have been very concerned with the survivability of Kraken's backline. Today, it doesn't seem to be as much of an issue, but Scarlet at the moment needs to be checked by R3K. Even if it's not a winning duel from the substitute DPS player, you need to consistently make sure that Scarlet isn't able to run amok through your backline.
And this is a different map choice when it comes to hybrid for Kraken. Yesterday, when they lost map 1 against SPG, they chose to go to Midtown, got slapped around in full health, decided, you know, Midtown's not our map. So we're going to try Numbani, and this might suit them a lot better.
They will do. Kraken are actually right now hovering the same composition that they played on Gibraltar yesterday, which was also very unsuccessful. But hopefully we're going to do their homework here and get Ibang and Pally in excellent position. They need to mostly be able to play from high ground potentially, because if Pally is left on the low ground, Heesung is going to have very free access to that vulnerable Ana.
Zero actually played this against this map against SPG. Similar comps, ended up losing, but it was very close. Ended up fully completing the map with no time remaining, and even winning this map against NGU. So Zero have a lot of success here too, and we'll see if that works out. They've done this kind of preemptive dive to stop Kraken, namely Ace, from getting to the top right high ground, which is Minute maybe pushed up on the low ground, got shot in the face there by Ace. So that's an opening that the Softens can work with.
Yeah, timing here is going to be key. When Ace pops up with a preloaded arrow, that's when Dank needs to be generating all the attention from those supports. What are you doing over here, Ana?
Yeah, just the supports didn't drop, but actually no team has any supports, so all damage is permanent. Kraken, very, very weak. Zero able to just play cover and really only re-emerge to contest the point, which is smart. And Heesung cleans it up with a Winston 3K of all things.
All right, sometimes you just find those low health targets. No control of the health packs for Kraken because no Sombra, so Zero simply quicker to the punch. Make sure they unpermanent that damage, but still, the ability to pick up 2 supports in one of those dives does mean that this bow's slightly better than we saw on Gibraltar. Access to them, not an issue, but at the same time, the defense of Parley is imperative. Ibang needs to make sure they're saving these whip shots for that Winston.
Yeah, Dank, I think, got whip shot down just now. His job is to make these supports of Spinel and Crescent in that back right side, which is an interesting approach that they are split from Scarlet and Heesung, who are on the left. So Kraken are going to try to divide, maybe cut off the healing. But Spinel and Crescent are peeled for well. Zero can just easily hop back over if they need to protect their backline. Kraken need to be decisive and unified on these approaches, but Ace hasn't been comfortable getting to the high ground. That's a strong arm, but not strong enough for that pulse bomb to hit the back, and Kraken taking too much poke on the approach and not focused enough to even get a single kill.
Yeah, we actually saw Dank make it up to the top and avoid a whip shot when it came to assaulting those supports the first time. But that was actually really well answered by Zero. They figured that, oh, we can't actually get rid of Dank from his high ground, so we need to force him to peel back to help Parley and Ibang. So we saw Minute and Scarlet go a little bit more aggressive and drag that tank back. Great heads-up play to force a reactionary rather than a proactive Winston. Now Kraken are coming up towards a little bit in terms of ultimates. For Dragon Strike's going to be good for clearing the high ground. Spinel and Crescent are going to need information gather from their more vulnerable players here.
Well, speaking of information gathering, knowing where the Hanzo is important, but why is he there? I don't. But Kraken, 5v4, but they have to deal with a nanoed Scarlet. Can easily execute, and Dank tried to jump away. Didn't get healing from Pally, who set up down main. But, you know, honestly, the burst of Echo is just next level, and Dank has been a victim of that back on Lijiang Tower. He's reliving that nightmare.
Yeah, those nightmares, they're coming back. Gonna have to bring it up with the therapist. Zero. Still have so much survivability here for Heesung, and that Primal Rage is worth its weight in gold here on Numbani, because you can use it to essentially split up an entire backline from this assault, and with Parley and...
Okay, well, the dupe from R3K got 2 tanks for the price of 1. Kraken, 34 seconds to the last and best fight that they have. The rally begins, but Spinel almost had the stun, I believe, but now Dank has slept. Kraken, this is not looking good with where their health bars are, and look how deep they are. R3K can't even kill an Ana, but to be fair, Crescent hit his shots just better. Kraken looking dead in the water. Beautiful pulse by minute. 11 seconds left. Dank will be staggered out. And now the Kraken are swapping off of Tracer. I don't think there's anyone there to touch.
Yeah, there's no one fast enough to touch here. Lemon Ace can't make it. So Zero, what did they do to be so successful here? They managed the defense of their supports so well. Heesung often having to peel back to give over a little bit of that, but sometimes you just need your Tracer or your Echo to put a little bit more pressure on that Winston, force them to jump out a second earlier before they can confirm a kill onto one of those supports. And Minute and Scarlet did a great job of making sure that Heesung really had to be the one to take responsibility for that, whereas on the other side, Kraken, they can't really peel with the Hanzo because it's just too much in what you'd look at as like inconsistent damage. So it meant that the Winston often had to be the one to force out those squishy heroes from the aggressive position, so Dank was forced to juggle too much with only one gorilla.
Ace also was never comfortable on the top right side, and as a Hanzo, that's such an important power position. You get sightlines, just better sightlines onto the back right, the back left. Kraken focused so much on Spinel and Crescent and were never really successful, and Spinel and Crescent, whenever they were in trouble, disengaged all the way towards their, not all the way to their spawn room doors, but in that direction, forcing Kraken to make a decision. Do they go as deep as that back road, or do they refocus their attention to Scarlet, Minute, Heesung on the left? And Kraken just opted to chase supports and never really ended up having much. Ace had a headshot, I believe at some point, which had Kraken up in the fight, but that never really turned into anything, not even a single tick.
Yeah, an opening pick onto Minute after hitting that Dragon Strike, that should have been such a good fight for Kraken. Not only the opening pick, but with displacement on the supports as well, forcing Spell and Crescent onto the low ground. That should have been convertible. I do worry about Kraken's lack of easy contestation of a point here without a Tracer, and that might be an issue when you've only got one tick to give.
Minute is pushing the top left as a Tracer. Heesung getting flailed, but he has the attention of Scarlet, but R3K is just better. Deals with the assault with ease. A 3K going for more, and Kraken need to make sure that they defend Ace well, because that will be, I guess, one of the better options to deal with Scarlet on, at least with a head scan.
Seemed like that was really a stagger attempt there onto Spinel. I believe Dank was just quick meleeing him down, so good presence of mind from there for Kraken to make sure that they're draining every single second possible. Of course, at this point, Lemon, they are playing for the draw. Ace is playing incredibly risky, but with the coach gun to disengage, it is okay, knowing that they can use that coach gun because they still have a whip shot from Ibang to try and deny Heesung's jumps here.
There's another jump from Zero. High ground acquired. Minute having to try and mark where R3K is. Has already used recall, so Minute can't be involved in this fight. He's too far away. We'll have to wait for the recall to come back. Meanwhile, Zero haven't gotten much traction in terms of kills or getting anyone weak from Kraken. You got a coach gun, you got a flail, you got a sleep. So much for Heesung to worry about. Well, really, this backline is looking at what Dank is up to. He's been nanoed. It actually goes back to Peel because he could have stayed there longer. He had Primal, but Dank's priorities are his healers. Now Heesung is nanoed. Wants to deal with the resources from this defense. Zero going in deep, not even caring about the point. Minute is actually contesting it, probably against R3K. Zero trade this 4v4, and an ace Bob left on the point is what was contesting that. So Kraken were at full force defending themselves, and Zero just ran out of gas.
Rally good to go if Spinel thinks it is going to be necessary. This might be too good an opportunity to give up as Crescent takes one away and moving forward onto that point to try and deny a touch. It's going to be the Pravita and the Winston standing in the way of Dank, who dances on the edge.
Ooh, I like that Heesung bubbled past Dank to cut off his heels, and look what happens. It's death as Zero caps the ticks that they needed and go to match point.
Eventually, attrition was gonna give them that tick as Zero just played slowly and waited for an opportunity. Kraken have now got to choose both of our maps. They chose Lijiang Tower, they chose Numbani, and they get to choose again as we head over to Escort. Are they once again going to opt into Gibraltar? Could Kraken's run end here? The scoreboard says it might. Find out after a break.
This could be the end of the road for Kraken Esports Club. They face match point against Zero, looking to go flawless and return to get their rematch against SPG, waiting in the grand final. Kraken, once again, have a map choice.
Kraken get to choose where we go, and well, for Escort, I'm hoping it isn't Watchpoint Gibraltar, because they tried out their Watchpoint Gibraltar comp on Numbani, the Hanzo, and the Echo, and it feels like they just cannot grab the initiative with that comp against these teams that like to play a little bit faster with the Tracer and the Winston in tandem. So instead, maybe Kraken will go to something that allows them to try and match that tempo again. It's going to be Route 66. We've seen Zero play this before. We haven't seen Kraken play it before. And Zero went very close here up against Synpressa Gaming, who are our favorites for the entire group. So Kraken better have some pretty niche and proper strats ready to try and rescue this series.
And the double flanker dive was the comp du jour for our Zero boys. And Kraken, they're trying different things, right? They had chosen Midtown before, then they tried Numbani. That didn't work out either. Another full hole, just hybrid. It's not that Midtown's not their map. Hybrid is just not their game type. But we'll see if Escort can save Kraken at this moment. They've gone to long series before. We believe in them, and they know it's their last life. They gotta stay composed. We remember against SPG how shaky they got when the tensions were high. We gotta hope that doesn't come back.
Yeah, after a Lijiang tower that was uncannily won by Kraken yesterday, it was just absolutely demolished under the heel of SPG, hitting no caps in the next two maps and then only getting less than a checkpoint on Colosseo compared to 135 meters, an absolute smacking from Synpressa. But that just makes Kraken all the more hungry for revenge. But they have to earn their way there with a reverse sweep. This is the biggest task that has been asked of them yet. But this is not an often played map, so if you have a chance to bring out a little bit of je ne sais quoi instead of the comp du jour, this might be the space.
R3K's Torbjorn is the je ne sais quoi, translating to I just don't know. Because it's what would counter the dive well. It's what they've used as their pocket strap before, but not seeing it, which makes me sad. But he pressed on the Tracer on Lijiang Tower, and even rivaling what Scarlet was able to do on that hero as an actual DPS player. But for now, Kraken on the attack will have Ace set up on the, sort of this top bridge, and Zero counter positioning well, keeping their supports of Crescent and Spinel in the back lever. Actually, they're split from each other.
Oh wow, Scarlet at the moment seems to actually be quite concerned with trying to keep Dank at bay. Moves over to the high ground for potential easy access to that flanker. Just stops R3K from setting up this dive in his tracks. And this is going to be every Tracer's job. Just stop the other Tracer from doing what they want to do.
Oh, Ibank got antied, and the dynamite burns him to death. So Kraken suffering from the same issues that they had on Numbani of just having dives with a good plan A, but taking too much poke on arrival and dying, or just not having a good plan B. R3K with the late stagger. They had a nice sleep up on the Heesung, but not capitalize on. Ace can't do it all.
Trying to get into a little bit of the minute Ash as well, but
maybe
we'll be seeing much more. What a play from Ace. And he truly is the hero that Kraken needs to try and open this one up. Kraken cannot squander this opportunity.
Oh, the pulse from Scarlet removes Ibank. And Scarlet with the 2K removing the biggest carry of Kraken. It's rough. And this is deja vu from Numbani. Ace gets a headshot. Where is the follow-up? You need to absolutely send it. Well, Dane does just that. He's nanoed. He's trying to jump on top of Crescent and Ibank, who are pocketing each other.
No way.
But Crescent has to get some votes for player of the match. And now you made Dank angry. You deserve to get hit by this primal.
Oh, that's a big flub. That is a huge flub. Now he's got to get the... Oh, the Mega's gone. Oh, Dank actually might get killed here. This is so sad.
Crescent chat of the match. I'm calling it. Oh, pulse.
What a nano!
Nano to be saved by the pulse. Zero can still salvage this. Kraken actually left the payload, so they didn't cap while Dank was on some Dank adventures, wherever he was back there. Kraken, half the time Bank gone.
Oh, the Grim Dank Ventures. That was actually really cool for a minute as well. Using the coach gun to go up into the air to make sure there's LOS for that nano. Big dive coming on in, but you can see that it's easily answered here by Minute. Out comes the Dragon Strike. No one in the way, but will clear the cart, and Dank's already dead.
Dank's dead. Rip.
Yeah.
Just dive doesn't work without a Winston. Did you know that? Kraken.
Really?
Can they work? 90% or 90%, 90 seconds left, and Minute is hitting consecutive headshots. They're scary.
Yeah, Minute's the guy. Minute actually came up in Overwatch 2 as well as one of those Sojourn players who really were excellent at hitting their rail guns. So it's good to see him returning to those hit scan kind of routes. Ace has swapped over to a Genji now. The close range brawl damage here to try and tear through a Brigitte is not to be underestimated, but remember, Heesung can just try and bully him out of this with the Primal Rage or even a well-placed bomb.
Yes, Ace is on Genji. My prayers, my Santa Claus wishes have been answered, and he's about to die.
Unlucky.
But it was a good call. He got a few headshots on the Minute. He just needed a dash reset, but Kraken are diving the back left. Scarlet and R3K are just 1v1ing, and you only have 32 seconds left. Kraken need to coordinate off of Ace's dives.
Apparently, Ibang used a rally in the midst of that as well, and now swapping over onto the Lucio just to get back a little bit faster. Minute still has this bob to keep that cart contested, and up against all of these very juicy and vulnerable flankers, things are going to get real complicated against that bob. They don't have a quick way of killing
Last fight, there's a back cap too. You see that Kraken aren't going to get much further. They got the attention of Heesung, and now a bob on top. Kraken have to play this from front to back. They don't have a lot of ultimates. R3K's pulse didn't deliver either. The Nano goes on to Dank. He's able to duel well. Minute brought back up to full health. And Dank slept. Crescent is such an MVP of Zero. It's unreal. And as soon as I talk about him, Dank primals. He's so sick of Crescent. He primals everyone. Goodbye, 4K for Kraken. That will seal the deal for Point A just when I thought it was going to be a full hold.
Now that is a Primal Blade. Dank getting so much value off the Primal. I said it on Lijiang Tower, but it didn't come to pass outside of that first round. Dank is someone who can clutch up when it matters the most. This guy is sick on the Winston. He's a criminal who needs to be jailed. Oh, Pally. Snipe down.
What's Pally doing in Cave at 1 HP by himself with the rest of his main? Everyone's having different ideas on Kraken, but somebody has to be smarter than the others. Someone has to be the leader.
Yeah, Pally was completely abandoned there. I wouldn't mind seeing Ibang after a sound barrier comes out, moving back over to that Brigitte as well, even though Kraken seemed to have a lot of trouble with that backline survivability. Kraken, they are going to allow Ace to try and take these duels, but remember that an unsupported Genji is much worse than an unsupported Tracer. It doesn't have anything like a recall.
Alright, Blade, but nowhere near a Nano. Those have been usually given to Dank, but how about a sound barrier? Actually, Ace didn't even get that either. He had to hide in Mega Pack room from trickle damage from Zero on the high ground. Scarlet trying to get into the back, well marked by Ibang. Pushed away. Now Dank is very low. That's where the pulse will come. But Scarlet runs into it, so it's not a net positive for Zero at the end of the day. But they do have high ground control. You rely on Minute. There's a Blade in his face. We have to look away. It's R-rated. Nano Blade after the supports. And Ace says goodnight.
Got to, says Scarlet. Where's everyone else? They're just being made into shish kebabs at the hands of Ace. The Nano Blade combo. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie, Lemon. Bringing back some evocative classics from Overwatch. But Spinel, the recontest here should be easy. The rally's going to give so much space and might even see Dank running and hiding away. Remember that the AoE on that stun can be brutal against the Genji.
Oh, as Heesung abandoned Cave, Zero had a hard time breaking through, but Kraken didn't keep their grip on the choke. 24 seconds. Kraken trying to maximize what they can. It's last fight, and the trigger is pulled. Zero, they nano Heesung, and Minute has the bob available. Kraken, how do they deal with this? Heesung is tossing them off the map. It's his turn for the 4K. Beautiful sleep, though, from Pally. That'll calm him down. Zero have to quickly return to the car, too, to make sure Kraken can't get a last-minute push. And it doesn't seem to be the case. Zero at full force, and a +1 invited to the party of Bob. That'll be all for Kraken on this attack.
Unfortunately for Kraken, they were simply just economically banjaxed for a second. They had to use a sound barrier and a nano blade to win a singular fight. Route 66, point B. It's difficult to try and attack once you get stuck in the weeds and you have to go through those narrow chokes towards an Ashe. Minutes being able to get so much preliminary damage done, and things really do get complicated. But Kraken have themselves a clear win condition here. A point and a bit is nothing to be ashamed of on Route 66. We might not have ourselves a 3-0.
This was, I like that this highlight came up because that was an opening that Ace had a lot of, was supposed to have a lot of success on if he would have had any help at all. He got he got minute almost down to half. All he needed was a dash reset, just a single heal, a single maybe a Winston melee, just anything at all. But Kraken were so divisive on their dives, and this is not the first time. This was something they suffered from even on Numbani, hence, you know, the full hold. But hey, just the fact that Dank had to pull out a 4K from his hat like a magic trick for them to even get almost to B is a miracle.
Oh, Kraken are getting weird. This is an interesting comp here. The Orisa we've seen mostly actually going up against MFC to try and counter out the Junker Queen and keep her effectively distanced. I do think that this is an area where Orisa's going to suffer because her vertical mobility is incredibly limited. And it means that Parley and Ibang are going to have to play on the low ground as well because Dank can't peel for them if they're fighting on the high.
Trying to force out as many fights as possible as Zero. Trying to force out this Kraken close hold. Dank on the Orisa. Gonna be so hard to remove. And Hisung doesn't want to play this from front to back. He wants to ignore Dank, get on top of someone like Ace. But with R3K's made, slow going, literally. But now Kraken have respected that space. They kind of left Dank to solo anchor as Ace wants to be out of access range from the dive, even though the dive has come to him. Zero had Spinel actually stunned, which Hisung didn't get enough heals, and somehow Zero were able to still salvage that. Now they turn their attention towards Kraken's tank of Dank, who's been anchoring this. Good awareness from Zero to ignore just the obvious tank anchor there and go after everyone else to win the fight.
Yeah, beautiful nade there from Crescent opens it up as well. Hitting both Ace and Ibang means that there's a huge deficit of healing that needs to be made up for R3K. Stops over now onto the Tracer, but Scarlet almost already has an opening pulse bomb. And as people come through these opening chokes, it's going to be more than easy to try and hit one of those onto something like a Brigitte and keep Kraken on that back foot.
Good flail. Now Dank is stuck between a Winston and a hard place. Hisung able to stop Ace. This has been a big win condition for him as Ash doesn't have as much mobility as a Sojourn, which is why a lot of hit scans consider that option. Zero, still more than half a time bank left. Hisung setting up camp towards the supports. The bubble too blocks off Ibang and Pally's healing towards Dank, and he suffers from it. Beautiful dives and bubble placement from Hisung, who's made a huge difference in this fight. Ibang gets a last second nano, and I just don't think this is going to be a difference maker.
Not worth it in this case. Ibang will be able to at least now lead for next engagement with a rally, but it would have been much better to put onto Dank. There's going to be a last second contest coming through from the flankers.
Ibang, while he gets some stuns, so will Spinel, who have been very much focused on Dank, but Ibang also got hit by the stun, and Scarlet got the finishing blow. So Zero will be able to cap aid with much, much more time, at least 2 minutes extra than Kraken did. And the box of victory, what ends Kraken's run in this bracket and in the opens, lays at the end of point B.
And Kraken don't really have any major ultimates to try and turn around a fight early here on Route 66. If you can invest hard and get control of these choke points early on, then you can really drain a time bank here on Route 66B. But instead, a lot of it is going to come down to raw mechanics. R3K, the substitute DPS player, coming in as an emergency on the DPS for Kraken, needs to come up big with a pulse bomb. Get rid of Spinel ideally, but Crescent would be even better so that he can't reactively nano.
Dank contesting the card along with R3K, starts to harass Crescent, drops a nade at his feet to heal himself back up. Crescent, nano Spinel, and R3K dealt with. Beautiful headshot by Minute, peeling well for his backline. Now Zero redirect this attack towards the front. Nice sleep from Pally to slow down this drive from Zero, but they're making steady progress with the cart. The bubble placement from Hisung is great. It blocks once again Ibang's healing, and Minute's Dragon consumes them all. Kraken will have one last chance to contest, but not a lot of time.
That is brutal. Ace and R3K, they need to rescue this. They need to pull a rabbit out of the hat. The EMP on a tightly packed Zero might be everything they need, but look at Minute up top can play Overwatch up there and simply rain down for free. Spell's already oh, that's terrible.
EMP, and it doesn't catch Hisung. He jumped away from it. This doesn't net Kraken anything. They had to pull the trigger in panic due to a spy check of Spinel. Zero only up by 1, and the rally will make up to very the lack of feeling that have. Ace still trying to translocate back into the fight. Meanwhile, Scarlet misses the pulse, but he's on the attack. He converges with Heesung onto these backliners. Pally gives the nano to Ibang, who's stunned up by Spinell's rally. The Zeros still have a man advantage, but Ibang and R3K won't go down without a fight. But they still have to burn 2 more minutes after this, and Zero are 4 meters away from sending Kraken out of the bracket.
The extra man gets it done. The stick that was needed removes Spinell, remove the backbone of the Zero attack. Still, they are far from out of this storm. The murky waters are only just beginning to roil at this moment. The sleep goes awry, but Ace does not want to try anything further here. Dank needs to get that primal rage and once again unlock that blade that we've seen before. But Heesung's going to beat him to a punch as well to get Pally off these
Heesung's
high
probably.
grounds.
But who is it? Okay, he didn't get anyone caught in the room because that could be a dangerous situation. He's trying to nail down Pally, sees Ibang, then goes to Pally, but no success as Heesung is actually hacked by Ace and is so low. Meanwhile, Dank is having a lot more success on his counter dive. Able to finish off Crescent, not a lot of heals. Crescent unable to deliver the nano, and this is probably a team call by Zero to not invest ultimates in a fight that just didn't seem winnable in the first place.
Yeah, Heesung made a dive too deep. I think might have got knocked into one of those areas by Ibang, then had to rescue himself. That's a huge stick from Scarlet. What an opening. Getting rid of Pally. Now Ibang.
Yeah. Zero are now on the high ground. R3K has to dodge. Does blink away right before Heesung got the kill. Ace with the EMP hits 3. Crescent gives the nano to Heesung. And now the rally from Ibang to protect his backline. Kraken doing everything they can while dodging the dragon from Minute on the cart. Someone needs to be present on this cart for Kraken or it's over. Pally will drop. Dank needs healing. And there's nothing left of Kraken. Zero take the sweep. And Kraken are out of the bracket.
Zero eating calamari tonight. They've fried up Kraken and served them as cuisine. What a sweep coming through from Zero. They are hungry for a rematch against SPG. It was one of the closest matches we've had in the bracket so far. It went to 5 maps, even if the score was 3-1. And Zero believe not only can they make it back to that finals, but they can take it to Sinprissa against the favorites. And they are looking mechanically hot to do so.
Only 2 teams left in Group A, but 1 player popped off today. It obviously had to be Scarlet. Put Ace in jail. Just was beaming him down, didn't even need a pocket. The stickies, the focusing beam. This is why you invest a nano onto an echo. Sometimes that's a risky move. You don't know if they got the mechanics to deliver. But Scarlet then swapped to the Tracer and slapped R3K in the face after R3K had vanquished a previous fight. Scarlet showed him who was boss.
And Scarlet, I don't know how many times I have to bring it up. This guy was the bench player during the Contenders run. They had Jwoo instead, the 15-year-old prodigy. Scarlet finally gets to go to the big time, and what a case he has made that he probably could have been the starter this entire time. It has been such a delight watching this guy blossom from bench warmer into hotshot.
His focusing beam usage is very smart. I don't think I've ever seen a wasted focusing beam. The way he coordinates off of Heesung is what was most critical. The difference between these 2 dives on Numbani was not really how deep they went, but how coordinated they were and how much less poke that they took. And now you've got to applaud the healers of Spinell and Crescent. Crescent, just to be transparent, was in high contention for player of the match. He single-handedly turned a fight on Numbani when Zero were originally losing. He slept the other tank on multiple occasions, and Crescent enabled Scarlet so well. Zero, 3-0.
Much faster than we are anticipating. Up next, our next losers final. We're moving over to Group B. We're going to hand you over to ZP and Hex. All of the Oceania fans and all of the Chinese fans are piling into the chat. It's going to be a banger. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Summer Stage Opens East. Now shifting gears to Group B to see who will be in that all-important final qualifying match. ZP here with Hex. And Hex, this upcoming match should be an interesting one.
Absolutely. Of course, a lot of fans for both of these teams representing different regions as we do look at Rhodes versus Honeypots. Obviously, Honeypot, the darlings of the Australian region, Rhodes representing the Chinese region. So, yeah, I mean, look, Rhodes coming off a tough loss last night against FM. FM patiently waiting in the upper brackets, waiting to see who they're going to play against. But Rhodes gave FM all they could last night. It went 2-3, and Rhodes, it's kind of, they're in a tough spot. They've had to make some changes recently to the roster. They have Pineapple leaving, Odium leaving, so Taro, Cookie, and Elsa have had to play extended roles, which I'm not sure this team was really ready for, so it's very difficult to try to cover that, especially to play with a new tank. Elsa held their own last night. It seems like Elsa's generally more comfortable with the Divas, where they found more success than the Winston, and we'll see how that ends up coming into tonight. But this Honeypot squad, I mean, we had to give Avril the night off just to recover.
Yeah, pretty much. We also had to give Avril the night off just because, you know, couldn't trust him commentary. I just never know what'll come out there. He might rip off his headset and ensure that Honeypot wins. He is just that powerful. But yeah, I mean, Honeypot's been a really great story across the board in terms of how far they've gone. You know, I think when we first casted it in the Summer Stage Open text, we kind of had the idea of like, well, is this a redemption tour for Honeypot? Because back in the Spring Stage Opens, things didn't really go as well for them. They kind of unceremoniously got dumped out of the tournament. But the answer is yes, they have done a lot better, and they have created a very compelling storyline that could get even deeper if they win this match here and get within just one match of being in an all.
And they have to be riding high right now, just to be like riding the clutch factor. Because not only did the series go to 5 last night against NT, but Honeypot in the first stage of map 5 on Ilios dropped it and didn't look awesome. So they had to win 2 stages back to back, and those stages went on forever. It was clutch after clutch. I'm getting anxiety just thinking about it. But Honeypot was able to secure the victory 3-2 by winning both of the control maps. We're going to head on to control maps here early as we take a look at this Rhodes roster that's incoming. But you saw the Honeypot roster, not really a weak point there. Really, when we've seen this Rhodes team do well, and when we've seen them do really well, it has been Aprita kind of on the hard carry.
Yeah, and Aprita's job has just gotten a lot more difficult simply because of the fact that, you know, Rhodes did have to endure some very last-minute roster changes because, you know, the upside is, hey, a player got a great opportunity to play in the Overwatch League. The downside is you still might be on a team that doesn't have a whole lot of time to adapt, and your coach gets put on the DPS where, you know, Taro Cookie's had to kind of go and, you know, reclaim some form after not really being active as a player for 2 years. And it's something that Rhodes has been working around, and the question is, have they had enough experience as we go into Busan, which is their map pick, to make it work enough to get one over on Honeypot here and now?
Yeah, I think it's the first time we've seen Busan, or at least the first time in my memory, so I believe it's going to be interesting. Also, as you mentioned, Rhodes' map pick, last night when it was their map pick, I think they took Oasis first, but then they dropped it. So control is so critical, not only for your early momentum, but as I mentioned, Honeypot, 2 of the 3 maps they won last night to take the series were in control. They never felt like they were dominant in those control maps, but their Lijiang looked pretty solid. I'm just kind of curious what kind of compositions we're going to see. I think out of Rhodes, generally we're going to see a lot of the Sombra Tracer Winston has been the bread and butter, whereas Honeypot will throw in Sagi, especially on the Echo, depending on the map, depending on like which Ilios stage they're on, especially Sagi's Echo is coming to play a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the key point of versatility that you see from Honeypot that you don't really see from a ton of teams right now, is the willingness to go to Echo a little bit more often. A lot of teams kind of more, you know, beholden to the idea of, well, we're going to do Tracer Sombra and a lot of Tracer Sombra if you are running something dive-wise. Or, you know, you think about the Overwatch World Cup, you did see teams like Saudi Arabia go, we're going to run with Pharah. Whereas, you know, you see a lot more Echo from Honeypot than has been the norm, but as we just got done saying all that, they're teleporting out, and it's going to be Sagi on the Sombra and Yang on the Tracer. So
well, this is also one of the Honeypot wrinkles too. If you look at it, the Junker Queen, and then they do Kiriko, Lucio with this too. So a very aggressive front line.
Teams can feel each other out here in the opening. Quick sleep on the color hex. Opportunity here for Rhodes, perhaps, if they can capitalize. Honeypot, though, gonna stay firm as Soggy finds a Prita early on. And just getting the quick pick on the Tracer is all you need to just send everyone to the point, get first control.
Yeah, and let's Young just go wild too. And Young did a really good job of checking a Prita a couple of times, forcing out the rewind early. So Soggy picks up the kill on Sombra, but that's a Tracer win right there.
Honeypot trying to capitalize. Soggy super low. Lyle onto the Tracer. You look at Honeypot, they just need to tactfully retreat here. Don't let anyone get picked off. They do just that now. Try and reverse some of the pressure here. 20% to them on the point. Both teams just looking. Prita on the prowl. Tracer v Tracer. Soggy meanwhile. A little bit more tank pressure. Taro getting super low. Again, neither team ultra committing here just yet. Adam gets hacked. Saw a little bit of pressure come in. Honeypot's able to back out. Nano now onto Elsa. Elsa looking for anything. Meanwhile, Kaneki caught in the back. Yang was able to get there. Puts Honeypot up one. And a Prita though into back post bomb and gets two.
Back line.
Big from Rhodes to stay in the fight, and that's going to be enough for a flip.
It's a nice backline you got there. It'd be a shame if something happened to it. And that's kind of what we're looking at when we talk about this Rhodes team. And Rhodes last night, like I said, they had a chance against FM, but to be dead honest, we spoke about it a little bit off air. Prita was kind of disappearing last night. Not a whole lot of impact, and it just kind of was wild the way that we've seen a Prita be able to carry games, and then when a Prita doesn't have a huge game, that's rough.
Honeypot is not waiting. They immediately use Kitsune to engage here. Soggy, though, gets forced out. Can't drop the EMP. Still trying to capitalize on Kitsune. Forward, Rampage already used. Yang was able to get on the Prita. But Rhodes just holds strong in the back. Elsa just expertly weaves around the dive. And you look at Rhodes. Honeypot burned almost everything, and they don't get anything for it.
Yeah, just no good follow-up on the Rampage. It did get 2 or 3. It's one of those ultimates that you expect to get enormous follow-up on, not able to get there. Meanwhile, Rhodes doesn't really have a bank of their own because Taro Cookie did come back and use that EMP. So really the Soggy EMP could flip it back over. And speaking of flip, Rhodes takes the lead on the stage.
That's why the fight went bad for Honeypot, is that Soggy got forced out before EMPing, and by the time Soggy got back in, the fight was over. So now it's just an EMP, so more time. A Color X nearly goes down. Cold was out for blood. Support v support nearly got him. But you still got to be looking for Soggy here. The EMP is the story. It hits 2. Taro and Elsa hit. Elsa gets a nano in response. Rhodes trying to keep everyone nice and healthy after the EMP. They do just that. Color X gets caught. Rhodes up 5 before now. Everyone's looking nice and healthy. Honeypot, not so much. 85% for Rhodes here, Hex. This could be it.
And they're going to get staggered out too, and yeah, it's not looking good at 90%. Now Honeypot, maybe you can get a touch in, but they're staggering, they're losing. This is Rhodes' stage.
Yeah, and this is kind of the, okay, do you have any miracles? Step 1, your Tracer touches, you force overtime. Pulse bomb! Oh my goodness! That was all sorts of filth we just saw on our screen. What in the world?
Well, I mean, it's just a landmine at that point. Sets it up knowing exactly where the touch is going to have to come from.
You know they have to touch a point, right? So there is kind of thing there, but you don't see that sort of pulse bomb set up that frequently. Like, that is a just extreme confidence in positional projecting, being like, you're going to be in the spot in about a second and a half. Here's how confident I am. Flick. Oh boy.
Like I mentioned, so Elsa has got pretty much one really good trait, and it's the Diva. Elsa's Diva is solid. This is why that Rhodes was able to do really well on Gibraltar last night, because Elsa was able to play the Diva on a map that suits Diva very well. Obviously, you can run Winston on it too, but Elsa, I believe, that definitely the most comfortable hero on the Diva, and I think they're going to ride or die with it.
Yeah, I think that's what you do too, especially if you know a player, might have more weaknesses. So many times in Overwatch, it's better to just play what you're good at than 100%, be a slave to whatever the meta is at the time, Just keeping an open mind helps a lot, especially when it comes to comfort picks.
Well, Honeypot going to go back to the tried and true spy dive. Rhodes is going to run, like you mentioned, their comfort picks. So Taro likes the longer range hit scan, going to play the Ash up top. We'll see if they push this dive. They do go for it.
Quick little pressure on both ends. You see Adam and Elsa both getting looked down. Adam getting into the red zone here, nearly dead. It is. Elsa just chases it down with the aid of a Prida, and you lose a tank that quickly. Really hard to bring back the fight. Like, Honeypot, they just splashed with purple, and goodbye.
That's really good chase. The damage output of D.Va, I think still sometimes people can overlook it because you get hit, you get meleeed, all the bullets coming in, and then rockets. The burst damage available from that dive tank is so overwhelming at times. So Rhodes takes easy first control. Now going to hold high ground of their own. Just chill for a second.
Taro under a bit of pressure, and this is what we saw Taro have a little bit issue with a few days ago, just somber pressure while playing the Ashe, but I feel like the feel's a little bit better, and Taro also looking out for it a bit more. A quick reacclimation as Adam is just getting chunked. Gets healed back up, printed up into the back, looking for the stick. No, not quite gonna get it. While Adam trying to go forward, knocked back. Nano in play for Honeypot. Gonna be fading here soon. Elsa bleeding house here on the point, nearly takes down Yang.
You need to stay alive. Stay alive until EMP.
Well, Elsa gets Nano. Works out really well. Colorx can't escape Prida.
And
just clean up for Rhodes. I mean, even with the pulse bomb connecting, that shouldn't be enough to really turn the fight. But Rhodes, they want to be sure, Hex. They use the rally at the very end.
Yeah, Nano comes out, the rally is there just to make sure, as you mentioned, and why not bring it into a single fight territory? You also kind of know that you're probably going to get EMP coming up. There hasn't been a single EMP come out for Honeypot yet on this stage, so it's got to be coming next. Yeah, and I think with the composition that Rhodes has, you can set 3 or 4 people in different spots. Bob onto the point, bomb onto the point. EMP is not a surefire win here.
He comes out, hits 3 immediately, and getting the bring down that quickly. Well, both supports.
They're going to hold.
That's good. Yeah, Soggy heard you, and Soggy disagreed, you know?
Well, actually, they're not going to hold. They throw the self-destruct and Bob onto the point. Bob gets slept. People very low onto the point. Rhodes is coming back into this.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. It's still a contest. Most teams would have just fallen back, but not Rhodes. Rhodes says, let's end it here and now. And they have an opportunity now that they've gotten more people back onto the point. Soggy gets slept. The fall through is there. Taro, just a shot to the dome. Power and Yang working the outskirts. Gets Kaneki. Color Hex. Burt both down. The supports for Honeypot are gone, and that's it. What in the world? Rhodes hanging in there and just mercilessly dispatching Honeypot on map 1.
Well, you gotta say, a couple of the questions that we had about Rhodes and Elsa and Taro answered right there. It was at the very last fight as well. Elsa was able to knock people into Taro's sightlines, able to connect those shots. So the replacement players on Rhodes looking good. Honeypot needs controls to win series, but it's going to be their map pick next.
We'll see just where Honeypot's going to bring us, but do they have an answer for Taro, who hit the hyperbolic time chamber? Well, they got 2 maps left to figure it out. Rhodes looking strong against Honeypot in map number 1, where you gotta say here, Hex, Taro Cookie looking renewed and reinvigorated, and for Honeypot, Soggy, kind of a rough start.
Yeah, Soggy having to play the Sombra. I think Soggy's a little better on some different heroes there, but got pushed out a couple of times. And you gotta give it up to Elsa, who's, you know, had an up and down tournament so far, but looking pretty solid on the first round there. And the dive and just the constant burst damage that the D.Va provides has been really nice. It will be Honeypot's map pick. They're going to take us to Midtown. I thought we might see some Circuit Royale, which is what they chose last night against MT, and played kind of this interesting Genji Hanzo composition. But we're going to go to Midtown, and we'll see if they try to mix it up a little bit. I think the one thing that might be throwing Honeypot off a little bit is that they're not necessarily going to go against 100% Tracer Sombra dive, and that's kind of, you know, been the strongest meta so far. And, you know, to maybe some people's chagrins, I've been reading a lot of tweets lately about metas, but
People just don't like Sombra. That's what it like. It's like, no, Tracer, you're good. Winston, yeah, maybe you're a little bit strong. Sombra, I hate you. Let's plead the bulk of
yeah, that is a good summation of the conversation if you don't go on the Bird website much anymore. So yeah, maybe we'll see something a little different out of Honeypot here on Midtown. I believe it is Rhodes attacking first, if I recall correctly. But I think Honeypot, you know, maybe bust out the Soggy Echo. The Soggy Echoes look really good for them.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was basically going to be my entire main point, which is that the main reason they're going here, from what we've seen in the past anyways, is for Soggy to play the Echo. I think it's one of those things that there's a lot of areas you can use to sort of, you know, flank and be deceptive. Also, it gives someone like Taro Cookie a little bit less room to react and deal with it, but you know, we'll see.
We shall see indeed. Defensively, it looks like they're going to come out. Good old spy dive here early on, trying to get some hacks and damage. That was, if you're going to hack right there, why not stay for half a second to get some damage? I maybe got looked at the wrong way by the Ana, but 0% charge up from Soggy there.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me too is Soggy staying on the Sombra here. Honeypot not using the Echo, which have used great effect on this map previously, so interesting.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's better on the offense, so maybe that's the thinking.
Alright, both teams trading out here. Elsa gets slept immediately.
Taro.
Up. Now hack. Taro is so low after the bio, but able to get away. Honeypot more pressure, and oh, Taro just finds the arrow on the Soggy, but Yang follows up on the pressure. Deals with Kaneki. 4v4. And you just see Taro just continually turning purple here. It's you know, public enemy number 1, at least in the beginning. And Bert can't rotate out. It's caught. And Rhodes looking decent.
Got caught in a bus stop there. So unable to get out. They find that, and now just cleaning up is Rhodes as they continue to push in. They've got a full 5. And yeah, that's first point.
Very, very quick first point at that. I mean, upside here for Honeypot, I guess, going into next defense. Or, you know, Soggy got a decent amount of EMP build. But you know what Honeypot needs here more than anything else, Hex? Not that. Not a Prita hitting Burt Log with a bomb. That is probably not it. What I was going to say, it was going to be a bomb. It was going to be Yang to slow things down. But you know, the bomb being hit together, and that just speeds things up.
Give some credit to the Rhodes support line too, because there was a pivot point in that very first fight where everyone was about 2 HP, and somehow they all lived through it.
Yeah, Rhodes has been looking so much better. But here we go. For Honeypot, you want to slow things down a bit, you start with the Yang on the Tracer. Bomb, good to go. EMP soon to be built up. Honeypot going pretty split across the board. Yeah.
Let's get a remake.
Yeah. Also just says, you know what, give me another life bar. We go again. Adam, though, jumps in. Nano used. Rhodes, for now, dodging a lot of the pressure from Adam on that Nano. Just backing up pretty masterfully. If you look at Rhodes, they're actually very healthy in return. The Nano doesn't get a lot done. Counter Dragon now, out from Rhodes. EMP answer here from Soggy. But the EMP, I don't think it hit anything here, Hex. Rhodes just completely shrugs it off. Aprita gets caught on the other end, but it comes at the turn of Adam. Yang able to go in, gets Kaneki.
Yeah. Asking for a pause. Color Hex asked for it, partially threw
Sorry,
it, and
I lag.
apparently, yeah. Apparently there's some lag. You know, playing across these different regions, it gets a little bit dicey. But yeah, the peel has been phenomenal for Rhodes. It's been fantastic. And one thing I would actually like to see for Honeypot is if you're going to commit the Winston nano dive, which they did. I think you almost have to commit a little bit more. Like, they're trying to pace out these ultimates, which is in theory the right thing. But imagine if an EMP comes in there as well. You kind of have to be throwing in these EMPs, but I think Soggy's a little hesitant to do so because the charging rate has been so slow.
I wish I could go back and see what exactly happened with Soggy and his EMP, because the EMP went on, and I'm pretty sure it just didn't hit anyone. Like, something went terribly wrong here. But either way, Yang getting caught here towards the end. Taro Cookie looking good. Nice little fall through off the sleep. And yeah, you're the one that mentioned the sport play. I actually think Coldest has been having an incredible game here thus far, both on sleeps, bios, and general supports.
Yeah, a player that often gets overlooked even in these Ana metas. But yeah, I completely agree with you. Kaneki also, I mean, the Briggs, no one's really going to like highlight a Brig, but some of the best plays we've seen in the last few days have been Brig plays.
Bio on the Elsa and Kaneki rallies up though, so won't really matter too much. This is Taro looking for a magical pick here. Payload still moving all the while, also getting hit with another bio. Adam is bursted down. And again, you lose Adam that quickly. Bomb comes off, but Prita does not care. 2 quick pickoffs, and Hex is going to be point B for Rhodes. They're not stopping.
They've just been able to run roughshod over this squad, and every purple gets mitigated with something, and it's mostly just getting value out of ultimates. Rhodes is getting stuff out of theirs. Prita has been a terror as we expected. Another late stagger maybe. Now they got to sleep, but he was able to get out. Sagi doing a little bit better charging up here, but we still need to see an EMP convert into a fight win.
Yeah, I mean, again, the biggest question mark right now for Honeypot is Soggy on the Sombra. I don't think it's been a compelling performance here thus far, and slow starts can really burn you in a 5-map series when you get behind, but we'll see if the next EMP from Soggy is a bit better.
Yeah, Honeypot is going to have 4 up, and like this is when you have to maybe throw the bank to just win a single team fight.
Honeypot looking for the engage. Soggy, the EMP is ready. Question is, where's it gonna go? Soggy again forced out! So Honeypot, they're banking on the EMP engage. Now they have to wait. Rhodes again with opportunity to get pick off while Soggy goes again for the 7. Prita is just challenging. You look at this right now in the lower left of your screen. A prayer just says, no, Soggy, you don't get a free EMP. Taro drops the dragon, eaten by Adam, who also eats Taro right after. So the dragon not gonna do a whole lot there as Honeypot finds the opportunity. Really good positioning from Adam. Yang finds a Prita. And Honeypot, they get out of it without having to use EMP, but Hex, the pressure on Soggy has kind of been unreal.
You know what I've seen the last couple of days that I just want to give Hanzo's credit for? Taro did it too, but Taro knows because it happened to Taro last night against Yapin. The Sonic arrows finding Sombras I've seen in this tournament in particular has been insanity. I think people are really figuring out where Sombras like to hang out, where the roots are. And Taro got Sonic arrowed several times last night, and Soggy got Sonic arrowed a couple of times already in this match.
Soggy having to translocate back, won't be able to open the fight with EMP, at least not in the way that I've been expected. Prita, you're on top, and you just see a Prita just constantly hunting Soggy, forces out the translocate again. Clean EMP is hard to come by here, as Rhodes tries to keep things going. Soggy, though, drops the EMP. It's gonna be enough. Elsa, after getting hit, just gonna drop the self-destruct after. Will also be able to get back in the mech as the rally continues. Yes, Elsa gets back in the mech, but Coldest can't avoid the bomb. Yang gets to the back line. Honeypot up 1. Prita, though, says one good bomb deserves another. Now both teams down supports, 4v4. And they're all drained on ultimates here, so it's about neutral. Who's going to do it more than neutrals? Adam just gets chunked out of the mech.
Rhodes is getting to the EMP. They're going to know they have a huge advantage in this EMP cycle.
Also, Adam dies a little bit late, can't get back in the mech. Soggy under pressure. If Taro gets a good EMP, this is going to be a very daunting time for Honeypot to contest. EMP comes out, hits 3. Taro, though, gives his life for it, and I don't know if the fall-through's there. It's not.
The 2 people got antied off the back of that EMP too, so Rhodes did not feel comfortable pushing in off of it. Still in the neutral, Rhodes trying to back up. You don't want to lose anyone on the retreat. Honeypot playing a little bit passively, not going to try to hunt anyone down. They don't want to lose anybody late here. A minute left on the Rhodes offense. Nano is incoming for both squads.
Adam gets hacked. Adam's going to need Nano here, potentially early, just to stay alive, but no, able to get away. Good control from Color X going like, no, you're fine. I'll just heal you up the old way. And oh, Elsa just gets deleted. The bio into the focus fire. No Nano save option of Prita. Pulse one back, not going to connect. Also trying to remech here. Rhodes is still staying in this fight, even with the situation being what it is. Lijiang pulling on the bomb. Soggy, meanwhile, EMP built up, ready to go. Goes into the back line. Remech attempt comes in, drops the EMP to stop it and more. Pretty good heads up play from Soggy that time. Gets rid of Elsa. You see the dive in coming. Nano on the Atom. There on the cleanup.
Rhodes never with the full retreats, and Honeypot kind of baited them into that. They allowed the mech to get called down, and then the complete push in there. So they were kind of just letting Rhodes, they're like, oh, are you guys going to fully stay halfway here? Halfway here? Okay. And then they figured it out. 5 seconds left. Can anyone touch? Maybe a Diva?
Maybe. Niang tries to end it before it begins. Gets coldest here in the back. Big early pickup for Honeypot as they look to shut the Rhodes attack down. Rhodes, of course, still alive. Close to an EMP. Taro about to have it. Needs to fire it off quick. Can't really wait for a perfect opportunity. Just grab and go. Adam, meanwhile, bomb up and over. Doesn't connect. Elsa demeched. Gets the remech kill over onto the mech. And it's Adam here on cleanup. EMP from Taro doesn't really do a whole lot. And yeah, this payload's going to stop right here.
It got 4, but that was always going to be kind of a sloppy touch there towards the end. Elsa had to give their life to just be able to touch it, and you know, had they been able to buy 1 or 2 seconds, maybe the EMP comes off first, but really it was Rhodes not being able to full out retreat there, and Honeypot doing a good job of just letting Baby Diva live. It was kind of like this active mid-fight stagger where the Baby Diva is trying to remech, trying to get charge going, and they kept and then just the follow-up to it.
You know, that's one of those things where you wonder where it is, because sometimes as casters you can sometimes give like ultra giga-brain credit to something that just sort of happened. If that was planned out, though, if they just said, hey, just let the Diva try and remech and save EMP for it, that was executed to perfection. And if it wasn't planned out, that was a really good crime of opportunity by Saki in any case, right? So either way, it's good, you know.
Yeah.
You know, the amount of intellect that went into it, debatable. But hey, it worked out well for Honeypot and gave them the time they needed.
Well, if you looked at it, Elsa was kind of sitting in that middle area, and Honeypot was just letting the Pilot Diva get shots in and trying to defense matrix it. So it was like this stagger. They were well aware of those timings and when that was going to happen. And I think that is a gigabrain. They come in towards the end, and the dive is 100% there. Now, whether it was a wait for it or like, oh, I think we can do this now, it was coordinated, and that was kind of the tipping point on that defense. Now, the offense, again, this is Honeypot's map pick, so we thought we might see something a little bit different. Yeah, Sagi gonna stay on the Sombra. A better showing than the control map for sure.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we kind of got more views of what was happening to Sagi, and I don't know, I'm not sure how much of it is Sagi playing poorly relative to Norman, how much is just Aprita has a mark out on Sagi. Like, the amount of pressure onto the Sombra from Rhodes was kind of ridiculous.
Oh, huge purple. 4 people hit.
Is Falter going to be there, though? I think the issue is Honeypot was just a little bit far back. Rhodes is able to get through the worst of it. Both teams filling each other out. Taro getting low, Sagi getting low. Both Sombras, just testing limits. Both teams still pretty healthy. Dang gets away. Taro super low on the other end. Kaneki finds Dang. Now Rhodes, if they can keep Taro alive, this is a great place to be in for their first defense. They haven't even given up a tick yet here. They give up just enough hex not to be 33%.
The ultimate bend but don't break, and now the cleanup absolutely coming through. Another Anta's gonna hit 2, but all for naught. And 3 more good pushes for Honeypot are going to be on the board. Really, and when you're running these very mirrored compositions, you have to look at the EMP cycles here. Who gets a better value out of these EMPs? Sagi, Taro pretty much tied. Tracers pretty much tied, and Aprita and Yang. So,
well, Aprita's got quick sleep on the Sagi. I wonder if Falter's going to be there. Maybe it's Aprita. Aprita gets there in time, but nope. Instead, it's a 3-person bio color hex. It's some real danger right after. But now Aprita. Hanging onto the bomb, looking, waiting, bomb out, no. Honeypot able to dodge it. Meanwhile, Taro has the EMP. Both Sombras
big
ready
anti.
to go. Yeah, the color hex down right after as a result. Rhodes comes on over, and with both supports down, you know, Rhodes just takes it slow. The fight is theirs.
yeah, I'm not certain if the timings are what I'm seeing, but I think hacking Adam so that Matrix can't come in, and then the giant anti-heals coming in have been timed out twice now. And give Coldest credit too, but like that is if that's exactly what I'm seeing, which it might be coincidence, but to hack the D.Va so that you can get the anti-in is some really cool play. Some cool
Also,
micro play.
Speaking of one good turn deserving another, Adam just had a taste of his own medicine from last map. 95% to mech and just going down. So, Honeypot and Hex are nearly in final fight. This is tough.
Yeah, it is going to be very near final fight, and we still haven't seen EMPs. It's been kind of...
Drops it. It just wants Color Hex. Only wants Color Hex and can't get him. Color Hex peeled for by Burt. Rally is out. EMP off the table. Honeypot now decide we're going in. Is the fall through gonna be there? Soggy, an EMP of his own, waiting. Hack on the Elsa, followed by the Bio into the back. Connecting Coldus though. Able to hang on. Now EMP in from Soggy. Elsa dropping self-destruct right after. Can get the remake potential. Is a pretty gets on the Burnt. Rhodes still up one. EMP or no. Now Nano on to Adam, but it's too little too late. You've lost both your supports. And now, if you're Honeypot, you just need to regroup. Only 39 seconds remain.
Stagger time. No place to reset.
No. Oh, what? Hang on.
What?
Hang on. And drops the bomb after. Adam.
Careful what you wish
Adam
for.
gets back on in. Okay. I mean, Aprita's going to be back pretty soon. It's not the biggest turnabout, but you got to like to see. Connecting gets hit by the bomb, goes down. Adam, what a turnaround from nearly getting staggered to being a beast on the field. 2 ticks down from Honeypot as they look to stay alive here on map 2. That is unreal. Aprita drops a bomb at the end, parting gift before dying, but that is not going to be enough to save this in all likelihood. No, Honeypot on point A. Great stuff from Adam.
The mech call down. Look, Aprita's a good player. That can't happen to you. That cannot happen to you.
Yeah, it is kind of funny. You praise Adam there, where it's like, even though realistically, that was Aprita, just don't be near the D.Va on the remake.
I mean, yeah, praise Adam all you want, but those are unforced errors. Like, you shouldn't be staggering a pilot D.Va and lose a player and then let the D.Va out. Like, that is that's gonna haunt Rhodes if they lose this map.
Yeah, the mech punish wasn't there, and then just there was a lot to unpack from that. But hey, Honeypot alive, a minute 40 left. EMP into the back. Taro clean onto Color Hex. Where you see the mantra or the ideals behind Taro's EMPs, which is it's simple: kill the honor.
Yeah. Sorry, your phrasing just reminded me of it. It's simple. We killed a Batman.
Yeah, no, that was the intent.
Okay, it's simple. We killed the Color Hex. Yeah, 123 left on this offense. So Rhodes still with a very solid defense early on, caught in that mess that was the Adam remake. Honeypot loses early. I mean, Aprita, for all the faults of getting that call down on, has gotten the better of this Tracer 1v1.
Yeah, it's been a very good series for Aprita so far. Honeypot, though, loaded for bear. A minute left to go. Once they're back at the full strength, have to imagine they're going to open things up here with the Nano. Instead, rally from Burt. Elsa tries to respond here with the Nano. Nano, though, about to fade. Adam under pressure. Adam gets Nano response. Adam still might get demeched. Bomb for Aprita in, finds Burt. Adam's still alive for now, but losing the Brig makes things tough. Bomb out from Adam in desperation, gets one, and Yang into the back, gets Coldest. Now this turns into a brawl where Rhodes is down supports, Honeypot's down people in general. 26 seconds left as Rhodes tries and put it away, as it's Taro. Pretty much is.
Yeah, I mean, really good follow-up there. Taro's going to have an EMP, and it's just bleeding out players is Honeypot. The well is dry, they've got nothing, and they're going to have to push into an EMP.
They went from riches to rags. And now we look at Taro, who looks to put the dagger into the heart here and now. Taro into the back, EMP ready to go. The fight, Honeypot must stay alive, and the peel is there for Color Hex, but it wasn't for Soggy, who Coldest assassinates again. Coldest continuing to be deadly on the Ana. Honeypot down one. Elsa dropping the bomb into the back. Hex out. And Elsa, the last little bomb there. That's going to be it. Rhodes up 2-0. One map away from eliminating Honeypot.
They peeled really well for Color Hex when the first dive came in, but then just very persistent. You saw Taro Cookie still able to stay onto Color Hex throughout that fight, finishes him up as one of the final blows. And Rhodes looking very strong here. They take Honeypot's map pick. 2-0 Honeypot down to their last leg. They'll choose the map after this.
Yeah, and we'll see just where they go, but should be interesting. If you listen very closely, you might just hear Avril falling to his knees in a Woolworths. Honeypot is on the verge of being eliminated, and thus far, Hex, it has not been close. Rhodes has looked incredible.
Absolutely, they have looked phenomenal. And yeah, if you watched their match against FM last night, who is waiting in the wings for perhaps a rematch of this Rhodes team, then this is not ultra surprising. However, you know, a lot of people, you know, we think with our hearts, and everybody is kind of still rooting for Honeypot. It's not over yet. Not quite over yet. So Honeypot will choose yet another map. They are going to choose Watchpoint Gibraltar here, which is interesting because this was Rhodes' map choice last night against FM, in which they beat FM 4-3. It was extremely close, but this was the map that allowed Elsa to really come out and play the Diva, allowed Taro to come out, play a little bit of Widow. Wasn't the most impactful Widow I've ever seen, but, you know, obviously allowed Taro to play a little bit more in their wheelhouse on some comfort stuff. Yeah, so an interesting map pick, but Honeypot maybe has something cooked up, and there is a substitution. Merit will come in for Bertlog, which makes me think, at least based on history, that they're going to play some Baptiste. Merit's played almost like nothing but Baptiste, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's kind of like a more played variant of the Sigma Specialist on Circuit Royale, where you know, you kind of know what Honeypot's going to play when it's, oh yeah, Merit's in. It's going to be Bap. That has been the script that has been followed pretty relentlessly. But also, Hex, what I need to spotlight here, and I feel like has been the story since map 1, has been when Honeypot does well, they do well in large part because Soggy is really, really strong and has continual hero plays. Soggy has been getting pressured very heavily on the Sombra by Prita. And also, you know, you think about a lot of those big Soggy moments, hasn't even been on Sombra at all. So if you're Honeypot and you are one map away from elimination, I feel like you got to go back to your roots a little bit. Let Soggy play something like the Echo, you know, do comfort picks. I don't know. You need to turn it around because you have not been functioning on all cylinders, and a big part of that has just been, you know, the DPS difference between the combo of Aprita and Taro versus the combo of Yang and Soggy.
Well, I do want to bring up Yang as well, because there's been times when we've seen Honeypot succeed that Yang has gone off on Tracer, but Aprita has not allowed it. Aprita is doing this crazy good job of checking both Yang and Soggy at different times. So offensively, Rhodes is going to come out with double sniper. I don't think they're going to stay on double sniper the whole time, but at least some peaks.
That was half a second to Junkrat. Missed it. But Tara looking for a little bit of poke. Right now, Rhodes not doing anything too ridiculous, just going, we'll give Taro some time to look for some shots and see if Honeypot makes a mistake.
Yeah, that's, you know, you take all your free push and
there it is.
Mistake. Merit, though.
Yeah. You know what, though? Even still, that's a great trade if you're on the offense, because it's going to take longer for the defense to reestablish, so... Taro, getting the job done here so far as Soggy goes in and gets immediately forced out.
Still holding this high ground, though. A little shot. Oh, close. And now the high ground will be taken away by Rhodes as they push up. Now you get Taro in position on the container.
Merit under a little bit of pressure at the Immortality field. Elsa and Coldest forcing that out together. Rhodes, again, just taking it a little bit slow here. Maybe too slow. A minute and a half is already off the clock. Adam gets hit with the bio. Don't know if the chase down will be there. Just trying to get through the car wash as Rhodes and Yang finds connecting in the back. Honeypot, a little bit of life here as Soggy gets on the Coldest. Both supports down for Rhodes, and that's going to signal a reset. Although the question is how much Taro makes it a little bit less decisive.
Yeah, one kill on the way out, though, but it's a difficult composition to really kind of mirror up on. And Honeypot's got this idea in mind, you know, to play the Baptiste, to play those types of things. We'll see, but, you know, it's been slow going, not even through the car wash just yet. Aprita's going to try to rectify that, come through.
2 minutes burned off the clock. Rhodes probably going to open up with the Nano and the Elsa here in a second, if I had to guess. Both teams still just kind of poking back and forth. And nano on the Elsa. This is expected. Immortality field immediately chewed up, and Elsa goes, I still got some gas in the tank, baby. Let's rumble. Finds Merit, and yeah, not the greatest hiding spot, though. I mean, Merit was kind of left on his own there. Where was the peel hex?
Yeah, treating D.Va like a T-Rex. Don't move. Can't see if you don't move. Not the case. Turns out to be factually wrong in the T-Rex's cases as well, but Color Hex picked up late, and this should be point A, given the kind of frequency in which these kills have come, although Adam should be able to come out. Yeah, they should be able to touch. It's just a matter of, yeah, no, definitely not point A. Definitely too early of a call.
They go in, drop the EMP, Kaneki immediately down. Good ball for the Kaneki off EMP. However, Merit falls in turn. 44 still winnable for Rhodes. Prida drops the bomb, doesn't connect. He gets the back now. Things getting to be a little bit more of a brawl. Color Hex gone. Coldest under pressure, firing back in turn, and goes on DPS on a Tress fish off the D.Va. Does! Yes. Coldest! Big sniping plays, drops the bio for good measure. Really nice, just across the board.
You're rooting extra hardest for Coldest, but why not? I mean, if there's going to be... I mean, this Ana play has been fantastic. It's so hard to highlight some of these great plays by supports often, but that's one right there. You know, the supports really only get highlighted when they get to play damage. It's kind of unfair.
Look, I've been on the Coldest train all match long, and if it were up to me, he'd be player of the match if Rhodes wins.
We'll see. It's still time.
There is still time. Taro, EMP, good to go. Rhodes trying to keep the momentum going here. All points Gibraltar B. See Taro just chilling, waiting. Emmanuel hack comes up, goes down. And Honeypot, he just went into the back and took care of business while Taro was setting up.
Not entirely over, but it should be. It's just the D.Va, and they might not even let Elsa get out. The hack is going to ground Elsa. Is the peel there? Alright, it is. Alright, 2 minutes left, but now Honeypot has regained control of the shuttle momentarily. Rhodes in a good spot, though. Then you get a decent EMP up, but Elsa already out. Melted.
Upside for Elsa, though, while you have to give up the bomb for it, remech is there, so Rhodes can still make their attempt. But again, it's going to revolve a lot around Taro, who, you know, generally has a grudge against Color Hex. EMP, though, comes out first from Sagi on the Coldest, and immediately puts things in a good note for Honeypot. Really difficult to come back when both supports are gone, and, you know, if you're Taro, you just hang on to the EMP at this point.
Yeah, but this is gonna, you know, allow Honeypot to get some of their own ultimates back up. 90 seconds left. This next road push has to be, like, perfect. Elsa's got to be careful, taking a lot of poke on the way in these last few fights.
I mean, Taro's been stuck with this EMP for, like, 2 fights now. It is a very much, you gotta find this a little bit sooner. Just, look, go back to your old plan of just beat up Color Hex, which very well could be the case as you look here. Color Hex, I hate you! Get out of here! Yells Taro, but at the same point, Yang was able to get Kaneki, so both teams down the support, maybe a little bit more favorable to Rhodes. Prida, Pulse Bomb still up and ready to go as Prida feeling a little vertically challenged here, I feel like.
Well, Honeypot's done a great job of never letting Rhodes set up a good fight and set up what they want. Every time that Elsa comes in just a little bit, Adam just dives the backline and gets a ton of support doing it.
Pressure still holding on to the bomb. Remech from Adam. Honeypot looking to go across the board. Adam just getting immediately burned down with the bomb. Meanwhile, Elsa on top has the nano. Looking for Merit again as Merit says, please, I hate this movie. Please do not do this again. This time they'll get killed for Color Hex. All over Merit, keeping Merit alive despite the pressure. However, while the supports are looking at each other, not looking at the rest of the team Hex, it's the real issue.
It's kind of fine when that happens. It looks like, oh, why aren't you killing anyone? It doesn't matter, but making sure both supports are occupied, it's almost better than killing just a single support. So you take those every chance you get, and Rhodes will finally push through. Only 122 left. They have to be pretty perfect if they want to complete this map.
Yeah, I mean, minute 15 doesn't leave you with a whole lot left. See what is in reserve. You know, this is one of the points, too, where you can just... There are, like, sneaky D.Va points that you can open the fight with. I don't know if Elsa will go for it, but... Tracer battle up on top. Prida, Yang, doing a little dance. Taro, EMP good to go. Prida down! improper interference by a bash or by a bath is what I'm gonna call that.
Well, if you're Rhodes, you just back out and you wait. Yeah, and to your point of the Diva Bomb, I love a good Diva Bomb on this point, but I think it's such a gamble because you're going to need the remake at a certain point. A lot of the Diva plays are mostly just, I need this bomb to remake.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Elsa's been using for most of the time, but out from Soggy. Down right away. It's very, very good engagement from Honeypot. The only problem is, Hex, it's so decisive where the payload is. Rhodes gets another crack at this.
Yeah, but is it going to be a good one?
It'll be decent. I actually think
be
it's
able to
decent.
set up, and they're going to have a 5 spot here. You can at least nano Elsa to get in and touch it and have some sustain.
If that was like 5 seconds later, it would have been way better for Honeypot. But now Rhodes, they come in. All 5 ults on the table. Aprita. Bomb. Ready to go. Bomb coming out first on the other side. Doesn't connect. Rally out from Rhodes as they move in deeper. Color Hex low down. Kaneki on the finish. Aprita tunnels down Soggy. Aprita with 2 into the back. Bomb out from Adam. Not going to do much. Rhodes is still at full strength here in overtime, and Honeypot has nothing coming out of spawn to deal with it. And certainly not for Aprita, who's basically the Terminator at this point.
I've praised the sound design in this game before, but nano tracer guns, that's a special kind of sound to hear.
Bomb Eden. That's a good start. Color Hex on the burst. Adam on the eat. Honeypot has created an opportunity out of almost nothing. Taro goes down, and Adam just walks on forward. Adam and Soggy, huge out of spawn. But really, the pick from Color Hex helping to set that up. A headshot from Kiriko, making all the difference in stopping Rhodes from getting 3.
Yeah, able to halt it there at the end. It is a very difficult map to complete, so Rhodes making the best out of that situation at the end where they had all 5, able to get a nice push right towards the last of it. And the Nano Aprita, you gotta love it. It's just, you know, there's our best player go at it and able to take down 3 in a row with that kill, with those kills. And yeah, the Nano Pulse Pistols sound like they do as much damage as they do. It's like perfect. Gotta love that.
Yeah.
Noise.
You know, I feel like the most scary nano noise in the game, though, is probably Sombra, when Sombra gets nanoed, the very rare occasion, because it just sounds like an attack helicopter. It sounds like you're playing one of the, like, older Call of Duty games just called in, like, the AC-130. It's like, wait a second, what in the world is this? But, yeah, don't see that a whole lot.
Okay. Now the question is on this defense for Rhodes. I mean, I'm curious what Taro's going to run. It does seem like the Widow right off the bat. Feast or famine. It's definitely. I mean, the one thing is, if Taro doesn't get anything done with it, they're going to have to switch to Sombra, very likely, and then you're behind on the EMP cycle. It hasn't really hurt them very much because Soggy's charge has not been ultra high, so yeah, you know, I'm okay with it until until nothing happens.
Obviously, any Widow play is just judged by the pure criteria of does a Widow hit shots, LOL. But I do think this gives Soggy a little bit more room to just not be under constant pressure. So if Taro is a little bit hesitant to land shots, I think you're okay with this as Honeypot right now.
Oh, Taro in trouble.
Yeah, Adam came in for the dive. That was not a one-man operation at all. But Taro, a well-timed grapple and some good peel, stays alive.
Yeah, nice peel from Elsa. This is ambitious.
Now flanking. Yeah, high risk, high reward. Goes, nope, that's enough of that. Oh, he had gotten Soggy. That would have been absurd. It does not happen. As Taro doesn't get away from this one. This time Adam finishes his plate. And Honeypot looking solid here so far. Good Widow pressure. Doesn't let Taro get much done.
Yeah, Rhodes is going to have to back up into server. They've got their main squad in there. Aprita is freelancing outside, trying to get anything done. Taro's going to come back on that Sovereign, like I mentioned, but now 50% down in the cycle.
And working in the back. See the Nano out on the Elsa. Elsa has made these Nanos just distinctly effective. Merritt just already saying, please get away from me. But as this goes on, Aprita gets to the back. Bombs, Color Hex finishes off Merritt, who was looking at Elsa. And that is a...
Do you want to try to...
again.
Okay, alright.
Honestly, best for all parties involved, Nicole, let's just put an end to that. Given what happened last map.
Yeah, like maybe someone called for a stagger, and Aprita's like, no, don't do it.
Cold is just like, we don't need to stagger the win. Click.
All right, 205 left. You know, Sagi, like I mentioned, Taro was going to be behind on the EMP cycle, but now they've caught up completely. It's just Honeypot has found it really difficult to be able to set up the EMPs that they want. It's checked right away.
Yeah, but the EMP's enough to take out Kaneki. So Kaneki down early into the fight. Gives Honeypot their 5v4 for a minute and a half. Coldest down. Both supports out of the fight. Easy conversion right now for Honeypot.
Yeah, should be no problem there. And Honeypot able to capitalize off of the EMP. So Kaneki's like, I found you, and Sagi says, that was part of my plan. Just, the dive comes in afterwards, completely cleans it up. Yeah, there is somebody behind, but I'm not going to spend too much time on it.
Yeah,
just
Adam's
assume
like,
Sombra's behind you.
Adam's like, I would like to go there, but also, you know, second Gibraltar kind of needs her diva to be in position. Both teams contesting. Always have to be on Taro here. EMP versus no EMP. And Taro had some issues landing EMPs in this very area last round. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Elsa getting hacked and bursted. There's no nano to save Elsa here either. So Elsa's going to drop self-destruct, hope to live. Taro punishes Sagi, and Elsa punished. But Taro get a lot done during that entire exchange. So still pretty good for Rhodes, even down Elsa.
Yeah, I know, Britta. Yeah, you're not going to do that. Aprita's though, okay, gets healed up. Aprita's just gotten the better of the Tracer. There was no other way to say it. Aprita's been a huge standout for Rhodes. When things are going wrong, Aprita's the one to pull it back.
Adam, D-mech, drops self-destruct, desperately trying to get back in the mech. Does just that. Sagi and Yang, though, really, really low. Both move back up. Coldest, for bio over the top. Elsa finds Yang. And already, Honeypot, this is not where you want to be with 2.5 minutes to go. You're down your Tracer early. Everyone's pretty low. I mean, really, you just hope to stay valid in the neutral long enough for Sagi to get an EMP.
I really love what both of these teams have done on their point B defense. If they've been aggressive on the defense, they've not been passive, not waiting for the other team to set up. I guess the best way to describe these defenses is disruptive. They're never allowing the other squad the chance that they want to get the big fight that they need off EMPs.
Rhodes' neutral pickoffs have been really, really good. It's something that Honeypot has not been getting anywhere near as much, and it just drains so much time, whether it be offense or defense. But here we go. Honeypot about to be back at full strength. Pulse bomb, EMP, good to go. Window of opportunity, should they find it. Sagi dropping the EMP. Elsa getting the nano immediately in response. Kaneki's looking good. Coldest under pressure. Is Coldest gonna live? Honeypot, they need to get someone quickly, and instead, it's Adam who gets bursted down. Was trying to make at least one elimination happen, and Rhodes lived through the EMP and put Honeypot potentially in check.
So much of this meta we talk about, oh, does the dive come through perfectly with a tanked Tracer Sombra? But a lot of this meta is decided on can the supports get their ultimates off of this EMP? You know, can the Nano come in and save somebody? Can Rally come in and save somebody? And the teams that are really successful at this composition are successful offensively with it, but also denying the other team with the support ultimates. And the Nano to save people's lives has come in clutch so many times.
Coldest under pressure off the hack. Coldest somehow staying alive. Final minute for Honeypot, facing elimination. All the pressure on Australia right now to stay alive on Gibraltar second. A little bit of push from Yang here underneath. But look at the follow through. Is Yang gonna live? Maybe. Coldest was able to get Soggy. Final 40 seconds here. Honeypot's chances at staying alive on the line.
Rhodes with an embarrassment of riches, but I think Rhodes can't switch it up now and can't play passively. The way that they've gotten to this point is by playing disruptive defense, and I think Taro's going to see somebody and just go for it the moment he finds the support.
Taro could put the nail in the coffin here and now. EMP ready to go. Rhodes in the driver's seat. Honeypot, final 12 seconds potentially left here in the Overwatch League. Aprita gets Soggy early. Rhodes, no mercy. They're all so low. Taro finishes off Adam. There will be no remake. And Honeypot, out of players, out of options, out of the tournament. Rhodes sweeps it in 3.
That's that offensive defense, that disruptive defense that I was talking about. Soggy at 96% ready for their EMP, but it's read entirely like a book by Rhodes. Rhodes gets in there, takes out Soggy before that EMP can be a factor. Both teams played that same style of defense on point B of Gibraltar, but Rhodes did it a little bit better. And despite what a great run through the tournament and a great story Honeypot has been, they will fall 0-3 to Rhodes, as Rhodes will set up the rematch against FM in the finals.
You know what the best part about that pulse bomb clip was? I didn't see it the first time around, but Lucio was about to tap the ground, and the pulse bomb jumped him up into the air again, albeit as a corpse. That play just gets better the more I look at it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you made a case for Coldest, and I was almost on your side, but as the Tracer main that I am, we got to give the player of the match to Aprita. Aprita, yes, Coldest played one of the best Anas I've seen in a while, but when the chips were down, when Rhodes needed 1, 2, 3, 4 kills, Aprita came through, and that's been the story of Rhodes almost throughout this tournament. And when Rhodes does lose, it's when the other team's able to shut down Aprita, but Aprita shut down the opposing team.
Yeah, and also, look, I'm sure there were good reasons for it going in, and maybe running the Echo for Honeypot wouldn't have worked out quite as well. But I do wonder if you look back at this going, man, what got you here, Honeypot, was versatility. Was Soggy playing a wide variety of DPS heroes, including Echo, on maps like Midtown, and they didn't go to that even once. And I do wonder if it would change the dynamic of the match, because in terms of Tracer Sombra versus Tracer Sombra, this wasn't close. It was a huge diff in favor of Rhodes.
Yeah, the mix-ups that Honeypot did do were generally on their tank and support lines. You think about the Junker Queen that came out really early on. That didn't work out, and then they kind of switch up their supports here and there. So Honeypot, a great story, but unfortunately that story will end now. But ZP, got 2 more matches coming up.
Not only 2 more matches, but these matches will decide who gets into knockouts as the season continues. It's going to be Limited Leg Day on the mic next as we come back.
Hey everyone, it's time for the grand finals of Group A. Only one of these teams can advance to knockouts, and one of them want to return there so badly. It's SPG versus Zero, and I'm really excited to get into this.
Oh yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger, and we know that from historical fact, Lemon, because these two teams have gone up against each other before, and it was a 3-1, but not your normal 3-1, because it was a 3-1 in 5 maps, including a draw on Numbani. And we know that both of these teams are ready to go pretty much with a standard composition, but they also bring out a little bit of wackiness. Last time, SPG even brought out an Orisa to pretty good results, actually, but I'm definitely going to be looking towards those Tracer versus Tracers and Sombra versus Sombras.
Yes, the big thing with SPG is just how deep their roster is. Less in the tank department since they've promoted you to the Vegas Eternal. So congratulations, there is a point to all of this. Promoting and putting a spotlight on these contenders players. But Bilgar was left all by his lonesome with Ami and his brother. Yes, in blood, not just brother in Overwatch, but brother in real life too, of Aid. And speaking of that deep roster, 4 DPS players on SPG.
Yeah, there is a lot of variety here, but they generally come in twos. KSJ and Argon generally play together, and although an aid usually work as a duo, and although an aid are usually what SPG lean on when they want to just lean into the usual meta, which is of course the Tracer and the Sombra, Argon and KSJ can bring something a little bit different to the table. KSJ very accomplished as a hit scan, but also plays the Sombra, and Argon loves to go sky high, be it on an Echo or a Pharah. Bit of a beast when it comes to those projectiles.
Yeah, we've been noticing a trend that Argon and KSJ mainly coming up control, Aiden Aldo on the rest with the occasional, maybe, I think Argon likes to play Numbani. There's some preferences there, but let's look at Zero. This team, you saw them clap before. Minute Sombra EMP efficiency out of this world. Scarlet dominant Tracer, but his Echo also goes off.
Yeah, Scarlet really showing off some excellent mechanics as a superstar on Zero during that opening bout. Honestly, a 3-0 up against Kraken Esports is probably the best case scenario for Zero. Not only does it not sap their strength for this most important of matches, but also we got themselves a good mechanical and comms warm-up to go up against SPG, who are really going to test the mettle of their comms going up against these fast-paced engages.
Argon KSJ, the control specialist, Argon Pharah, Echo Tracer, KSJ Sombra Tracer. If Argon wants to be on the Echo, so great overlap there. What's unique here is Aid and all those starting on control. We haven't seen this in the open thus far, but these were the starters from the spring stage open, and really throughout the spring stage knockouts too. SPG are so reliable, and the experience is there, the mechanics. Obviously, you remember Aldo, he was in the Overwatch League. You don't have to argue about his abilities.
Yeah, Aiden Aldo going to be starting instead of KSJ and Argon because we're not going to Lijiang Tower, and Targeted Peninsula is going to be the choice, which is a little bit strange because SPG beat 0-2-0 on Lijiang Tower the last time these two teams met, but they did just watch Zero go very hard on Lijiang Tower against Kraken, so maybe they feel that Zero have been polishing up on their anti-Pharah strategies and instead want to throw a little bit more of a potentially rush-centric curveball.
Yeah, Antarctic Peninsula, very heavy for the rush, with the dive on sub-level, usually most preferred. But SPG have been the team to beat in Group A. By far the favorites to return to knockouts, to return to their former glory. This was a team that made knockouts in the spring stage, were the first team to beat an Overwatch League team in Game 5 in the Shanghai Dragons, lost to Dallas Field, then Panthera, and bottomed out, but they did requalify to this point. But you can tell with SPG how much they've improved, especially a player like Aldo, and how much they've utilized their bench, that SPG have become a much more flexible and just well-coordinated team. But Zero are fresh blood, fresh faces with fresh ideas.
Yeah, fresh ideas versus perfect coordination, as you put it. Well-coordinated SPG are a tight unit when it comes to these engagements, and I'm excited to see if SPG are going to be able to brawl Zero, who against MFC, who we considered pretty brawl-heavy in terms of their compositions with a lot of Lucio and Junker Queen, were able to absolutely decimate them. So this is going to be a big challenge for SPG to keep Milgaru alive against Heesung's penetration of the barrier with the Nemesis form.
Yeah, Nemesis can brawl really well. Milgaru's shield, he can only hit or regenerate his shield, right? Or just put up his shield and do damage. Heesung can take advantage of this, try to break down the shield. Aid is TPing, try to get on the flank of Zero, well marked by their backline. Scarlet with a headshot onto Aldo, Minute as well, delivering the DPS. Zero are warmed up, and despite the break, haven't lost it.
Oh yeah, they've been playing ranked in the break, I imagine. Or just been hitting another scrim if someone kind enough to warm up with them. What a opening engagement. And Scarlet, we highlighted him at the beginning during our player portraits. This guy is a menace mechanically, be it on the Tracer or on the Mei. This is what actually made the difference against MFC earlier in our bracket. Excellent walls.
Yeah, I like the slowdown of the wall there from Scarlet, especially with the TP of SPG. They want to gap close as much as possible. I like the ideas out of Aid. How does SPG take this back? They've already occupied the point. Zero don't really care about giving this up. They want to win the war, not just the battle. Zero close to annihilation. That is the win condition for them. With the nano sprinkled on top, it's just a pain sandwich that SPG did not want to order. Now Aid is trapped with the annihilation in his face. The Amp Matrix, though, is spraying and praying into Heesung. Good usage of the Pillar's protection. Heesung would have died without it. But even despite all that focus on the Heesung, Zero's DPS were left unharmed, and SPG just couldn't get the kills they needed off the Amp of Jinsung.
Yeah, the nano annihilation there also super important to actually tank the huge amount of damage coming out of the amplification matrix. Everyone was firing towards Heesung.
Okay.
And that meant that it was easy for everyone else on SPG to be able to maintain their lives in the face of that assault. Remember, while annihilation is going on, it's basically unlimited blocking if you can time your right clicks correctly, and we've seen Heesung is very good at rotating his overall DPS and the blocking to maintain maximum efficacy from that time-limited Nemesis form.
Minute really rivals Aid when it comes to those mechanics, but it's a quick TP towards the point. Zero still have control. SPG want the quick flip. They're pushed away by a Dragon Strike. They'll re-emerge after the sound barrier of Hyunjae and the protection of Aid's Photon Barrier. Zero, this just seems like an unwinnable fight with how much they have invested with the early drop of Scarlet and Heesung. SPG overwhelmed them, and it worked out.
Now this is where things are going to get a little bit more complicated for Zero. They don't have the burst mobility of a teleporter to get past the Mei, so Aldo's going to be in a prime position to catch out someone like Heesung. Remember, if Heesung's got a wall behind him, he can be charged into it by Milgar, and there's no defense for a Ramatra against that kind of play.
Yeah, that's a good neutral fight win condition. The Mei, Pin, SPG. They know it's actually Scarlet's Blizzard that goes down first. SPG could have pulled the trigger on a Shatter on a Blizzard, although throws it seconds later when Zero had already had a kill. Now the Nano onto Heesung just help him survive the Blizzard of Aldo, but the cards fall in favor of Zero as they pull the ace out their sleeve, and at 85+%, Zero are not even done here.
Major fumble for SPG to not be able to get that initial aggression when being able to defend with a Mei. Now Aid has moved over onto a Tracer instead, knowing that he might have to be responsible for touching the point now. Milgar still has this slam though, and it's difficult to block for Ramatra. This could be a huge win condition.
One last touch there from Aid to keep the overtime wick burning, but doesn't want to stay present, needs to assist in the fight. Milgaru doesn't have the pin, can't gap close, will use his shield to approach. Shatter, turns and burns. Ice block reaction from Scarlet is too good. Milgaru is surrounded and he needs help. He, well, isn't getting the DPS, although in minutes are trading back and forth, but it's the annihilation that sets this fight apart. Not doing as much damage as he had hoped. SPG have a one-man advantage, and they flip the point. Zero disengaging, stuck at the choke as Heesung. Not enough assistance, not enough hope. SPG still alive.
A mad kite there from Aldo, using the wall climb to maintain a broken LOS from Heesung. The tendril of the annihilation cannot catch on, and so the ult ends prematurely when it should have been a major brawling factor here. SPG managed to win that brawl without a mate, which is huge as well. Now a Dragon Strike from Aldo can really limit Zero's options when it comes to these engagements. If you get caught in that tunnel, you don't have something like an Immortality Field to save your team.
Zero out the gates. Have to be wary of these Hanzo picks. Aldo and Minute have made a big difference thus far. It's final fight. With Aldo with a Dragon Strike, throws it out first. This may split up Zero, get them stuck in the choke. Heesung isolated for the moment. Minute responds with his own Dragon. As now the space reacquired from both teams. Sound Barrier, though, is a huge boon for SPG, but they're looking weaker against the Heesung Nano. As he steps forward, bats away the Milgaru tank, and SPG are left unprotected. But Zero, they are weak at range. They are taking shots there from Minute. Continues to maybe clutch up for his team. Zero now has the annihilation, the point back in favor of Zero, and Heesung has had the last laugh, and the last sound barrier comes out as SPG drop round number 1.
And Heesung was able to generate that Nemesis form off the back of the nano given over by Crescent. Excellent presence of mind there to think that we need the close range damage of the last couple of seconds of this Nemesis form with a nano, along with the particle beam that you have from the primary fire to take out Milgaru. If you saw Milgaru die, there were 5 assists or 4 assists and the 5th killer. Everyone was going for that Reinhardt, knowing that they could try and get an opening pick, which would leave everyone else so vulnerable to clean up from Minute and Scarlet Zero, knowing exactly how to focus the resources they had, allowed them to steal that one from under SPG.
I mean, Milgaru is just the shield bot, and Heesung was just way more involved in contributing to the DPS with the Ramatra. TPs from both sides, swapping back to the Tracers. We have a mirror match on dive here on on sub level, as Aid and Minute face off again. Minute was a huge reason why Zero was able to overtake that final fight at 99-99. But making their way to the back is Scarlet, looking to lock down this Hanzo of Aid while keeping Aldo in check. Now the focus redirected towards Milgaru. Zero looking much more healthy. Heesung, though, is in deep, and he's out of LOS of his honor and is punished. But Milgaru falls as well. Both teams without a tank. But it feels like Zero have better high ground control, while SPG prioritize capturing the objective. So no matter how long it takes for this battle to settle, SPG are benefiting from it.
Front to back, the name of the game, both of these tanks being absolutely harassed at every single opportunity, although with some nice scouting here from the Hanzo will allow him to weigh up his options when it comes to this engagement and avoid taking too much damage from that Brigitte.
He's in a little bit of trouble, takes his time, playing his life. He's without armor, regens back up. Zero, though, the Hanzo duel won by Aid. Big difference there as Milgaru tries to make these DPS uncomfortable, giving more and more space. Crescent with the double ante. Not really profited there by Zero. Pulse from Scarlet does not connect. Aid and Aldo have their own DPS ultimates up their sleeve, but it's Zero that have to play their hand. But right at the choke, Aid places the Dragon Strike. Milgaru takes advantage of their mispositioning, see if they can find an execute. As Aid tries to keep this Tracer in check, here's Heesung with the Nano. Trigger pulled early again from Zero, which is something you wish SPG did a little bit better on Icebreaker, but for now it's almost 60% and more for SPG, and it's going to continue to go their way.
SPG are doing such a good job of playing around this mini room and forcing both Scarlet and Heesung into dives they don't really want to take, fighting inside that zone where they cannot be given repair packs by Spinel and they can't be healed up by Crescent either. Heesung, yes, has a primal rage, but all he's going to do is give over a ton of damage to the enemy team as he tries to keep this point contested. It could be used, admittedly, to get Jinsung off the high ground, and Jinsung needs to find value out of this nano, likely onto Milgaru for a deep dive.
Jinsung stuck in the bubble, not able to connect on the sleep, but gives the nano to Milgaru. Now harassing 3 of these backline members, including Minute, who can use this Dragon Strike. He wants to make the space, but identifies the perfect moment. Milgaru with the primal on top of Crescent. Spinel with the wrist, goes for the rally. He's the only source of healing left for his team, and he's so busy with this primal. Could not be helping out Heesung, but he did activate the primal. He has the sustain to live. You couldn't say the same about Milgaru. Heesung close to death too after the ante from Jinsung manages to jump back to safety. Zero got back the point in the nick of time.
Everyone must roll forward, but now Zero have the advantage of this defensive positioning, and we'll be able to see Crescent and Spinel do exactly what Jinsung and Hyunjae were taking advantage of previously, playing around that mega pack room and forcing uncomfortable dives. What an opening, though, from Aid. That is massive.
Aid has been diving DPS since he was born. It feels like he did so in every single series. And we'll see if SPG can get the point back, because they only need to win one fight. Dragon Strike into the tiny room, although the pulse bomb to Heesung before he could jump away. And these Zero supports unable to contribute to this fight. They're locked up by Milgaru. SPG flipped the point. Overtime could burn away just as quickly. It's only Scarlet that keeps this going. Even Minute could reveal himself, but they can't really do more. Heesung is back, but he's the last survivor of Zero this round, heavily in favor of SPG. Good time being burnt there from Scarlet or Heesung, but SPG's focus fire is not gonna let you keep telling the tale.
It's a little minutia like SPG managing to get that kill onto Heesung that makes them such a standout team in this bracket. I mean, think about the timing. The Dragon Strike coming through from a Hanzo sends both the supports flying away. And that allows for Heesung to get low enough for long enough for a pulse bomb kill to be viable against a Winston. Because usually Winston's going to get healed above that breakpoint. He's such an easy target for an Ana and demands so much of that resource. But by enveloping Spinel and Crescent, Heesung is an easy pick for an otherwise occupied Tracer. Great plan from SPG, who are returning now to this brawl. This is where Zero had an advantage previously, but Zero might give away that brawl mirror and instead opt into a little bit of a half and half.
Symmetra TP from both sides. Reaper, though, from Aid. He wants to blow up this Winston. SPG have done their homework. Zero's identity is around the dive. Not much else after. The rush comes out of SPG. Easy high ground take. Zero don't want to dive this head first, although they would have loved to react to the Crescent double ante onto Hyunjae and Milgaru. Got that support low, but Zero walled off by all, though. Now Zero just fighting this front head first. Is not going to be good for Heesung, especially against that Reaper, but Scarlet punishing Aid, getting the trade is not that bad. SPG, though, did cap the point. So Zero have to think quick, either reset or commit.
Huge ante onto Aldo does force out the cryo block, but nothing more than that as Scarlet remains on the high ground. Still, at this point, SPG are in strong control of this area, and Ada's going to be respawning quickly with a teleport mobility. Minute 30% away from an EMP, and that's going to be the best option to take down SPG, as you can turn off Milgaru's ability to block.
Oh, Heesung is actually walled off from his heals, but he's utilizing his bubble well. They haven't really popped this. So Heesung manages to jump out, but Zero aren't really being productive. They're just surviving, but not really killing. It's Scarlet that seems to use this team as a distraction, but we'll see if this EMP can hurt. 4 of SPG hacked up, using the cover well. Coalescence, the trigger pulled by Jinsung at half health. That is a risk, but it is one that Milgaru appreciates as he was brought up to full health. Zero invested the nano to try and match the investment of SPG. But to no avail, SPG is still in control.
Coalescence is actually a perfect counter to EMP as well. You are hit with that EMP, you cannot be manually hacked again, and that means for Sombra can't hack you out of the ultimate. Big heads up play there from Jinsung, and a great way to try and counter out that offensive burst that can come through from the Sombra. Now you've got to rely on the rally. The pulse bomb. Can anyone here actually be killed by the pulse bomb? Only really Hyunjae can be an effective target of that.
Okay, Heesung can play this off of the primal, can be aggressive. He is going to be slowed and walled off. Heesung has to choose his engages so carefully. Pulse from Scarlet continues to make such a contrasting difference for Zero. As Minute has an EMP coming up, an Annihilation plus the Sound Barrier and a Blizzard on top. It's 90%. SPG can throw everything they want at this. And Zero have no heals and nothing more to say. SPG have been the team to beat. And even though Zero got the flip, it's SPG that have the kills. Heesung's Primal Rage will eventually be burned down. And SPG will be back in control of the point. Now that Heesung is gone, it's up to Spinel to maybe trigger overtime yet again. Minute is there too, but Zero just don't have enough gas in the tank. SPG with a statement to make in game number 1.
The anti-Winston comp certainly did its job. Again and again, Heesung found themselves on the rough end of a Reaper or a wall that just kept him in, and of course cut him off from the Ana. Excellent usage of the walls from Aldo, were perfectly geographically placed, and now SPG have managed to grab themselves a lead. Zero have to come back into this series after this break.
SPG are up 1-0 in our grand final. They hope the past repeats itself after their previous win of their rematch against Zero in the semis. But hey, a little bit of deja vu in our next map pick, huh?
Yeah, but I hope that the past improves slightly over the last time that they went to hybrid against SPG, which was a draw, Lemon. And a massive elongation for our previous series between Zero and SPG, but it was bloody close. That one was on Numbani, and now Zero have got to pick which map we're going to. They have yet again decided to go to Numbani. It's just worked out so well for them against Kraken Esports Club, so why not go again? Zero going to be looking to continue those aggressive dives on the defense to just try and destabilize anyone moving in towards those high ground, but SPG and Kraken are entirely different beasts.
Yeah, and just to reiterate that Zero chose this map against SPG when they lost Lijiang Tower in the semifinals. This was a draw. Both teams capped. Zero in OT and SPG with, I believe, an extra minute, so that even the time banks were extremely close. But then you look at how Zero ended up against Kraken, and they full held them on Numbani. And after what I saw from Minute, I definitely think Zero have it in them to give SPG a serious challenge. I mean, they already have. They went to round 3.
Yes, in the Rush versus Rush, we saw Zero come out pretty easily on top. In the Dive versus Dive was a little bit closer. And then when things started to get a bit wacky with the Rush versus Dive, SPG just a little bit quicker to the punch, doing a really good job of isolating Heesung. But I think one of the things that the trend that's developing already in our match here is that we're seeing a lot of focus onto these tanks and onto these front lines, even from Retracers. A lot of bullying onto Heesung and Milgaru, and that's going to mean we're going to see a lot of reliance on our backlines of Crescent and the other Ana in order to make sure that those tanks can stay alive. And I think that Jinsung definitely has the chops to make it work. They've been consistently impressive Ana on both the sleep darts, the antis, and the basic mechanics too.
Milgar has been able to show his flexibility. Back when Tuyu was still on the roster, he got a lot more time, and Milgar was this tank you saw once in a while, and usually on the Hammond, but now the Lamatra was amazing. But out the gates, Zero and friends on the Echo Tracer dive. But a farming from aid, 15% is not too bad. Zero, though, can take advantage of just trying to out-tempo the Sombra, which is a good win condition as you see the Sombra translocate out. Good stickies from Scarlet, though, mostly hit the Hyunjae's shield. Didn't take too much damage. Zero, I think had really good dives on Numbani when they went up against Kraken. It was decisive. They had a good goal in mind, and it was coordinated. No matter how deep they went towards the defender's spawn room doors, you see Minute has made his way through to the right side, although keeping him in check. Zero climbed to the top right. Now Jinsung and Hyunjae are in trouble. Nice sleep on the Heesung. Traded, I guess Jinsung has slept. This could be a moment where Scarlet finishes off that Ana. Sticky's delivered, brought down to 1 HP, but not enough for an opening for Zero.
So the main differences between these comps are that Zero bringing a lot more raw damage to the field from Scarlet's Echo, including finishing power with that focusing beam, whereas SPG, Aid is able to actually set up these fights much earlier and give over information. So Zero, they aren't getting many peaks from SPG before they're actually dove upon by Milgaru, and although already an EMP is good to go, Aid's been doing so much damage.
Bit of scouting from Aid. This is a very early EMP. Ready to pull the trigger. Milgaru has already jumped in. Does EMP even need to be committed? They're so satisfied with Jinsung's anti that Aid pulls back on the EMP and SPG win without investing anything. And then Aldo's just farming like crazy. His mechanics are next level. The hack on the Scarlet too is insult to injury. And Zero are gonna get staggered more if Heesung doesn't get out.
There's a reason this guy's been scouted by Owl on 2 separate occasions. All those base mechanics are crazy. When it comes to the tracking on the Tracer, this guy's going to win so many duels. Minute, not the usual Tracer player for Zero, everyone having to go up against him. An unenviable position. But now Zero finally hit themselves a little bit of a power spike. They've got plenty of ultimates to try and take up onto this high ground. The SPG, if they can weather the storm, have plenty to rebuff it as well.
Oh, Scarlet didn't know where the Sombra was, and Milgaru spotted him out, played off the hack so well. SPG, they communicate. And the leadership on this team, these fights flow like butter, and Zero just haven't figured out a way to capitalize on these backliners, to get Scarlet in the position into a top right without getting hacked. Zero getting picked apart.
Yeah, Scarlet can't really flank here because he never knows when he's been discovered. That's the main advantage of a Sombra, all that information that comes forward. Hyunjae will return to the high ground. Oh, that's a nice EMP.
Two-man EMP. Scarlet duplicates, gets slept immediately, still lives. But Zero, this is their best fight thus far in terms of what ultimates they have at their disposal. It's a dupe, it's a primal, and a nano now at this point, but no kills quite yet until the minute pulse finally affects that back line. Hyunjae has to activate the rally to make up for that resource deficit. Meanwhile, 2 ticks almost earned by Zero. Pulse from all, though, may have just sent Zero back even more, but the focusing beam usage continues to be successful for Scarlet, and Zero will cap the point.
Focusing beam perfect there, and actually Scarlet surviving an incredibly long time with their duplicate onto the Sombra. One of the main weaknesses of duplicating the Sombra is you don't have the early setup on a translocator. Zero on this far more lateral area where the high ground is not so difficult to access. You need a flyer like an Echo. Minutes more than happy to just try and go for the Sombra versus Sombra. This gives a lot more access, trying to hunt that translocator too.
Hey, he doesn't even translocate. He has really good patience on his EMPs when he wants to get out of fights. That's why he's probably got way better generation than Minute does. I don't have the stats to prove that to you, but I feel it in my bones. Zero, they're gonna feel this in the morning if they don't heal back up. Looks like they are fine for now. Scarlet is losing the Tracer duel to all, though, which could be a fight turner. Sombra's doing a bit of a drive-by, turning and burning, though. A translocates back. Minute still involved. Zero getting steady progress on this card too, already halfway to B without needing to full commit to the fight up until now, but in the back though is Aid. While Heesung is missing, Aid ravages the backline, Spinel is gone, Crescent close to the nano could turn this fight, and it's up to Scarlet to keep these people off his backline, but unsuccessful as he could. Scarlet couldn't grab the health pack, and Zero is sent back to spawn.
Textbook bubble for Milgaru. Managing to cut off Spinel from Crescent so no healing could come through. It's hard to believe that this guy for a while was a bit of a ball specialist for this team. Now coming out and being so relevant and so powerful on so many different tanks. Minute swap Milgaru, this could be an EMP.
Oh, as soon as the Milgaru got nanoed too, but all those pulse bomb attach rates must be so high. Back-to-back pulse hits too. Zero with only one support and without rally. This has to be a fight they take slowly, and I mean, Heesung's on a whole different pace. When he popped Primal, has to back out, not producing much from that. Some space, though, for Zero. Pulse, though, hits Jinsung, and Scarlet starts to rival, although on his efficiency. But hunts down Scarlet, so SPG have stabilized. They can play the back of the point here. Zero close to capping now, rounding this corner. It's Heesung with the nano. Whip shot away by Hyunjae. Has to find a different goal, but continues to suck these supports back so that these DPS of SPG don't have healing. Milgaru slept. He should be fine. He has Primal. Aid wants to pull off this EMP, but only when his support's are ready. With Heesung jumping out, Aid activates the EMP, and Zero fall like dominoes.
Oh my goodness, SPG did all of this without their main healer of the Ana as well. Hyunjae staying alive for so long and keeping the rally too. Although not going to be executed upon the wake up, so it's an easy escape from the clutches of Zero. And now Zero have to back off and figure out how they're going to try and approach their final fight here. 24 seconds remain. Minute almost has an EMP, but setup is not going to be ideal. How do you access Hyunjae and Jinsung on the high ground?
Minute will have to travel a long way, but SPG are not going to let them set up. They know this EMP is coming. SPG are taking early fights. Aid in the back. Milgaru slept. He can't even peel if he wants to, and Hyunjae's already missing. Didn't have time to activate the rally. SPG on the back foot of this, but Zero are the ones without a tank that have to keep presence on the card. With 2 squishy DPS, it's going to be difficult, and with their backline in trouble, Although won't let you breathe for a second, and it's even taken out Minute. What can Although not do? Well, I know what SPG can do, and it seems like hold a point B defense, even with the nanoing their Sombra. What a sleep on the Scarlet. Even Jinsung is disgusting. EMP from Aid is just more pain and less chances for Zero to pull this off. It's a nano and primal for Heesung, but was not aware that no one was there to contest the card, so Zero's journey on offense ends short of point B.
Who is this Jinsung guy? It's crazy on the Ana. Every time we've been on the Jinsung POV, this guy hits asleep. It's unbelievable. Excellent presence of mind during that fight as well. Builds up a nano, gives it over to the Sombra. When the Sombra is antied, by the way, just to give that additional damage reduction so that they can stay on the cart. Here's a quick look at Although, just popping heads, taking names, decimating Zero. And on their own map pick, the offense, while it isn't a full hold, it is somewhat lackluster in terms of distance here for Zero.
Although is putting like an Overwatch League level performance, and we've seen it from him before, especially in that highlight. I like the way that he got involved in the fight using the top of the bus instead of being on the low ground, maybe more exposed to random poke, which with the HP that Tracer has, you just never know when you're just gonna be randomly taken out. So he keeps himself in a safe position. Also, it's easier to hit headshots when you're above them. And Zero had good ideas, but SPG just had better execution.
Yeah, the execution's strong. Zero did have a particular good idea when we saw the early dive from SPG of trying to drag Hyunjae down to the cart to contest it while Ada and Milgaru were busy diving. And that did allow for an instant EMP pick onto the Brigitte. Unfortunately, Jinsung held his nerve, stayed up on the high ground, never got taken off there as Heesung just couldn't access him at that point, was too busy counter diving and then contesting the cart. SPG now, it's their turn to try and go sky high. It's almost necessary now for the Echo on Numbani A, just because access to that high ground is so difficult to attain on the Tracer and the Sombra when you know that you're going to be consistently checked by other flankers.
Aldo has to be careful with just how open this main road is. Can be taking random poke. But he's got the attention of Jinsung and Hyunjae, especially those break packs. So you don't have to worry about Ana mechanics here. You got the guaranteed heal. SPG don't want to overcommit unless they see an opening. An Ana anti-grenade from Jinsung. Milgaru leading the charge, soaking up the damage. And Zero aren't going for any preemptive pushes. SPG have made their way into the back. They want to force Spinel and Crescent off that bridge. He's a bit hesitating on whether he wants to counter dive, but also be at arm's reach of his supports. SPG tried to pressure the point in the meantime, and Scarlet is contesting, so there's really good ideas again from Zero, not needing to overcommit and take risks that can be punished. Two-man antidote from Crescent hits the backline of SPG. Not something, again, that Zero wants to commit to with the health pools they have, but A finds the first kill. Scarlet is gone. It's a 5v4 for SPG, and 2 ticks earned. Aid won't even stop here. He's now looking at this tank who's nanoed and clearly a problem.
Aid crazy on the Tracer. Does not matter that he's not the main player for this squad. On Hyunjae's even fragging out on the point. Yes, there's going to be a Primal Rage and there's some heals behind it, but I don't know if the DPS is going to be enough to get through Jinsung and Hyunjae.
Oh, the rally as Spinel tries to save his own life, but the focusing beam will end that just as quickly. 2 minutes and an EMP from Minute. In the 3 versus 3 that was left, that is a risk as Zero needed to take to avoid the full completion of the point. And SPG, they escaped.
That was the perfect timing as well. With Adam hit just then, although may well have been able to copy Heesung, bring a huge amount of bulk to the point, as well as a huge amount of objective pressure as well, and that Primal Rage eventually came through. Milgaru still keeps the high ground under control, making sure that Crescent has to play in that area where there's a backboard to potentially get antied from.
Heesung is pretty deep. He's over on the bus side. The pulse from Scarlet as he marked the supports in the bottom left there for SPG. Jinsung lives, which means nano for Milgaru, although Poppy is one of his signature heroes. 2 Tracers. Puts fear into the eyes of Zero, who are very far from their point, but still contesting there. Heesung, but with Crescent missing, Heesung is not going to be healed enough. And Aid, his Tracer is dominating right now, and SPG will be capping the point.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Aid go for a happy-go-lucky pulse bomb here just to allow... Wow. It's so brutal. I can't believe... How are SPG allowed to have 2 Tracers this good? Like, I'm sure this is against the rules somehow. This does mean that although Enable will be able to swap over to a Tracer Sombra of their own if they so wish, but at the moment, although being able to hang out for free on the high ground and give over a huge amount of damage onto Heesung might be too good an opportunity to pass up.
What's crazy about how good Aid's Tracer is that we haven't seen his Tracer in the open yet. It's been KSJ, it's been Aldo, but I'm looking at Scarlet. Being able to chase down that Echo is important for a Tracer to do. Zero, with the 1-man advantage they have Heesung set up in the top right, but not again wanting to take preemptive engages. That means free card push for SPG, bringing them within 1 fight territory to go to match point in our grand final. Milgaru close to Primal. Hyunjae with the rallies, getting harassed there by Scarlet, who hits the pulse onto Aldo. Now this defense seems to be stabilized. Scarlet doesn't want to overextend, dodges the whip shot. SPG got to come up with a different plan. Milgaru goes for the Primal, knows this fight is winnable, but after losing not 1 but 2 people at the start of this fight, seems like SPG are pulling a rabbit out of their hat. They got a one-man trade on the Heesung before he could pop the Primal, and SPG may just sneak away with this.
Unbelievable bully onto the other Winston, just keeping him out of the range of the enemy Ana for as long as possible. Minute needs to be pressured out here. They can come in from the other side with an EMP and try and save
Spinell
this.
has to touch. Spinell couldn't touch anymore! Where is Heesung?
Oh, Lemon. Oh, Lemon.
Heesung, Hoosung, where is he? To touch the point. This is not the first time Zero have been uncoordinated at touching SPG. 2-0.
Oh, they had an EMP as well. During the slow-mo at the end, you actually saw Minute get stunned out of the EMP, but that reaction's super easy when it's happening in half speed. Oh, Zero, they are going to be kicking themselves for that one, but they need to recover mentally quickly because they've only got one more map worth of leeway, or SPG are going to our knockout. See if it happens after this break.
We're almost at the end of the road for our Group A grand final between SPG and Zero, and there's only one spot available for the knockouts. And Zero, man, they did a lot better job on Numbani in the semifinal, but SPG, they've been the team to beat, but they seem unbeatable.
Indeed they do. There's one spot in the finals and one map between Sinpressa Gaming and getting to those knockouts in order to face up against their rivals and Overwatch League teams again. We've got fans of a WDG studio who are enjoying the performances, but right now Sinpressa Gaming are looking like an entirely different level of beast as we head over to Escort. And I'm actually a pretty big fan of what Sinpressa have done here. They've decided to, you know what, we're not winning the Winston. We're not winning the pace that the Winston Sombra Tracer requires. So let's slow things down a bit, go over to something a little bit more pokey where the Winston's not really an option. Circuit Royale is going to be where they choose to go to. And I'm not sure if Heesung is particularly experienced on the Sigma, but this map has a meta of its own, and it basically demands Sigma.
Yeah, this was Zero's choice of map. We haven't seen them in the opens thus far. But Dive, definitely something you can use here if you want to ignore the Sigma. And almost kind of bait them to use Sigma and then just dive past the Sigma. Because a little bit slower than the Ramatra. Just go after those supports in the back, which Zero had issues in doing. It's more because of the peel that came out of the DPS of SPG. And as Heesung would leave, SPG are taking advantage of Heesung's 404 error not there to just dominate the rest of Zero.
Interestingly, Milgaru has played a little bit of Orisa in the opens. I don't think it's going to be particularly viable on Circuit Royale, but I'm incredibly excited to see if Milgaru's got a good Sigma in his pool. But like you said, sometimes you could just ignore the Sigma. Dive on past. Who cares? Don't care, didn't ask, L+ dives past. Milgaru.
Zero is a full held NGU on Circuit Royale, which NGU didn't win a game, but it is still confidence that we could see out of Zero, the fact that they are just that experienced and that well coordinated on Circuit.
All right, the attempt at the spawn hold here from Milgaru. SPG have been very effective thus far. Do they know? They do indeed know. Oh, maybe a swap to a Bastion? No, just playing on the off angle. Scarlet going over onto the Genji. Oh, that's super interesting. Being able to access this high ground, just got to be careful for any symmetric turrets that may be up here, as getting healed by the Baptiste is going to be difficult.
Well, it looks like this defense has already dropped down, so SPG just got to commit to one of these doors. Zero can escape at any moment for heals. They just are choosing not to, and they're getting killed in spawn. And then there's somebody pushing cart. What's Spinel doing over here? Or it's Scarlet as well. But SPG have now disengaged back to the corner. That was a successful spawn hold by them.
Yeah, but it was also a really good cart steal there from Scarlet. This gives a little bit more room for Zero to breathe. Hyunjae has had time to respawn though, so that numbers advantage not going to be pertinent in this fight. As Scarlet can actually do a trick jump here to get over the top and maybe access the backline.
See if you can get the assassination on the Jinsung before the immortality comes out. He deals with it quickly and forces the rest of SPG forward, where Zero can collapse on both sides, but the front line of Zero fell over, so this flank of Scarlet, although it was a cool idea, again, the execution just countered by SPG.
The Symmetra really changes the dynamic of this map as well. Usually the long sightline's really good for that poke, and the poke depends on you having enough time to actually get it off, but this is what happens. You just get on top of them early.
Oh, Heesung just simply beats A to death. He needs to be nowhere near this brawl. Symmetric lacks mobility. Heesung clearly not lacking that. He just gets a 2 or 3K at that moment, and with the Discord Orb 2 of Crescent, this is just more punishing power from Zero. I really like these swaps.
Yeah, I especially like the combination of the Zenyatta with the Ramatra as well, because the Ramatra doesn't need the speed boost as much as the Rhine. In Nemesis for me has an innate speed boost, and if you can get a Discord Orb onto a target as well, there's no way to really defend them from the Nemesis because it pierces through barriers.
Alright, one last fight for point A. Photon barrier first from SPG to split up the fight, and Zero can back away from this corner so that, well, this photon barrier is negligible. And Zero can almost bait them forward so that maybe Scarlet can jump above them with the Dragon Blade. Starts with the Dragon Strike to split up Milgaru from the support, but not really taken advantage of by Zero, maybe trying to push him into the Dragon to no avail. Scarlet now next with plan B, has the blade, goes in for it. If he needs the heals, he has the transcendence. He dodges the blizzard and almost walks back into it. Gets the finishing blow on Aldo. Once the immortality field was dealt with, and Zero play this smartly. Shatter from Milgaru won't be enough to get any trading blows, and Zero will be capping A. Okay, I was worried about what Aid was up to, but yeah, 0.8 cap for Zero.
What an efficient transcendence there, countering out so many ultimates, including the Blizzard Zero. Bringing the weird comps to the forefront, but hey, if they're working, they're working. SPG playing a very standard rush here, but Zero certainly theory crafted something against this. The Ramatra just does so much damage to Milgaru. Aid almost has yet another photon barrier though. That's going to be 2 in 3 fights.
SPG playing off of the speed well. Photon barrier. Zero can just simply back away from this. The May wall from Baldo making it difficult for Heesung, and Spinel helps him out, gives him a nano. Heesung steps back forward, but doesn't want to be split up from his team. So was careful on his approach around the Photon barrier. Smart move by Zero. Also, they don't have Scarlet. So 4v5, I wouldn't take that either, especially against a team like SPG, and now Zero's hesitation capitalized on by SPG to move forward. See if they could farm them up while Zero were low. Zero only lost that one person, so they're good for now. Big opening, though, by minute.
Yep, symmetric on. That's a huge amount of damage off the table. Heesung still has an Nemesis form to play with if he wants. Up against the amplification, we actually need to be able to block this.
Oh, minute at 42 HP. Doing his best to hit any headshot as everyone from SPG's grouped up around the Ant Matrix, as you said, but the annihilation from Heesung surely zones them off, and SPG just can't get away fast enough, even with a Lucio at their disposal. Zero simply bulldoze them.
Those disengagements so hard to deal with, and Heesung's just got so much raw healing behind him now. With both an Ana and a Bat, the healing that's being pumped into this Ramatra is unbelievable. And he's going to have the ability to survive through a Blizzard as well, through the Immortality Field, and then the subsequent Nano.
Well, the Ant Matrix, while SPG were crossing, was a good idea. Didn't get the executions that Minute was hoping for, but if SPG are stuck in this corner, this Dragon Strike can either isolate them or even find some kills. I don't know where he's throwing that one, but I know where Scarlet's going. He's got a Nano Blade. Trying to hunt down that Lucio. Denies the chance for the Sound Barrier. 5% away. Hyunjae could have made a difference, but no. Zero will be capping point B.
Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that Milgaru just got slipped out of a shadow as well by Spinel. What a play from the potential main support. I wondered why they didn't bring in, why Spinel wasn't playing the Lucio here to help Heesung. Turns out that the Ana's doing just fine. Now SPG moving over to something a little bit more divey, and Zero have decided to return back to one of the more classic compositions that you'd see on this map, returning to that Sigma to make sure you can eternally cut Aid off from the fight and force SPG into a 3 versus 5 in many cases.
Against the dive, though, Minute has to space himself well, be inaccessible to Milgaru, while Aid doesn't have that same pressure since Heesung's on Sigma, doesn't move very far, doesn't have shoes on. Zero, though, is on the high ground trying to hold it as best as they can while they while they push the cart. SPG trying to break their way through. I'm not sure why Jinsung's trying to challenge a Sigma. I think the rest of the team are on a counter dive, though. SPG are on the back line of Zero, quite successful. They've taken out Scarlet, Minute, and Crescent before, well, mainly Heesung could react.
And this was such an important fight to win for SPG as well, but they don't really have that many members to actually stay aggressive and hold this choke. So the opening is now for Zero to move on through and make sure they can't be camped as they move through a small doorway with limited mobility. Spinel's moved over now onto the Brigitte just to try and deny Milgaru's engagements. That is going to mean less healing overall for someone like Heesung.
90 seconds for Zero to get to the end. It's a good pace. Now at this brawl point of the map, Milgaru may be at a disadvantage against Heesung, but well, your head's looking pretty exposed. A powerful headshot on the Heesung sends this attack all the way back. Right when you thought Zero had some momentum when they had Milgaru trapped, but we're back to square one.
That seemed like a frame-perfect timing there from Aid. Heesung had just released the Kinetic Grasp, which would have absorbed that shot and given over bonus HP as well to Heesung in the middle of all of this. Remember, when Heesung uses that Kinetic Grasp against the Winston and the Brigitte, it will be vaguely useless as they mostly do melee or beam damage.
At least Milgaru is playing his life well around this corner. Be more aggressive once he gets primal. Scarlet very much stepping up within Winston range. He should not be there, but it's almost like Scarlet was bait for the Gravitic Flux. So both will be traded out 4v4 with Zero informational advantage with the infra side. Actually, A popped his too, so Widows will not want to peek any of this. Actually, nobody wants to peek this. Unless you're a tank. So far, Heesung is bullying these supports, not getting any kills yet, but forcing them back. Good space acquired by Zero will allow Scarlet to maybe set up on that left side. Any shots to the Jinsung and Hyunjae could be the snowball that turns into an avalanche for Zero. Look at this primal from Nilgaru. He's after the Widow. Now back to the Sigma. Not really any goal in mind, though, just simply causing chaos. But it's overtime, and Zero are out of lives. And it's up to Crescent's Transcendence to make up for the lack of healing while Spinel is gone.
Overclock almost good to go. What a flick from Scarlet. Takes Jinsung's head off, but it gets two! Bloody heck, mate, what are you doing? Heesung's not on cart again. Oh, what a roller coaster of emotions this is. That was anybody's game, and it all came down to Flix Lemon. What a mechanical masterclass we are witnessing between these two pairs of DPS. And Zero walk away with a respectable amount of distance here. But remember, if SPG are able to match this, Zero can hold in the same place and win the map.
Yeah, to be fair, for a minute, Aid is just going to have a better position on the Widow, has a lot more options, a whole back of the map to place. Minute is the one who has to either round the corner or play on the pool side, and that was already difficult for him to get to, considering he has to be wary of Nilgaru on the dive. And Minute and Scarlet have almost gotten too close and almost looked directly into the sun, getting too close to this dive, which has costed Zero precious seconds. But still, this is a good push for Zero, almost getting to the end.
This is certainly better than they did on Numbani. And this is a map that suits them well. SPG on their attack now. Will they opt in to going for the classic double sniper all the way? Although, mostly known for the Tracer, but has a fairly wide hero pool, be it on the Reaper previously. We've seen him on the Mei. The Hanzo, of course, is not too far a stretch. And we've just seen Aid do some mad pop-offs as well, deleting multiple members of Zero in that final clutch in order to make sure that Heesung was not in a position to keep that cart contested. We are about to see a mechanical masterclass that may well decide who goes to knockouts.
Zero have to pull off incredible defense, keep themselves alive in the series. SPG tried different looks. It was the Reinhardt spawn camp, swapping to the Winston, which maybe set them behind in terms of ults, having to swap compositions like that. So far, pretty good progress from SPG, not having to deal with the spawn camp. It's an Aid headshot. He does it again. Heesung in trouble, has to round this corner. SPG can take a moment to set up their DPS on the top of the bridge and even go to the right statue, where Cress and Spinel are targets of these snipers. And Bennett gets his revenge, though. Not bad.
Weaving one between the shields, finding an opening, and what was presented, but all those just as demanding of perfection and of praise. Storm arrows do plenty of damage, and Jinsung can be joining them here.
Ooh, the poke. It's the poke battle. Which Widow is hitting headshots? Started with Aid, then Minute. Traded by Aldo. Now Jinsung. Back and forth this goes until the diff has been set and Nilgaru wins the frontline duel. This will give SPG a smooth sailing ride to point A with plenty of time for point B.
An absolute hefty time bank. An absolute unit of a time bank Hyunjae gets for finish. Aid didn't quite charge up the shot enough, but that's okay. You can get by with a little help from your friends. One little tap is all it took from the wayward Baptiste to take out their counterpart. Heesung can try and turn this around, though. One gravitic flux changed for another, and Hyunjae being down means no immortality field.
Yeah, little greedy, though, but mainly no Amp Matrix. Hyunjae just wanted to just get a shot in or two. When he could have focused on healing Nilgaru, it was really good space taking from SPG to set up at that choke. But losing Hyunjae will slow things down a bit. Doesn't look like Zero really taking advantage of this. They got the grab flux. They should be trying to pull the trigger in a 5v4. But for now, it is grab flux from Heesung that gets this tank of Nilgaru low. Immortality will keep them up just in case. Here's the response. Nilgaru claims Spinel. No supports for Zero. No Amp Matrix. No Transcendence. Zero just gotta hope they can recontest at the end, because these support ultimates from Zero could make a difference if they pull them out.
Staggers here could be brutal. Nilgaru kept at bay by the disruptor shot, just simply going to go for the bounces instead. But can anyone even keep this contested? Scarlet stunned, might not be able to slide on forward, and the Amp Matrix certainly is going to be curtains for this one.
Ouch.
Yeah,
Jinsung continues to frag too. And I like that early investment from of the Ant Matrix by Hyunjae, just in case there was a recontest. You can build these up quickly. They're not even gonna let Zero breathe, especially with minute down. SPG, they can punish Heesung here. I wonder if Spinel or Crescent are nearby. Heesung has to re-emerge on the main road just to get line of sight on Spinel, but he lives. That could have been bad for Zero.
Yeah, no breath, no space, and that's going to be a lot of card progress here as you have to try and dislodge SPG from all of these angles and from all of these heights. A lot is going to go on to the back of Minute here, who's already laying low and is going to need to somehow peek for healing, but it requires going all the way around the back.
He's been set up, waiting for the call of his team. Heesung barely dodges it, gets down low. Immortality has to be summoned by Spinel. Jinsung, Transcendence, looking for an aggressive push, but not really feeling it for some reason. SPG, though, have Infrasight, so does Minute. The Widow headshots will take place on another screen. Milgaru's Grab Flux is the one that shuts down Heesung before the Crescent Transcendence could save him. SPG, so close to that box to victory to send Zero out of the bracket, and there you have it. SPG will advance to knockouts.
SPG will return to knockouts once more. They defeated the Shanghai Dragons last time, the first team in our bracket to defeat an Overwatch League team, and they want to bloody do it again. Not only going up against their peers who are waiting in qualifiers, but Overwatch League teams as well. Last time they did it, they managed to get 2 scouted. He went to the Vegas Eternal when every single one of these players wants that same chance, that same ability to prove themselves as world beaters.
Nilgara, the last tank on this team, but brothers with aid, and the synergy has been there since birth. Okay, and you see it on the field, you'll see it off screen. SPG, a dominant 3-0. After this was Zero was the team that made them sweat the most, not gonna lie. They had a tie against them. All the rounds were within 1 point. SPG made quick work of Kraken. And after 3 matches, SPG only dropped 2 games. 9-2. SPG are coming swinging into the knockouts.
It is certainly a gauntlet thrown, but the gauntlet's thrown hardest by one player in particular, and that's the hit scan legend with the Hanzo, and you know what? A Tracer as well. Aid is your player of the match, and Lemon, I was particularly excited to see that of all the players we've seen play Tracer, he was the last one to add it to the repertoire after KSJ, Argon, and Although, but was still bloody good at it.
Yeah, the Reaper just blew up Heesung, and this was the round decider, the compositional difference. SPG proving their versatility won them the map. Then you had Age Hanzo, which won them the earlier rounds of Antarctic. You had him on Tracer, while Aldo is usually the primary Tracer here, but you'll see Age do that if Aldo goes to Echo, which you just love the hero overlap. The spawn hold beautifully executed here on Circuit Royale. Not only did they claim kills, they were able to disengage at this corner, and you saw him swap to some snipers later on, where that was a fun duel too, but still in favor of SPG.
Yeah, he just brings so much to the table, and that's one of the things you most look for when you're looking at potential OWL scoutings. How much of a roster of DPS heroes can be covered by one pop-off guy, and Aid's proving that he is all of that, and maybe a little bit more on top of it. Look at that is frame-perfect timing there on Heesung. That is unbelievable. He's psychic.
Aid's mechanics, all those, this whole team, you're so proud of them and the improvements they made. This will be the second time that they qualify to knockouts, and hoping to have a better showing. The first team to beat an Overwatch League team in that Game 5 against the Shanghai Dragons, but we're not done yet. We have to send one more team to the knockouts. Up next, Group B, FM versus Rhodes. ZP and Hex back on the mic. Get your popcorn ready. It's going to be a good one.
One last match of the day to decide who is going deeper in the knockouts and who is out of the tournament proper. Rhodes taking the stage once more to see if this time they can get the better of FM Hex.
Very familiar with each other. Both of these teams just last night fought to 5, 2-3 in the case of Rhodes. Obviously, FM winning that one. So, familiarity breeds contempt, they say. But I think we're going to see some interesting stuff when it comes to both of these squads. And, FM has been one of the favorites to come through this Group B, if not the favorite, but Rhodes has given them all they can handle every single time. I expect this to be no different, but now both these teams have felt each other out on different maps, and as we'll see map picks come through, it could be really interesting to see if there's any adjustments that come down from last night's picks.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of one of those things of, all right, what did you learn from the last matchup, and how are you going to change it up? Also, I think the worrying thing for FM, which I'll get into when we have the roster up, but they're running a lot of Hanzo Hex, and that can be variable, whereas you look at what Rhodes is running right now. Rhodes is running comps that, in general, are pretty darn consistent and don't really have an element of, well, I hope one player is having a good day.
Well, that is the interesting thing, though, is because you kind of wonder if Rhodes would prefer not to run the Sombra, because the Taro Cookie kind of does like to run not Sombra if given the chance. And they struggled against the Hanzo, quite frankly. And it's interesting because that FM wants to run Hanzo. They want to run Yappen. Yappen is poppin' has been the phrase that's been going on and has lived up to it. And Yappen has given the Sombra of Taro Cookie a heck of a time just trying to Sonic Arrow and making sure they're uncomfortable. And so, look, we talk about Yappen all the time, and credits due, and I think you're right that Hanzo can be an extremely variable character. But I do want to give a lot of credit to Raindrop, the Brig play, especially last night against Rhodes, was phenomenal, unkillable, great peel, great rallies, great stuns and kills, just a well-rounded, beautiful Brig performance. And also, Inokast's Winston, I mean, just plays it to the bleeding edge. A lot of Winstons get in there, get some damage, and they're out with half health. Gets in there, gets some damage, he gets antied, he gets slept, and then gets out with 5 health every single time. It's insanity to watch play. So, yeah, I think it's a good point to call out that Yappen is very likely going to try to play Hanzo as much as possible. Rhodes knows this. Can Rhodes capitalize on it and make Yappen's life difficult? But Yappen was the one making Sombra's life difficult. We're going to go to Oasis, and there's a couple stages that can be very, very good for Hanzo.
Yeah, and, kind of elaborate here. I think the thing that you have to be worried about if you're rooting for FM here is the last match between them and Rhodes was very, very close, right? And one of the problems that you're going to have is the fact that was close despite Yappen having a really good day. You cannot point to a Hanzo in the history of Overwatch, whether it be at the Overwatch League level or any other competition between, where the Hanzo has always been consistent. Even your greatest players have had particularly bad days on the hero because of its variability. So the biggest path to victory here for Rhodes is they can play essentially the same as they did in the last matchup, and if Yappen is anything other than just a beast, Rhodes probably wins. So, I mean, that variability is something we'll be watching super closely over the course of this match.
Yeah, maybe, but so far, so good. I haven't seen Yappen on a completely off day on the Hanzo. Now, maybe it's not the crazy levels. It is interesting we're going to go to Oasis. This is, well, it's not that interesting. This is FM's map pick, and they did win this map against Rhodes previously in day 4 of this tournament. We'll run it again, and FM's going to run Hanzo until Rhodes proves that they can't. They're gonna run it until it's stopped, right?
Also, Oasis makes a lot of sense for a map pick here. There's a lot of good areas for Hanzo on most of the stages, especially as you get into university, where it can be a Hanzo paradise sometimes. But Bionate to the back. Oh my God. All right. Well, wondering about Yappen have a good day, bad day. The old flick on the Aprita definitely signals good day.
Yeah. I mean, it's one shot, right? But look. There's no trickery here. Everyone knows what FM wants to do. Everyone knows that Yappen is going to play Hanzo, and it's just, can you deal with it?
Meanwhile, You got good old Kaka on the side, which is now apparently the proper way to say it. It's no longer K4. We're just full onto that. So that's going to be a thing as Inocast gets hit by the bio, bursted on down. And, you know, first control for FM, but still being heavily contested by Rhodes. I don't think Rhodes knows the meaning of surrender, X.
Well, I mean, first control on this stage in particular of Oasis is really hard to wrestle back. So first control will essentially get you at least 30%, unless the other team is just going to full-on team wipe you. But these hacks from far away, I mean, it's respecting of Yapin's ability to kind of turn and flick, but it's just hard to get any follow-through damage.
Close, but not quite. Meanwhile, Coldest drops Nano. KHD out of the fight as Elsa. Nothing scarier here for Rhodes than Elsa gang and Nano and just diving on in. FM able to limit a decent amount of damage. Look at Inocast. Super low on the side. There's no Ana the heal of Eno, where Eno's just like freelancing.
No, that's how Eno plays it. Although a nice touch on the point would have been good there. Rhodes is able to flip it back with pretty much not a lot of blood drawn in that fight. So, but I think, yeah, Eno being that low hurts them to not be able to jump back in and contest. Now Rhodes is in good position to bleed a lot of time off of this point.
He used, but the counter punish is there between Inocast and Yapin. KHD might have gone down, but Inocast and Yapin were just diving the other end. So it's still beneficial for FM, even despite getting hit by the EMP. Probably the best trade they could hope for. In control of the point, and no more EMP to worry about.
It's at some points, and I'm not saying we're there yet, but it's been, you know, a couple of matches between these two squads. At some point, there's a mental factor of Yapin just putting the fear in God of these flankers, right? I mean, we've already seen Aprita go down early trying to flank, and we've just seen a Sombra get the EMP off and punished immediately by a single arrow.
Yeah, it's been kind of ridiculous to watch. Yapin, though, getting slept, and it might be the final sleep here as, yeah, Elsa comes on in for, not to wake him up, but to fully put him down. Still, 4v4 between both teams. Elsa coming in here, gets slept, ruins the effect of Nano. Meanwhile, Eno gets angry, also gets slept. So both Anas just helping everyone get to sleep. But FM in full control of the point as this is going on. Rhodes struggling to find that all-important pick to set things over. Eno getting super low. Eno going, please, KG, save me. Save me from this fate. Yapin, meanwhile, looking, fishing. Dragon Strike get forced movement, and after the movement gets forced, the arrows can come raining in.
Still in control, but gotta close it out. Rhodes needs to stay.
Thumbstick connects! 3 for FM between Yapin and Kaka, and that's gonna be it. Round 1 to FM.
Yeah, there's just too many kills there. Rhodes needed to play that a little bit slower and hope to get EMP up to secure that fight, because it's not only enough to get trades on that point when you don't have control of it. You need to wipe out so that you can flip it back over. But with the single arrow onto Aprita again, yeah, and then also, you know, when all the eyes are on Aprita, opens things up for Kaka in the back end, and this just closeout, 2 DPS carrying.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dynamic we've seen with DPS all throughout Overwatch, right? You know, if one DPS player is just designated, we must shut this person down, while the other DPS player, you know, they have all the room in the world to make big plays, and Yapin, I think, has definitely entered into that territory.
Yeah, and that might be the worst stage for Hanzo, because now you get to this point, and Hanzo can live in the window. There's a really nice overlook on the point that once they get set up, if they can win this first fight, Yapin is just gonna set up a tent.
Hunt Enocast, the operation has started. Bio into heavy focus fire. Just backs on out, but no one's protecting Raindrop. Down super early. Kaka, though, counter firing. Both Tracers getting their taste of blood, and Aprita just getting a little bit more between the two, but very close back and forth. One that Rhodes wins.
Yeah, about as brawly as can be. Rhodes will come out of that one on top. And now you're in a nice position to set up and get the scout from Taro Cookie here.
Keynote, that was one fight where Yapin did not get an early pick off. Another bio, but now faded.
Yeah, I mean, you can even see Rhodes has their Sombra up in that window. They're sending Elsa up there as well. You don't want to let... Yeah.
It's like, Elsa, go up there. Turn that into a no Hanzo zone, please. Just give at least Yapin some bad angles to worry about. Yeah, Elsa's camping this window.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do.
No, it is very smart. You have to know Yapin's going to be looking for angles there. That's the best area where Yapin can go to on the retake. So I appreciate the gusto in which Elsa's defending, but now Elsa getting kind of low. Kaka coming in from the back. Pulse bomb, ready to go. Gets the stick. Finds coldest. And that is a fantastic opening here from FM. Even with Yapin getting checked for a bit, finds a Prita who had to go for it. Retake in for FM.
And they had tossed the Nano out just prior to that, and I believe even after the Nano that Elsa rather got slept by KHD, is why that Kelsa ended up coming out there. So Rhodes is going to look to re-get onto the, or retake the point with an EMP. And it's going to be kind of difficult to find a target. I think your best target if you're Rhodes is try to get to the backline with KHD, but like I said, watching the previous matchup, Raindrop is so good at being able to protect their other support during it, and you might even get bashed out of an EMP at this point.
EMP comes out. Kaka immediately down. Eno gets the Nano in response, so the bleeding stops there. Still, man advantage here from Rhodes. Off the Nano, sends the break, not quite off the map. Oh, dash back in. Oh, so close yet so far. Meanwhile, decides, all right, I'm going to cut it off right there. The game sense of knowing when to get out Hex and not greed. So good for EnoCast. FM still in control of the point. Dragon comes out. Kaka finds coldest. And FM, they're going to hold on here for now. The question is for how long. EnoCast going down makes it a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little bit tough. Maybe this bomb can set it off.
Very back
Trade
and forth.
still.
Yapin is still alive, is the other thing here, too. Like, Yapin just fishing. Yapin down. Prita puts end to it. But FM, even if they lose the fight now, they got to be happy with where they're at here, Hex.
Yeah, just die on point is the call here. You're not going to use ults. There's no ults to really use, so they're going to get it to a one-fight situation. Just don't feed anything in there. Maybe get a pick on the way out, but you got to be careful, though. I don't like Raindrop and KHD being where they are right now. Okay, they're going to get picked on the way out. Now full reset.
All right, so 96% for FM. They just need one fight. Rhodes going to have to defend two. And, for me, Hex, I'm looking at the Nanos and whatever Yapin is doing in terms of pickoffs. That's what you look at here. Particularly if you're Rhodes, you look to Elsa.
Yeah, I mean, also, you just got to see who Taro Cookie's target's going to be. So far, just been totally fine throwing an EMP at any single isolated target, even including a Tracer, but some spy checking coming in from Raindrop.
This is like, why is this brig swinging up the air? It's like, well, I'm looking for a Sombra. EMP out, and Yop is the target! That's how you know the respect level is high. How often do you see a Hanzo as the main EMP target?
I don't think it's necessarily that it's just Yapin, because we saw it before on Kaka, too. It's just, Rhodes is fine taking their single kill, right? And FM in trouble. FM is going to lose this point very likely unless NKS is going to be able to clutch.
I mean, gets the Nano. Can be a life problem. Gets the Ana! Colton is getting caught. Slight possibility. Yapin, though. Go to Sombra. Prita trying to put an end to it. Drops pulse
Rally from Raindrop.
Primal! No way. Okay. Blink was up, but that's still way out of the fight as a Prita for a little bit. Eno's doing an incredible job of delaying. A great job of even making it contestable by getting the Ana. FM, they are right back into it. Also, Yapin's built 50% on the Sombra.
Yeah, Rally is going to come in from Rhodes, though, in an attempt to kill as they're able to stun Eno.
Eno, the burn on the Eno right now. Eno, though, somehow avoiding all of it, but the bio, surely Eno dies here. Prita finishes off the rest. FM down to tank, 99 to 99. They did get the flip. And now they could play around the EMP. Yapin has built an EMP. The bio hits both supports in the back. Is any fall through going to be there, though? No.
Oh, Raindrop was close to getting there. Not quite. And this is what you can expect all night. These teams are very evenly matched. It's really fun to watch all the individual battles. Both these backlines have been really good. We watched it earlier tonight, even with Kaneki and Cold is playing really well. I don't know if Raindrop and KHD get the same amount of respect that they should, but absolutely should. Raindrop's Brig has been great. KHD rock solid. So very evenly matched across every single role. The big difference I think you're going to see is that Elsa is just going to run Diva, Ino's going to run Winston, and that's going to be the huge difference between these two teams. Also, obviously, Sombra versus Hanzo. And then, you know, it was enough pressure onto Yapin that he got annoyed and had to switch over to the Sombra, and that's usually a victory if you're playing FM.
I mean, a lot of the Sombra swap was just, oh, we just have to touch a point, but hey, still didn't have to deal with Hanzo for the last portion of the game, and Yapin under pressure goes down. The pincer, a little bit of Sombra on one side, Diva on the other, and Rhodes. Very, very good opening tech. Should give them first control.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what the Diva's going to offer you as well, is being that giant damage source in the dive too, so that you can go in and you can get the matrix to keep yourself safe. And if you're really going to focus down one hero in particular, then the Diva is that focus fire.
Sleep into the Brig Shield. FM on the attack once more. We're looking at Yapin. So good at finding quick pickoffs, you know. Just magnetically attracted to purple. Oldest continually going like, oh, Winston. Bile comes on out. Now though, through FM, we look towards Kaka. Pulse bomb ready to go. Canucks finds Kaneki as if on cue. And FM just immediately following it up.
Coldest will go down here, trying to get some kills towards the end, and Ino will fall, but that's fine. Kaka will make the Taro, and then should be able to get the DMAC. Yeah, that's always nice.
FM comes right back in, although, you know, that first fight was pretty quick for Rhodes in terms of when they got control. It doesn't feel like they're at 41%, and yet they are.
Yeah, I mean, Elsa's actually pretty happy there that there's a reset on this map, so able to jump off rather than having to pistol it, because now self-destruct is still on the table. Again, self-destruct not going to be used offensively at all at this level of Overwatch for the most part. It is a get-out-of-jail-free card. It is a one-up extra life.
Got to look towards Taro right now. Rhodes would love to start off with a good EMP. Likely one that, you know, again, they get DPS are good. Oh, there's it is. And yeah, Elsa comes in the front door. Taro comes in the back. Good night. Really excellent coordination for Rhodes, and that is a super quick team fight.
I mean, is that excellent coordination? I just saw Devo walk slowly up to Yapri, get Nano to lead him. Like,
well, yeah, because, okay, Elsa walks forward, but guess what? Taro is at the back. It doesn't work without Taro at the back, X.
I say, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. It just looked kind of funny on the screen. All of a sudden, there's just a glowing mech, and it's like, well, yep, that's Yapri.
I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah.
Well, FM looking to quickly bring it back the other way. Their ult bank is loaded. Kaka going to the back. Pulse bomb out. Gets it. Coldest out of the fight. Now FM. Not having to worry about Rhodes with Ana. Elsa drops a bomb, trying to turn it. Bomb, no. And Rhodes drops Rally here too. They get KHD later in the fight, but FM still working with a lot of momentum. Yapin somehow stays alive under the pressure. Taro nearly got him, but it's tough for FM to take.
I should have PTSD for watching Brig shield bash a Tracer, but it happens so rarely now that now I get giddy about it. Raindrop with the rally bash takes out Prita. And yeah, this is kind of... I'm getting a little bit worried that Prita's not having the enormous impact that we expect, because this is how the match yesterday against FM went for Prita.
Yeah, I mean, you have to respect a Hanzo that's playing as well as the Yapin is. It's as simple as that. You can't be as aggressive.
Well, it's also a British is not getting the value on the backline that they're used to getting against lesser teams.
All right, 80 to 78%. This could potentially be the final fight if it goes a long time. Ino under pressure, forces out the Nano. Now see here, Ino tries to turn it. Rhodes, meanwhile, just trying to get away at Prita. Under fire. Is Prita going to fall down? No, Prita gets healed back up. Bomb for Prita. Out. Tracer beat Tracer. The dragon is eating Elsa all in Yapin's face. FM down one right now. Rhodes desperately trying to get the reflect. 99 for FM. Coldest, hang on to the Nano, throws on Elsa. And this just might be the clean. Oh no, the sleep! On the other end, Elsa, a little bit of a nap as Yapin gets woken up, finds Kaneki straight off the jump. And FM might have just turned this one back, and that'd be map one.
Well, the rally is going to come out late. No use in saving it. Absolutely has to go, and about as close as we expected. This is what we're here for. 2-1 will be FM opening up on Rhodes. I can see this one going to 5 again, about as close as can be. No punches pulled between these teams. There's no trickeration. Everyone knows what's up. It's about winning mechanical duels, getting value out of your ultimates. It's on a razor's edge for both of these squads. Gonna be fun to watch the rest of the night.
Yeah, and honestly, stay tuned. This could go the distance. Rhodes, do you have what it takes to bring it all back? We'll see after the break. Poppin' just doesn't stop, at least if you're FM, and Yoppin is on your side. Rhodes still looking for the answer to the Yoppin puzzle hex, and doesn't appear like there's an easy one to be found.
Well, what's interesting, though, is I think they did find a little bit of an answer, or at least they solved part of the problem, because we saw in the very first stage of Oasis that they were trying to send Tracer after Yoppin, and then Aprita got headshot. It was the very first kill of the match. And then they were trying to send Sombra after Yoppin, and then Sombra was using EMP and getting killed. So the adaptation was, we need to send Diva after Yoppin, and that started working out a little bit. So maybe we'll see that trend continue. Rhodes is the loser of that first map, unfortunately, as it went to all 3 stages, and Rhodes will pick the next map. They will pick Midtown. And it's funny because the last time these 2 teams played, I tracked it. So Rhodes picked Eichenwald last time against FM, and then they got full health on Eichenwald. So obviously not going to try that one again. You just chalk that one up to bad luck. So we'll go back to Midtown. And this has been a fun map to watch. I don't think we're going to see anything super out of the ordinary from either squad. I think if anything, this might force Yoppin to maybe play Sombra more than they'd like, but there's still some Hanzo opportunities here.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is you have a point of comparison, right? Where Honeypot kind of got rolled over on Midtown, where they ran, Sombra Tracer versus Sombra Tracer. Now you head into this, and you pretty much know from FM you're probably not going to see Sombra Tracer. You're going to see the Hanzo-centered composition. So, you'll have an idea here of, okay, will this work versus Rhodes? And also, on some extent, if you're a fan of Honeypot going, man, why didn't we mix it up just a little bit? Though, the response from Honeypot could just be, it's like, yeah, well, we don't have Yoppin to play Hanzo. That's fine.
Fair enough. Yeah, so I mean, just out the gates here, I do think that the main difference we will see is that Elsa will just stay on this Diva the entire time. That's the thing we will pretty much 100% see. I don't see any world in which Elsa feels that running the Winston would be the better call.
FM, you look at it as like, maybe they'll come out and Tracer. Double sniper, though I think Kaka is just going to take a quick shot and swap, which is exactly what happens.
Yeah, might as well go for it. Doesn't cost you anything.
Taro, here in the back. Really, you kind of have to look at the Yoppin reaction cam here. At what point after coming out to go for a hack or a poke, does Yoppin just turn the head and look? There's the initial poke. Yoppin does not care. Yoppin is looking at other things right now, Hex.
Yeah, just fend for yourself there, KHD.
Oh!
Also, I mean, you
So
see
close.
the distance in which the Sombra keeps from the other squad because of the threat of Yoppin.
Taro lucky to get away with his life. Diva pressure now. And then the Yoppin. Yoppin searching, looking. Dropping a Sonic Arrow. FM getting presence at the point. Already 2 ticks. Rhodes must contest this, which means they have to put themselves into arrow sight line. Getting a little bit low. Kaka, bomb ready to go. Rig out of the fight, and is this gonna stick? No, not quite. Oldest able to get away, but couldn't shake the Yoppin on the other side. Meanwhile, Prita punishes the Hanzo. Winston comes on in. Bomb out, does not connect. FM decides it's full raid boss time. Got only supports left on the point. Well, let's go for it.
Gonna toss the rally in, gonna toss the nano, and they'll just take it. And I really like that, actually. It maybe seems like an overcommitment, but they're down a couple of players, and you really don't want to get stuck trying to re-attack first. If you can take first on your first push, ultimates be damned. You come back, you recharge, and you go for it. So really nice commitment by FM to throw that back in, and now just kind of rolling through the carts. And they're gonna have plenty of time to push this with Inocast with a Primal if they need to. Really, the next thing is just dodging an EMP fight loss.
All right, so Rhodes looking to do anything to slow us down. Rally, EMP on deck. Inocast almost a 6th sense feeling danger was approaching. And Taro lucky to get out alive. That would have been massive. FM got the pick, and FM they decide, hey, we like this opportunity. Kraken goes down Broad Street. Kaneki nearly falls. Eno dives in after. Brig on the menu. Goes for a little bit of wrestling. Forces out the rally. And Preda, meanwhile, finds Kaka while the chaos is unfolding. And for FM, they'll get some progress, but also chill it out a bit.
Yeah, back up just a little bit, so no great progress there, but Rhodes did have to burn ultimate, so maybe that Primal doesn't look great in the kill feed, but it gets a rally out, and that's hugely important. Nanos are going to come up for both squads, though. Now it's just kind of waiting on a pick.
Yeah, Rhodes with a little bit of a nano advantage between the two if they push it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Elsa just dive on him. Meanwhile, Taro going, I'm gonna farm the EMP, I'm gonna shoot the Winston. Goes for the hack. A little bit more pressure coming in on the Eno. Gotta think the Nano's coming out soon here, though. Kaka, meanwhile, looking for the bomb. Nano on the Elsa. Elsa on the Oppen. You had mentioned it. More diva pressure onto Hanzo. It seems to be the name of the game here. FM tried to go for a pulse bomb, didn't get anything. Rhodes still at a full 5. Eno getting low. Hit with the bio. Raindrop down. And FM just stuck in the stairway of death. And yet, they're able to push out a little bit, get 2 in turn. I don't know if that'll be enough to turn the fight, but Eno certainly tried to. Gets KK with 4 HP on the down. Kaneki out of it. My word.
Just gotta
How's
wait
Eno
for the
still alive?
tiny pack. I think if they were able to stay alive a second more, I think you probably would have even seen Primal come out there.
Yeah.
Just to keep it alive. As it stands, FM gets some push, but is eventually pushed back. Now we're in the other EMP waiting room, so the matchup I kind of want to look at too is Taro versus Raindrop. Raindrop's been so good at reacting to EMPs with rallies, with bashes.
Well, that comes out. And look at the instant reaction this time from Yapin. You just see the arrow whiz by Taro's head. You know, under a bit of pressure. Good control, though. Doesn't use Primal right away. Might have to use it now, though. Yeah, under
right to the
low
edge.
HP. Yeah, Elsa forces it out. You know, gonna jump on up. Still under pressure. This time, no Primal in reserve. Taro holding the EMP. Rally out from Rhodes as Rhodes goes over the top. They get Eno.
Yeah, the rally is second too late from Raindrop.
Elsa gets slept. FM still staying in this. Kaka looking for a pulse bomb target. Yop still fishing. Rhodes spread out pretty well, pretty healthy across the board. So both teams smoking. EMP though comes out against FM. Taro hits 3, but Eno again counter dive finds 2, and the bomb gets coldest at the very end. So even with the EMP, FM just is not perturbed.
Yeah, it's one of the great things that I've seen about FM is that they don't necessarily always retreat when they have EMP. They always make the call of deciding, well, can we still go for this or not? And a lot of times FM, even down a player or being all EMP, will still fight it. They make the right calls, whether to disengage or engage pretty consistently. We'll grab this point. Rhodes has a couple things in the book to be able to fight this one back. Only 2 minutes, and this is a long point C, so that'd be perfect if you're FM if you want to finish the map.
And look for Yop for a bit disruption early. Dragon Strike soon to be on the menu, though. With how close Elsa's been playing the Yop, then could just get devoured between the two. Bomb out from Afrida. No kill as a result. Nano on the Eno. Eno's gonna set the stage, and Yapin gonna look to capitalize on the chaos. Eno leaping in, looking for the backline. Under pressure, goes down. Couldn't build the Primal in time. 95%, but 5% short. The rest of FM, they're just going for the reset here, X. They don't like it.
Yeah, you have to back out entirely, though. We've seen this kind of play out before, where teams who back out midway end up being punished for it. FM in a decent spot there with ultimates.
Kaka on the top, bomb ready, knows where coldest is on the corner of his eye. Yop and shoot arrows down the middle. Elsa under pressure. Diving in. Primal on deck. See Kaka right now. Dancing around the bomb, good to go. Eno down to half HP. Again, with great control, not to use Primal until absolutely necessary.
Hey, yeah, it's crazy. It doesn't feel they're in trouble until they're in single digits HP.
Yeah, it's like, I still got 5 HP. It's still good. It's still good.
Not even close.
Kaka now on the prowl. Thought there would be a bomb opportunity. Doesn't let it fly. Though. Primal out. Elsa response. Bomb. Does it hit anything? No. Elsa goes for the remech. Primal gone. Payload going forward all the while here. Long time without a pick for either team. EMP goes out for Taro. Hits 4. But the rally, yeah, the rally's big from Raindrop. Bio comes out, Raindrop getting protected. Bomb from Aprita takes down Yapin. But at the same point, Kaka onto Elsa. FM still pushing forward. 4v4, tank advantage to FM. Nano up on the Eno, who's gonna dive right in. But Elsa gets back into the mech. Gets the mech rebuild. Eno purple. Nano gone. No primal. This has been a long fight, Hex.
It's really long. Yapin is back in it. On the Sombra this time. We'll see if they can engage any hacks. This one's all about the neutral. No check marks on the field.
Eno dives on in. Yapin now on the Sombra. No more arrows to speak of. Kaka trying to build towards Bomb. Aprita, though, gonna get it first. 88% for Aprita. FM trying to stay alive. But you look to Rhodes. Aprita has been the hero so many times. Bomb immediately comes out on build, and they look for Eno. Eno, though, somehow gets away. And you still have Kaka touching on the point. Bomb now ready for Kaka. Where's it gonna go? Kaka waiting over and over again. A little bit of pressure on the Prita. Dances back and forth. Looks for the Brig. Brig is down. Bomb not needed. Now the bomb. Is it gonna go to Diva? Kaka holding on. FM getting picks all around the periphery, and that could be it.
The rally is going to come down too to make sure everybody's extra healthy. As long as they don't get pushed off the cart, they should be fine. Desperation. Nano comes on to Aprita. Not going to happen. And at the end, I mean, you could enjoy this game by just watching Eno's health bar and just watching it go all the way down to 0 and all the way back up. It's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, Eno has some of the best game sense I think I've seen from Winston in quite some time, of just knowing when to leave. Knowing when to fold him. I mean, if Eno were playing poker right now, would be the best player in the server by far. Like, knowing when to hold him, knowing when to fold him. It's been great to watch. And, you know, conversely, you know, you take a look at that last fight. I don't even know. That was like, for a dive versus dive setup, probably one of the longest continuous fights we've seen without a lot of deaths on either side and just back and forth fighting. That really doesn't happen a whole lot.
Well, a lot of it was in the neutral, you know, with no ultimates coming up. The pulse bombs never really came through to connect, but I think one of the things that happened is Kaneki got a little bit out of position on the Brig, and you saw Kaka and Eno collapse and take down Kaneki, and without the Brig there, in that kind of situation where it's not spread out, where it's a big brawl, losing that Inspire proc is actually pretty brutal for your overall healing. And then also, the Ana's has to step out a little bit more and play more sight lines, and that opens up to pressure from Yapin on Sombra and Kaka on Tracer too. So it's one of those things leading to the other, and FM able to finish out the map. And we say it's about a lot of maps, but it's not a super easy map to finish.
No, it certainly isn't. And also, interesting stuff here from Rhodes. I mean, Hanzo is in Taro's wheelhouse, and, you know, given the fact that Hanzo's a little bit better on defense here, maybe just the idea of counter Hanzo is to keep Yapin honest, as Kaka nearly goes down.
Yeah, so this is just waiting for a hack, waiting for a pick, waiting for a dive. Elsa gets purpled, but not the biggest of deals.
A little bit purple, it's still good. Elsa, back the other way. And yeah, right now it's a waiting game. It really is just looking what is going to be the first pick, what will be the first.
Got see blink from Aprita. Aprita.
Eno and Yapin getting solo. Eno somehow still alive, even with
Not for
KHD
long,
down.
no.
Yeah, I mean,
With the Ana down, that's a big ask.
FM just, they disappeared. They disappeared off the point after that. How they go? No staggers. We'll wait. Really good disengage from FM.
Yeah, they will definitely be able to come back in here. That could not have happened. They knew Kaka was there, and yeah, now you don't really want to push in. You're probably just going to lose 4 if you do. You just don't have the damage follow-up if he sort of dive.
Well, also more than that, Kaka was who was going to be the one contesting, and kind of hard to contest when Taro reads you like a book.
Yeah, I mean, because there's really no good way to come in. There's that really small corridor, which is the death sentence, or if you try to dive on the other side, your Winston's very likely just going to get whip-shotted or slept. So, yeah, that's absolutely right. They knew Kaka was back there, and Taro finds the arrow he needs.
All right. 4 minutes, 45 seconds left. Rhodes, plenty of time on their attack. Taro being a threat. However, Yapin checking that threat with an arrow. Both teams, again, feeling each other out, but Aprita, the bomb ready to go. What could be the difference maker here for Rhodes as the poke war continues? And right now, I'm just interested in Prita. Where is this bomb going to go? It's likely going to be the first maneuver here from Rhodes, if it's not the Nano. Where is Prita setting up? Right now on the top, Rhodes just staying on the high ground. It's a waiting game here next.
They're all getting shuffled into this room, so it might be here.
Prita coming onto the side, looking for Eno. Bomb out. Eno just leaps away. The stick didn't happen. FM get away from that one. Now Taro drops the dragon, forces a little bit of movement, and it gobbles Yapin right up. A great dragon from Taro. And this could be point B done and over with before he can even blink.
Also, in response to that dragon, they nanoed Raindrop, so that's an ultimate that they're not going to have to recontest if they do get back in here. I think they can recontest if they want. They've got Primal.
High risk, high reward for FM to go for the recontest
But it
here.
got capped.
Yeah, that could not have been part of the cards. That was not intentional, and yeah, you got to pick off on a Prita. That probably the least meaningful Hanzo pick, given where the payload is.
440 to finish this.
A lot of time.
So you have to wonder, if FM's going to play a little bit closer on the defense than we generally see, trying to take a fight right here rather than holding back beyond the archway.
Dragon out from Yapin. Pressure onto Eno in turn. Purple, though, gone. Both teams back up to full. Yapin feeling the pressure down the 30 HP. A little bit of wall climbing. A little bit of please supports help me. As the Prita pressure is strong. Not quite enough to get the kill. Rally out from both sides here. Drop under pressure. Prita in the back finishes it off. And Rhodes keeping FM on the back foot. Dodging arrows. Dodging the obstacles as a Prita. Going in deeper and still out for blood.
Raindrop got bashed and then pulse bombed. That is how the one brig took out the other in that instance. 345 to close this one out. I mean, Rhodes is going to have 3 good starts at this. If things start going not great for Rhodes here, I wouldn't mind to see them back off, but that's a great start.
Taro Cookie consistent on the Hanzo. FM in danger. Nano on Eno is going to be their only hope to stall here for a little bit, but answered by Nano. Elsa, who just runs Kaka over. Yapin returning fire, but 2 down from FM. Make it 3. What a time bank difference coming in from Rhodes.
I mean, the initial kill from Taro onto Yapin is critical. The dragon coming onto the cart, obviously it's going to split people off in different directions. Then you've got Elsa playing bouncer at the door. Just a really nice closeout sequence of events for Rhodes. And yeah, I mean, can't lose. Rhodes can't lose.
Yep, and I feel like, you don't see this a whole lot nowadays because it can only happen on hybrid as opposed to being able to happen on assault, but probably the most depressing game state to find you're in an Overwatch of, oh, we have to defend first for 3 minutes, and only 33% of first, and oh, what's that? The best we could do is a draw? I mean, it's like you're trying to do a deal at the world's shadiest pawn shop. It's not great.
Yeah, there's no sadder call in any game chat than drawable. It just doesn't feel good.
Best I can do is a draw. Well, FM, it is rough. Oh boy. Well, we'll see. I mean, what they can do.
This is it's kind of a game state where sometimes you'd see lesser teams just try to maybe cheese something out, but I think if you're FM, you just believe in what you believe in, and you go for this, and 3 fights, 3 big fights.
All right. Well, FM, they've looked to Yapin so many times before. Will they be able to look to Yapin this time to force a draw? Bio comes out early. Bio's faded, and Taro takes down the demon that has been Yapin. And now FM, can you hold with 4 when you can only give up, less than 33%? Yapin to the Sombra to get back to the point. Rhodes in victory position. Eno cast down. And Rhodes making it look easy. Presence on the point. They take the map.
Well, that's what you want out of your map pick, right? Pretty decisive win from Rhodes. Not that they had any different specific strategy. Just ended up, you know, as I mentioned, setting up out of the first control. No one's going to surprise each other in these compositions. They know exactly what they're going to run. It's going to be individual mechanical performances. And, you know, Taro, able to match Yapin a couple times on that Hanzo, ended up being the difference.
Sometimes the one answer to a Hanzo is another Hanzo. Rhodes cracking the code 1-1. We still got ourselves a series. We'll be right back. Rhodes coming in with a good answer to FM. Bring them to your own backyard and go from there. Hanzo for Hanzo. Win the mirror, win the map. Really good adaptation coming in from Rhodes, Hex, and yeah, very much like to see it.
Yeah, definitely a good map pick for them. You always want to win your own map picks. Speaking of, it is going to be FM's map pick now. And the one thing I think is that you definitely don't want to take Rhodes to Gibraltar, which seems like a comfort pick for them. Also, Rhodes had, they beat FM on Gibraltar before. So we're going to go to Circuit Royale, which usually means we get some sort of specialists coming in. And is that the case this time, ZP?
It is. We got Grace coming in for Eno, and as good as Eno has been, sometimes you just have to bench your Winston player and say, no. We hired this guy for one specific job. If we ever play Circuit Royale, we need a Sigma. He's here. That's Grace. That is the role Grace is in, as well as other Sigma players across the game right now.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting role to be in, but more than one team has it.
What is my purpose?
I play Sigma on Circuit Royale.
Well, and Havana. Let's not forget about Havana. There's plenty of door frames that need pummeling from Sigma orbs out there on different maps. But it's been really interesting, and it's something that's been going on for almost over a year now of just Sigma specialists. So I guess if you're looking for a niche to be able to get on a team, just really grind that Sigma. And actually, Sigma, is one of the more fun tanks to play, so it's worth the grind. So Grace will come in and play that Sigma. Yappen obviously will stay on the Hanzo. It's just a matter of what else FM is going to run with this. So FM obviously not going to run the spawn camp that we've seen out of teams. A little bit of variation though, as KHD will come off of the Ana to play Baptiste, which we've seen played on this map several times too. It'll be very important to keep people alive if they get rocked. And also to live through a flux. So, yeah, see how this one shakes out.
All right, double sniper one side, although I kind of wonder if there's going to be a quick swap from Recruita here. Maybe not, though. Double sniper for Rhodes thus far. FM, just one sniper, and Kaka on the other end.
I mean, it's not terrible to run the Tracer here because this is also a composition that often runs a Zen. So getting into the backline and pressuring Zen and Baptiste can be critical.
Big early pickoff from Frida. Not satisfied with just one, chasing down the Tracer. Taro! Taro's like, I got you. You set it up, I'll knock it down. Quick execution from Rhodes, and
Dying to Venom Mine. It's only worse when you die from the damage of a Sleep Dart.
definitely up there in embarrassing ways to go out in Overwatch. But for now, heavy shield pressure coming in from Rhodes. Taro searching for a pick, and Yappen, thus far, a quiet round.
Yeah, quiet round. I mean, Rhodes is running like the very specific tailored composition of this, but this was FM's map pick. There's
Yappen finds coldest. Yeah, there it is. There's Kaka. Goodbye. Off the map, as it were.
Did they get rocked? I saw
I feel like that's
break through the
not,
rail.
Yeah, something had. That's not a reset moment. That
No.
Yappen also gets what? Yappen just cuts through. Is like, I don't need Kaka. I will be the own army here in the backline because no one is looking at me. Farewell. Goes for Elsa. Elsa's just like, please save me.
Yeah, it was just, I don't know. It was a very funny moment that Kaka broke through the railing and then just fell off the edge.
I don't know. That actually, I don't know.
It might have been a rock. I feel like it must have been a rock.
It was either a rock or a rare self-imposed error. We didn't have a view of it.
Regardless, fluxes are ready. Dragons are ready.
Dragons, fluxes, Spider-Man meme intensifies between both teams, but right now, both immortality fields down. Who's going to get the pick off? It's a Prita on the op, and quick little hit from Prita. Now looking for more. Kaka down. A parting gift, but you take those trades if you're Rhodes. However, drop gets Elsa. Gray's still alive here on the point. Winnable for FM. Rock to the face. And orbs to the unmentionables as Grace just walks on forward.
Grace proving their worth right now. I mean, if you're going to be a Sigma specialist, you have to be able to hit the mechanics. You have to be able to hit rocks.
Yeah, it's not the rock, it's the orb.
Okay, and after all is said and done, after dragons and fluxes and everything, oh my, we're down to a minute. Down to a minute. Rhodes still looking to capture first point.
Ridiculous way of staying in the fight for FM. Rally on deck. They could rally, be aggressive here. Or use it reactionary to what Rhodes does. Kaka on Tracer here. Taking a look. Looking for Taro, who's on the Sojourn now. Drop. Uses rally. FM. They go for it, but you know, they have to be measured here. They can't just simply be reckless. Both immortality fields used. The Yappin connects! Finds the BAP again. So good at finding BAP. And 2 down. 15 seconds. Rhodes needs a miracle. And it's not going to come from Taro.
That window was about to be ready from Coldest too. It was ready. And the late pick onto Kaneki. Really nice played by FM. They could have sat back and waited, but they took the fight to them. They made sure the next push was going to be uncomfortable. And Grace, if this is your purpose, looking pretty good on it.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where you wonder, do one tricks get too much of a bad rap? Well, I can see why people might get angry in your ranked games, but when it comes to competitive play, and you can bring out your one trick in essentially the absolute best possible scenario, it's pretty good. Hex, it's pretty good.
Yeah, this is what happened. Okay. Kaka, I think, blinked off the edge and then didn't have recall. So you saw him double blink back into the wall. I mean, I shouldn't laugh. I've been there. It happens.
You know, it's a credit to how much we trust the players that something like that happens, and we're just like, surely there must be an explanation.
Well, I mean, it's so frantic over there, and I think, yeah, it's you're trying to dance around a Hanzo, and you know that any stray arrow. I mean, with Tracer, a stray whisper is a death sentence, so that just happens. Thanks for the replay crew. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to get that view was available, because it was a mystery, right? You look at that, it's just like, what could have happened? It's like, well, now we know.
Okay, nice little tune.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Not great, but given that.
You know, yeah.
variety,
You know what's
I'll take it.
crazy to me is that people can play the piano in this game better than I can play the piano IRL.
You know, that's not that crazy. I know what you're good at. I was like, that actually checks out. FM now on the attack. Not far to go. Rhodes gonna need to bring out an even more iron defense. Once more, look into Aprita and Taro Cookie to bring it home on the long-range poke.
Yeah, again, you're just waiting for that.
Nice. No mercy at play here, mind you, so that's gonna be permanent. Quick little pick off from Yappin, and FM senses blood in the water. Both DPS down, and look at Grace holding W. And this is where, you know, the brief note. Zen can sometimes be a sniper, but also that's why you don't push your luck. As Yappin finds Kaneki. Finds Aprita! Yappin cannot be stopped! As FM just makes it look easy. If they get Elsa, it is over. And still might be, or nonetheless, as Coldest takes one to the noggin. Yappin, not stopping. It's over.
I appreciate Yappin as a name because there's so many great things. Yappin not stopping. Once you yap, you can't stop. FM making their map pick look easy. And it's as drag out, knockdown as we expected. Teams winning their map pick every single time so far. So something's going to have to give in this series. Or, you know, maybe not. Maybe we just go to 5. FM, Rhodes, this is the battle we expected. Yeah, and there's nothing else to say. FM clearly had an idea in mind for that map. They brought in their Sigma specialist. It looked awesome. Grace looked good. I think that's probably the last we're going to see of Grace. But these teams super evenly matched. Only one can go to the qualifiers, though, ZP.
Yep, FM on match point to go deeper in, to get to knockouts. Does Rhodes have anything left in the tank? We're going to find out soon. FM putting Rhodes on match point. Incredible play coming out from Yapin that might have been stopped for a little bit in Midtown. But let me tell you, Hex, Yapin found a new level into the last map. And now Rhodes, it's their map pick. And now we'll see if they're able to force a map 5 where, you know, the interesting thing here, Hex, there is no substitution.
So we've been told Grace is here to stay, as the next map will be New Queen Street, I believe. A little bit interesting because last time when it was FM's pick, they chose Coliseo, and Rhodes actually beat them on Coliseo. So, all right. But New Queen Street is going to be the pick for Rhodes as we enter into map 4. And so far, no substitution, so Eno is going to stay on the bench. Grace going to be in here. It is a map you can play Sigma on. I've also theorized maybe we'll see some Junker Queen. Also something that gets played on this map quite a good deal.
Yeah, I mean, from the games we've casted at least, Grace has pretty much been Circuit Royale Sigma. I would probably expect Sigma to still get played, but you never know. I mean, you know, we say one trick in the sense that that's usually what Grace is brought in for, but presumably any one tank that can play at this level probably has more than just, you know, one tank in the back pocket.
Yeah,
I think the one thing you can assume is that whatever strategy FM comes in with, it won't be a Winston-based strategy because why in the world would you not bring Eno back in?
Well, I mean, why are we calling Grace a one-trick when Eno pretty much just plays Winston?
Well, because Winston is the meta right now, and Sigma is the happy, funny hero you bring in once in a blue moon on, you know, or on Circuit Royale.
Fair enough. I'm just looking forward to it. I do think we might see some Junker Queen, maybe a little bit of Rush coming out. So maybe this is you know, it is FM's or Rhodes' map pick, so it might be an instance where they don't want to mirror up on it, right? So,
but, you know, you mentioned Rush, but on the same note, it's like I feel like where FM has been winning, the slower, more shieldy, and longer ranged you can make it, the better, because that just gives Yapin more time. The player that has clearly been the problem for the teams
maybe,
I'm
but
up
also
against.
like Taro Cookie really likes to play Ashe. Also not terrible on New Queen Street in certain situations. So I'm just excited to see, like, you know, enough theory crafting here. Like, I mean, come on, can we load into it? I want to see what these teams are running.
Yeah, funny enough, as I was saying here, I was going to the production channel and wonder, wait, watch the plot twist be, oh, they forgot to submit the substitution, and Eno's actually coming back in. That is not the case. Instead, we do have a player disconnected. It sounds like Kaneki is having a little bit of connection issues, so that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. So we've been pretty lucky tonight, actually, as far as DCs go and peripherals go. So a little bit of a hiccup early in the broadcast, but you know, it couldn't be a full broadcast of you and I, especially without getting through just a little bit of a pause. So, you know, hopefully it's just a small hiccup instead of a big bug. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you know, there's some people who watch a broadcast with a sense of chaos in their hearts. Never me. I would never do such a thing, but you know, I know Avril's probably watching right now, and he's like, long pause. Man, just buttered some popcorn and is ready to devour. That's what I think,
Yeah.
anyways.
I thought Avril was on his knees in a Woolworths.
Well, he was, and he recovered and bought microwavable popcorn to come back for this pause.
Yeah, I mean, you know, going back on, you know, as we fill a little bit for this pause and wait for reconnection here, going back on it and seeing some of the reaction, though, from Honeypot fans especially, though, I do appreciate their fan base of like, well, it was a good run. You know, they're not salty. They're not mad at the other squads. Yeah, it was a good run. We had a good squad. Proud of the guys, and we're happy for it. So, and Avril was kind of the same way. As like, you know, it hurts, but it was a good showing from the guys. So yeah, obviously to recap things earlier tonight, Honeypot not making it in. They were beat by this Rhodes team in a pretty one-sided affair. But still qualifiers as we're in the grand finals of Group B. Winner moves on to knockouts to play against some of the Overwatch League teams. And the way the region's looking, it can take some matches off some teams.
Definitely could. I mean, regardless of how good you are, anytime you have a meta where someone on a sniper character can just take control of the game, well, it kind of changes how you approach it, and any team can be a threat. But Hex, you were kind of wondering, well, could FM swap things up? Could they play, you know, a little bit more rush with the Junker Queen? might be exactly what's in store, and, well, we'll see.
Who knows?
Don't trust anything till the gates open.
Okay, so it looks like the Diva is going to be the play here. Yeah. All right. So it is nothing really out of the ordinary, except the Zen is a little bit interesting here. So that's the big difference. Zen versus Brig. Other than that, we're mirrored across the board. It's gutsy to play Zen against Sombra Tracer.
It is, unless you hit your orbs, in which case, it's just magic. We'll see if KHD can channel some of that. There we go. I watched Jonak in Season 1. I know what to do here. Right now, though, both teams feeling each other out. Taro pressuring in the back with the Prida, and, well, Zen goes down first. So, to your point, there's going to be a lot less pressure on a Prida, which definitely makes the Zen a gutsy pick, as you say.
Well, I mean, the thing that also worries me about it for FM, and, you know, I haven't seen a ton of it, of Raindrop's Ana, I'm sure it's fine, but Raindrop's Brig has been great. Like, it has been nothing short of great in the last couple of matches. So now you're taking Raindrop off their best hero that I've seen them play, so it's, you know, it's a little bit questionable. Punished for it early. Rhodes now with a big lead, and big leads on push maps. It's hard to come back.
Setting up in the back right now.
It's also less spy checking, so you don't have the Brig.
Also, nice reaction from Grace there. Immediately covering the Zen. Was aware that the Sombra poke was going to be coming in soon. Yoppin, a little bit of an edge on Taro going to the next fight, 97 to 75. For FM, go for a quick EMP here. Yoppin, though, just gets a Prida, nothing else required. Neutral kill on the Prida for FM. Sets him up to move forward, and I think you use the EMP here, Hex, to just basically pile on. I don't think you wait. I think doing a 5v4 is fine, but health-wise, I don't think they can go for it right now. I think they gotta heal up.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see. So far, we're at a stalemate here, and this one is going to be EMP Valley. Ooh, HD down. I think
EMP out in response, and I don't think that's turning the fight. I think a Prida ended it before it could begin. And yeah, a Prida on the follow-through, and that's a tough turnabout for FM, as Rhodes is going to add on to their lead.
Yeah, going to get at least a little bit more push. I think you give it one more life on the Zen because you're so close to Transcendence. It can be a very good hero, especially pressuring down tanks. Your tank will have the advantage in that mirror match. But so far, it's just been very difficult for the backline to peel for each other in the way that they're used to from FM. Who am I to doubt it? But so far, haven't seen a lot of orbs in the kill feed either.
Oh, Taro's looking for the Zen. Kaka gets coldest early. 5v4. Now if you're Taro, you're in that weird spot you drop EP. Well, they do, and
That's
immediately gets pummeled.
All right. Well, that's
I
the
don't
2K you need on KHD.
Yeah, and what I was going to say there, that was a weird thing where when you're down one that early, going for the EMP for the equalizer, it's so risky. The odds are against you, and yeah, it's great if it works, but this just put FM directly back into the game.
I mean, you see that Zen, and it just feels like it should be a free kill when you EMP, right? But just FM's expecting it. The peel's there. Really well played. FM still needs to win at least one more fight, though, to take the lead in this map.
Well, they have the tools they need. Grace gets hit with the bio. KHD under pressure. Probably going to have a hair trigger on the Transcendence. Low HP, and wow. KHD does not go for the Transcendence when that low. Incredible self-control on not hitting Q. Kind of an anti-dog hand from years past as KHD goes, now is the time. Drops the Transcendence. Bomb eaten by Grace at the same time. Shuts down a Prida. Nothing happens right after the Transcendence. More of a defensive Transcendence. FM still looking for the break point here. Yoppin into the back. This one could be it. Sees both supports, drops the EMP. Finish on to Coldest and Kaneki. And that's FM roaring back.
Yeah, they needed that one too after they had just used both support ultimates, and now FM is actually going to come up on the lead on supports coming out of this fight. It's going to be their advantage. We'll see how far they can push. Forward spawns critical in push maps.
All right, FM on the assault. The one thing they would love to extend this even more before an EMP from Taro Cookie would be a bomb from Kaka. Where is Kaka right now? Trying out with the Frida. Back and forth to Prida to Kaka. Kaka, bomb ready to go. KHD down. Pulse Bomb's going to equalize. It needs to happen soon, or FM needs to get out. Bomb out! No kill. FM in danger for the rest of this fight as Prida is on the prowl.
Kaka very low. FM can stick in this if they want to, but it looks like they're going to retreat and take the way out. But Rhodes didn't have to use anything with that. Again, it's just kind of these early kills on the back line.
Taro got Yappin and still has EMP. Rhodes can really add on here. You do an EMP 5v4 and go from there, and that's what Taro has on the mind. Heading to the back, supports, targeted, looking for Zen. Or the peel's gonna be there. The bomb eaten again! Grace is a hungry diva tonight! As Prida has been denied twice.
Fantastic peel.
FM still in the fight. Yappin is back. It's 5v5. The rally's been used. KHD is down. Now back to 5v4. Raindrop under pressure. No one to help him. And FM getting bled out. No supports left to keep him alive as Rhodes once more will extend the lead.
Extend the lead and forward spawns. It's really hard to pull it back in this situation. And now with 3.5 left, FM has to be perfect.
Not really room for error. The time is going to be just a very quickly a constricting vice. That the pressure is going to be felt all too soon. But FM, so they set this fight. Yappin, EMP, hits both supports. Follow through is there. Clean as necessary, Hex, to get things back on track for FM.
Clean as necessary. Clean AN right there.
Well, it's broadcast, you know?
I got you. And you know what's so impressive about that from Yappin is there was no one else in the kill feed. Those weren't assists or anything. That was 2 solo kills from Yappin. EMP into 2 kills. So that's how you start it off. That's how you begin to be perfect here. If you're FM, you would love to be able to get another fight win just off of a pulse bomb, perhaps, but have to kind of
I'm just
sit
curious,
back.
you know, has Grace's hunger been sated, or is another bomb going to get eaten? Could be 3 in a row here from Grace. There's both Tracers looking for the bomb in this fight. Kata's bomb ready to go. Elsa pressuring. Taro still ways away from the EMP. Aprita here under pressure. Bomb good to go. Both Tracers right now just evaluating, trying to find the moment. Aprita throws out the bomb, and no, not getting anything. Kaka, the floor is his, and looking for a bomb. FM still contesting. Bomb ready to go. EMP almost ready here from Taro, and that's a Nano Zen. What? What in the world?
We've seen it work in World's Cup. I mean, I've seen a good Nano Zen in the last couple of weeks. It can happen. It can work.
You know, I didn't see the context. It might have been KHD under pressure.
Very likely.
Or the
KHD's
camera.
been living under pressure.
Yeah, as opposed to a mess up. So KHD shakes the pressure with the Nano. At least that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you use it in desperation, too, if you have to.
Yeah,
it's not always your first movement. But Rhodes has been so annoying here. Even if FM's winning these fights, Rhodes is kind of taking push. They're stalling out with carts.
EP to the back. KHD down.
Grace out of mech.
Well, Ana gets caught on the other side, though. Still very winnable for FM. Grace gets back in the mech. Kaneki is down. Rhodes out of supports, and Elsa gonna be lucky to get back into this mech. Does get back into the mech, but here's the thing. There's no healers to go along with it. It's still a, well, I gotta fly this out of here in a hurry type of situation. Aprita, though, doing really nice robot stall.
Yeah, but just think about these last 2 minutes. It seems like FM's winning fights, kind of, but not clean enough to get any push. And there's been times where FM wins a fight and the bot's pushing the other way from Rhodes.
Yeah. This has been Rhodes fighting the clock more than anything else. Transcendence coming out early from KHD. Under pressure. Yeah.
Elsa eats.
Bomb eating. Oh man, both divas getting hungry. Here we go. Hack out on the raindrop. Elsa finds KHD. And both supports for FM down. 30 seconds left to go. Maybe they recontest, but Rhodes nearly has this one locked up.
Yeah, Rhodes is just not really given an inch. Even when they're losing fights, it doesn't matter. The chase down onto Kaka is brutal. FM, one last shot at this. I mean, you have to nano Grace to get back on the points. Now, finally, FM's going to make a support switch. KHD is on the brig because Raindrop's going to be having the nano. Terra Cookie could shut this down and force a 5 right here.
Yeah, step one for FM to get back. Taro needs to mess up the EMP. The only thing that's going to help. Up and down! Coldest on the punish. And Taro still has the EMP. FM 4v5. EMP at their back. Raindrop dead. And FM, now 3 left remaining.
That's their best ult, too.
Yeah, they don't have a nano. Yappa will be back to the EMP. Maybe you've gotten demeched. They need a miracle from on high to stay in this point. I put it right now. Dancing around for cleanup. FM, EMP maybe coming out here in a second. Yappa's not enough time. Bomb comes out. They can't stay on the robots. Rhodes forces a map 5.
We knew it was going to happen. We knew a 5er could be in the books, so FM doesn't make any swaps. They keep Grace in. Grace wasn't really the problem there. I do have to think, you look back at that support line kind of got abused for all the nice little kills that the Zen was able to get. Early on, Zen was killed, and you know, taking Raindrop off of the brig that I've seen Raindrop dominate on for a couple of nights in a row is a little bit questionable, but all for knots. Coming up, ZP.
Entry into knockouts is on the line. Rhodes, FM. Coming up next, we'll see who moves on. Entry 4 knockouts at stake. Rhodes versus FM. Both teams taking each other to the limit. FM trying to change things up strategy-wise on push Hex. It did not work out. And yet here, as we head into Ilios, FM has not brought Inocast back in, suggesting to everyone that D.Va still likely to be the comp that's going to be run.
Yeah, FM's map pick will be Ilios. No surprise here. This is exactly where they went last time against Rhodes. This is about as evenly matched of two squads as you can imagine here. And this one is all about who performs the best under pressure. It is so critical for these teams. Loser goes home, all for naught. Winner qualifies to play in the knockouts coming up next, and it's as back as forth as you can see. FM picked map 1, won it. Rhodes picked map 2. FM picked map 3, won it. Rhodes picked map 4. So yeah, it's down to it on Ilios. And yeah, you're right. It's interesting that we're not seeing Inocast come back in. Maybe they want to switch things up. I mean, I don't think that the switch of the support line worked out especially well onto New Queen Street. Maybe it's something that they still want to run, but man, running Zen into Sombra Tracer dive is very, very, very questionable.
I think they'll run what they ran on the first control round, with the only exception being it won't be Winston. We know it's not going to be Winston based on Grace staying in, but I do think they're going to go back to the raindrop on Brig and supplement it with the Ana. I think that is probably what we're going to see here, along with Yapin onto Hanzo. Like, you have to think on Ilios, there's no way Yapin isn't on Hanzo, given the Hanzo's performance over the course of that. Like, it would be ridiculous for that to change. So, to me, it's like I said, it's going to be their Oasis comp, but with a D.Va instead of Winston.
Yeah, you would think. I'm willing to see anything at this point, but yeah, I don't want to put it all on the Zen there, but when you know you're going to be facing Tracer Sombra, I mean, there was a couple times though, like the peel was there, but it put so much pressure on Grace to peel for your team, and I just don't think they got the extreme value out of Zen that maybe they were looking for in that composition. So far though, I'm just glad to see Raindrop on the Brig. Raindrop's Brig, I've been beating the drum all night, has been fantastic. So it looks like FM is back on their standard play. This is a stage, though, that we will see Taro Cookie on the Ashe. It's a very good stage for it, so that's the difference here.
Yeah, and also you look at the comp exactly as you would expect here. The only difference being D.Va over Winston. As Taro finds Yapin immediately. Huge statement from Rhodes to set the tone. No Yapin. Pressure's on Kaka to make a play, but Rhodes looking very healthy here on the first point. That's it. Taro getting slept.
That's fine.
FM's going to be back up to full strength sooner than you might think. Yapin's already back into the fight, so first control goes away, but the first fight still kind of happened.
Yeah, it's also very difficult to pressure this top point, though, especially if the whole team's going to squat up there on top of the lighthouse. How are you really going to pressure Taro Cookie when really only Grace can go in alone?
One arrow from Yapin.
Yeah, well, I guess they allowed Yapin to crawl up the other side.
You say allow. I think Yapin just kind of forced his way in there, like somewhat more considered Kool-Aid man, and Kaneki just, goodbye.
Did you see that ragdoll?
I did. Just directly into the water. Either way, Yapin. Already gotten another pick up besides that. FM trying to work towards that point. Rhodes doing a great job of delaying. Grace's nano fading. Elsa still on the point, dancing around. About Elsa being taken down, Rhodes is getting control of the points. Yapin still looking for arrows of people as they come back in, as Elsa just won't be removed here, Hex.
No, very difficult to deal with Elsa, and it's been completely one-sided so far. It's been 100% for Rhodes. Yapin, well, those are the kills we need.
Yeah, just Yapin with a quick 2 gets rid of a DPS and a support. Comes in on the outskirts looking for a Prita to get the full set. Does just that. Elsa finally demech'd, but Rhodes with an incredible start. 78% to 0. FM playing from behind, but Yapin at least reclaiming his favorite perch.
Well, I mean, it's going to be the perch that these damage healers both fight up over top. Yeah, but Rhodes a single fight away. I mean, you can just have Bob do the dirty work too, send him on point. But I think you want to clean up a couple kills first.
It depends on where the cap happens. If they get the cap after winning the fight, I think FM maybe gets a recontest, but it'll be a quick one. Bob comes out here from Taro. FM right now just taking cover as Bob is on the point. If you're FM, you don't want this to flip while you're still fighting. It'd be the worst case scenario and cost you a fight. They know it. They drop Rally on the point. Nano out onto Grace. Nano, meanwhile, on the Kaneki. Both Nanos out and Grace gone. Off the map goes Raindrop Kaneki, the feather touch. And that's enough for Rhodes to retake control. But as I was saying, Hex, it's at the end of the fight, so FM does get one more recontest.
Yeah, raindrops are falling off the map. Been holding that one all night, so glad it happened.
Lyrics are good, the singing voice.
I
not quite the voice
didn't
of an
really,
angel.
you know, I don't want to go full belt here at 4:30 a.m. Get, you know, my neighbors.
Commit.
Rhodes in a good spot though defensively because they're going to have.
IO. Yapin also had the swap. FM in danger. Kaka though builds up the bomb midway through. Looking for targets. Kaka could still be the difference maker. Aprita holding on to bomb as well. Tracer v Tracer. The bombs are popping. Kaka gets one. Aprita on the other side looking for the D-mech. Both Tracers extracting their pound of flesh. Aprita though maybe getting a little bit more. Grace gone. Kaka here on the point, under pressure. Elsa on one side, Aprita also on the same side. Shoulder to shoulder with the Diva.
Rhodes has done a good job of not giving over the flip until very last second though, so they are still just a single fight away. Meanwhile,
Doom.
Taro has taken this high ground. Yeah, Grace on the Doom, yeah, that's it. I mean, it's an emergency Doom Fist, but now you're stuck on it.
Yapin's down! Yapin can't EMP. FM desperately needed that to stabilize Grace out of the fight. Kaka, don't think Kaka could be the hero this time. Low HP, having a recall. Not quite close to bomb. Maybe there's a window and some shenanigans from KHD, but FM has to stand the point. Kaka is down. Yapin's gonna come back in with a sad EMP. EMP hits 5, but even a little bit of fall through. Not as sad as expected, but there's just not enough people alive as Rhodes takes round 1.
Critical there from Rhodes. And yeah, you said sad EMP, and when Bob gets EMP'd, he slouches over. Very sad. Just coincided there.
Turn off now.
Yeah, Rhodes, the stylistic difference of the Ashe, and then also Kaneki. I've been praising Raindrop all evening, but Kaneki has had their own moments, and that is able to take the counterpart off. And it just seemed like almost inevitable that once Rhodes was able to take first control, it was an uphill battle for FM to get back into it.
All right, well, FM's tournament life on the line. Last round to turn things around. Rhodes, meanwhile, looking to put it away. It all comes down to this. As we see Taro on the Widow. First fight still of paramount importance. Taro on one side, Yapin on the other. Both teams playing discipline as their snipers look for that all-important first pick.
Kaka's gotten low a couple of times, but as you mentioned, it is just a waiting game.
I mean, the poke here right now, and okay, Rhodes kind of gets pushed back in the poke game. They give up first control. Really, really big take from FM here, even as no blood has been spilled. Both teams have been methodical in respecting the sniper threats on the other side. Taro, though, perhaps an opportunity. Looking. Tracer on one side, and a Diva just mowing you over in your face. So, quick punish by Grace. FM, 22%. Solidifying just a bit. Grace does get D-mech'd. It's one of those times where I think Grace will be able to get back in the mech, perhaps. Kaka bomb out. Yapin finds Kaneki. Grace goes down to Elsa. Still contestable by Rhodes, but not anymore. Yapin puts an end to it.
Yeah, and Elsa is going to get D-Mech. They could stagger that out if they so choose, and I think so. I think Elsa's still alive until right now. Taro has switched off of the Widow, not finding enough purchase and also not enough dive defense of their own to stay out of it. Will switch over to the Ashe. FM in huge control here, though. Yapin especially has been going off, 75% on that Dragon. Big story here is, though, can Aprita find something in the back line?
Yeah, I mean, you look at Aprita right now, the bomb is good to go. The playmaker, Rhodes, has looked to over and over again. Takes an arrow to the knee. And we can do a quick recall.
It's an old meme, but it checks out.
I mean, it's also where the arrow ended, is factual. Aprita, once more on the assault. Health pack going to be delayed a bit. 81% right now for FM as they look to stay alive. KHD down! Aprita finally connects. And now Yapin under pressure right after. Grace, though, into coldest. FM trying to make it even, but Rhodes is just flowing over them off the opener.
Yeah.
They retake control. 6% to 90, though. FM has to like where they're at.
Yeah, you'd like it better if you didn't use both support ultimates there trying to pull it back. I think the Pulse Bomb went to KHD, and I think there was a emergency nano or a nano attempt. I didn't see necessarily who it landed on, but they got nothing out of it. Raindrop ended up using Rally to try to fight that one back, so there was support ultimates you would love to get in the next fight. I think actually now, FM, obviously you're looking for picks, but you're also just looking to force out some ultimates on the other side.
You're also looking at Kaka right now, more than anything else. Although Yapin, early pick on the Kaneki. Maybe if you're Kaka, you hold on to that bomb. As Coldest goes down. Quick little Hanzo Tracer connection. Bomb comes up from Elsa. Rhodes thinking it's last fight, investing everything to get two, and what a turnabout powered by Bob. Once the 7th man, now the 6th man, and keeps Rhodes in the fight.
Poor Yapin. He was behind that pillar, and there's Bob on one side, a self-destruct on the other, and a Tracer hunting him down as well. So Rhodes invest what they need to invest. Not terrible. And, you know, the bright side for them is Kaneki got picked first by Yapin, but forces Kaneki to hold on to Rally.
Yep, the old blessing in disguise pick, but now Tracers loaded on both sides. Rhodes looking to eliminate FM if they can hold on for this fight. FM, a must-win fight coming up. Aprita, the bomb locked and loaded. Looking to send Rhodes deeper into knockouts. Kaka's already used the bomb. No effect. Aprita hanging on to the bomb, 90 to 90. Where is it going to go? Right now, Tracer v Tracer pressure. Forces Kaka back. Still under assault. Bomb locked and ready to go. Meanwhile, Yapin still looking. 99 to 90. FM has standpoint. Aprita on the assault. The bomb is eaten. Critical. Grace smothers it, but Kaka is down. Rhodes still looking good. Taro coming in clutch. 2 for Taro Cookie, the coach now player. And that might be it. Overtime ticking on down. FM is eliminated. Rhodes moves on.
Wow. What a story for Rhodes. As you mentioned, the retooled roster comes in. Elsa gets a little bit of grief, maybe the early times they play. Taro, not the respect they deserve coming in. And they end up being the difference makers, not only in the first match of the night, but right there, Taro coming in. The Sombra was decent, being able to match Yapin on Midtown, on the Hanzo, critical for this Rhodes team. And there on Ilios at the end of the night, the Taro Ashe comes through. Wow, what a story for this Rhodes team. They're moving on.
Couldn't be any closer, and FM just falling a little bit short. And you look at what pushed it through for Rhodes. My two stories are, number one, of course, Aprita just being incredibly crucial at all points, but also Taro Cookie, who looked rough when Rhodes first played him in these qualifiers. And Taro Cookie got back up to form from coach back to player pretty quickly. Taro Cookie went from being a player that would be first pick a lot of the time in that first series to a player that was a lot more measured. Wasn't trying to be the hero hex, just did what was enough. And that was all that was needed to let Aprita succeed and the rest of the team really shine.
Also, Taro's hero pools look good. Obviously, we're going to watch a Preda here. The Preda has been just the consistent nightmare factor for other teams to have to deal with. Obviously deserves player of the match, but I mean, all credit to this team. I was reading some threads on this squad the other day. People were like, oh, where's Odium? Oh, if only we didn't have Elsa. Oh no, now we have Taro, and I don't know, they're evolving. They're evolving, and it's going to be amazing to watch them go forward. You know, we almost wanted Coldest as player of the match for the first match of the night, and just very, very good, but to me, it is my Tracer bias. It begins and ends with a Prida. When you have a force of nature on this Tracer, everything else gets a little bit easier. It's a little bit easier for everybody else.
Yeah, and again, incredibly close match entire way where, yeah, the final map was 2-0 in favor of Rhodes, but you look at how, especially the final round went, you know, on the wire the whole way through. But to recap today here, Hex, a lot of 3 Overwatch, you know, things that weren't too much in contention. 0 over Kraken, Honeypot falling pretty decisively the Rhodes with the change in strategy. SPG showing 0 what it takes to actually get in the knockouts, but Rhodes versus FM, a thriller to the end where finally, you know, Rhodes at the end breaks the curse of losing on the other team's map pick, but really could have went either way. This time around, Rhodes getting the better of FM.
3-2 last night in favor of FM over Rhodes, 3-2 tonight in favor. These teams could play, you know, 10 times and it'd go 5-5, I think. It's just so close between these squads. Here's how the brackets went out if you've been following us these last several, well, I mean, I guess last five days of the tournament. It has been jam-packed, a lot of great teams showing up, a lot of great storylines, a lot of good players. A lot of talents out there, and it's going to be really fun to watch these qualifying teams play up against everyone else. So, you know, just shout-outs to shout-outs to every single one of these teams. There's been a good story, good players on all of it. It's just been a blast to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been entertaining, and, you know, this is, I think, what you get to as players and teams get warmed up, where you saw some of the rust and getting used to things in the spring stage opens. Summer stage opens, a lot more competitive across the board. You know, teams had great stories. Honeypot getting as deep as they did, defeating a Korean contenders team and, you know, making things close until the end. And what we just saw now with FM Rhodes, where Rhodes had to evolve over the course of the tournament, as you put it, it's just been really cool to watch.
Yeah, Rhodes gets to represent their region too, so I think either whichever one of these teams won would have been deserving of it, I think, but I think a little bit of an upset, you'd have to say, Rhodes coming through, but yeah, tournament through and through has been absolutely grand, and I'm going to be following both of these teams. I'm going to be straight up rooting for both of these teams as they go forward into knockouts. Yeah,
I mean, that's how it always works, right? In esports, you see a team get through this sort of grueling bracket to compete against some of the very best in the Overwatch League. Yeah, you know, you kind of got to root for the underdog. If you're not rooting for the underdog, you're probably biased or from the city that the team you're rooting for is. That's how it always goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait. Can't wait. I mean, I'm going to get some sleep first, but also can't wait.
Yeah, well, you heard the enthusiasm from Hex there and say, can't wait 3 times in a row. That means you shouldn't wait either. More action is going to be coming at you before you can blink, but that does wrap things up for us here today. We look forward to seeing you guys next time, and stay tuned.